All right, we apologize for the delay. We got some of the technical difficulties resolved. We are going to resume action on mat number 12, and we're working very hard to get mat 13 up and running again. And while we are working to resolve that technical issue, the matches will be halted on mat 13, so you will not be missing any action. So on mat number 12, up next, we have Leandro Escobar from Soul Fighters BJJ, and Takahito Yoshioka from Atos Jiu-Jitsu. And this is going to be in the Masters 1 Black Belt Roosterweight division. So just momentarily, we're going to get going on this. Takahito comes in at 84 ranked, and Leandro Escobar comes in at number 368. His nickname is Tattoo, and it means armadillo because he likes balling up from that half guard position. He's one of the founders of the Soul Fighters team. We're getting those 3 referees into position. So for those just joining us, you have only missed 1 match this far. And pretty much all of the black belts of today, which we are covering, the semifinals and finals only of the black belt divisions, is going to take place on this stream. It's going to work up from first the Masters 1 category, go up the weights, and then eventually after the finals, work up Masters 2, Masters 3, and so on. For all of these matches today, we're in a 3 referee format, as you see here, to ensure the most consistent refereeing possible. Escobar in the blue gi. Takahito in the white, of course. And here we go. Referee starts the action. Both men slap hands. Using a very low stance, double guard pull. So the referee looks to the clock to start the time on the double guard pull position. Now, if they don't do anything from this position, the referee will stop, stand them up, and issue a penalty. But Takahito comes on top in what's going to be an advantage point. So coming on top, referee stops the action, inspects to see that if it was a double guard pull, I think, and continuing onward. Now he works the sit-up guard into the half guard. Once again, his nickname, Tattoo, means armadillo because he's known for his half guard, balling up from that position. But Takahito has a very good half guard passing spot here. He has a deep underhook, good head position, trying to work what looks to be a knee slice through. Gets a shin-on-shin movement briefly. It looks as though he could possibly be in the smash pass position, and confirmed that he is in the smash pass position. Gonna look to pass to that far side. He does. Escobar's turtling. He slides in one hook and sitting to the back beautifully. Very good smash pass to side control to back combo. Now working from the single hook. Earns an advantage for that attempt, getting him to turtle. Referee's gonna stop action before the choke was in place. So single hook, you notice his legs are crossed. That can help kind of keep your hips locked in position, using your calf almost against your opponent's right hip. He's trying to work a rear naked choke, distracting him, throws in that second hook for 4 points. The first point's on the board. Looks like he has this one under control, switches to the body triangle. Using that grapevine with the body triangle to secure the position more. Trying to get a grip on the collar. Working for that choke. A lot of people prefer that body triangle position because it gives a lot more firm control, good squeeze. But it can be a little bit more difficult to maintain the back position once you start to lose it. Difficult to see if he has any grips in. Both men reacting like there is no grips in at this point. These Masters 1 division matches are only 6 minutes long, so they can go by very quickly. So there's a slight different pace to them. Still again working for that back control. Takahito looking to make a grip with that left arm. Seems to be his attacking arm. Now a little bit clearer view. You can see how he's defending against that grip. No rush though, as he's well in control of the match. Likely at least gonna win on points. Doesn't want to take any huge risks, but having trouble freeing his hands in order to get a good grip on that lapel. Still pretty much more the same. Still continuing to work from that back control. This time the triangle's on the opposite side. Most people do not prefer to have the triangle on this side, where the non-triangling leg, the grapevining leg, is on the bottom. Can place a lot of strain there. He switches it to that other side. Escobar looked up at the clock briefly, sees that there's not a lot of time to go. There is no stalling from a superior position, so it's on the competitor who's defending to escape the position, which is why you see a little bit of a relaxed pace. Here, rear naked choke pretty much over the face. Difficult to get black belts to tap to that, but you can. Typically don't see it too much. In rooster weight divisions, end up being a tap. In the ultra heavy, that can be quite a bit different. You see there that Takahito is representing the Art of Jiu-Jitsu Academy, an Atos Jiu-Jitsu affiliate. It does look like maybe a choke is in. Almost reacted with his legs as though there was a choke in, locking up that shoulder. So it's probably a borderline grip. And once again, oh, here we go. And he gets the tap from the bow and arrow choke. Well done. He points right to Guy Mendez. Guy Mendez congratulates him back. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are experiencing technical difficulties on mat 13, where we have halted the action. We have a team working hard to get that mat up and running so we can see that. Daniel Beliza is on deck on mat 13 against Milton Bastos. That match is being held until we resolve those technical issues. Up next on this mat here, we have Danielson. He is the defending champion of the Masters 1 featherweight division. This division had 21 competitors. This will be a semifinal match. It'll be against Eduardo Ramos de Silva, who comes in as the underdog. He normally competes, Eduardo does, in the adult division. Ranked 184th in adult, a not bad ranking. He took 3rd in Pan Am's 2011. But Danielson definitely has to be the favorite going in here. In 2013, he closed out the Masters Worlds with a teammate, officially finished 2nd. He's number 4 ranked in his Masters 1 division. And Danielson represents that GF team, which has a non-Gracie lineage. And speaking of the GF team, the GF team is completely dominant in this Masters 1 division. Year after year, they seem to be really, really strong in that Masters 1 category. And in fact, in the heavyweight, in the semifinals here, 3 of the 4 competitors are GF teams, so we're likely going to see a bunch of closeouts. Only one checkmat representative left in that heavyweight division. That'd be Francisco Ramos Mendez Neto. So he'll certainly fly the flag for checkmat in that heavyweight division to avoid a potential closeout for the gold medal. As far as overall team, Gracie Baja comes in at the defending champions. Last year they earned 265 points in the male category for first place, with Hibero Jiu-Jitsu coming in second with 195, and then Brasa in third with 172. So a little bit of the team action going on. The Masters athletes can be represented a little bit differently for the teams. See Gracie Baja and Hibero Jiu-Jitsu doing well in this category. For the female side of it, Alianza took the team medal last year with 64 points. Hibero Jiu-Jitsu, once again, with 45 points. And Gracie Humaita with 43, so very close on the female side of things. The females will be in action a little bit later on into the afternoon. Some of the big names in Masters Jiu-Jitsu are here. Probably the biggest name is Saulo Hibero. He competes in the Masters 3 category and also threw his hat in the open weight category. That won't be until much later. Megaton Diaz, also another big name in the Masters 4 division. Daniel Beliza, slated to go up next on mat 13, which we are holding off of due to technical difficulties until those are resolved. Bruno Alves also. There's a bunch of very big names that are going to be here competing in the Masters tournament. For those unfamiliar, the Masters 1 category is 30 to 35, and it increases in 5-year increments. So Masters 2 is 36 to 40, Masters 3, 41 to 45, Masters 4, 46 to 50, Masters 5, 51 to 55, and our top category in the Masters is Masters 6 with 56 plus. It's always a very fun division to watch. This is the 4th time that we've branched off as a unique Masters World Championships, and the first time that we find ourselves in Las Vegas. It was well supported by the Jiu-Jitsu community, and the event sold out competitor-wise well before the deadline. So it's likely that this will remain the home in the future and possibly extended to another day given the support from the Jiu-Jitsu community. Seems as though Californians were willing to make the trek out to Vegas. If you want to follow along in the action, you can go to IBJJFTV.com, and up at the top of the page, there is the order of the fights, so you can see exactly what's going to go on and when. That is updated in real time. Also, the brackets are listed, and if you want to check the results of a teammate or of a coach, you can go to the brackets, and those are also updated in real time. So the IBJJF is committed to giving you a very good experience, both viewing and competing. The schedule is there as well if you want to see a rough outline of how the day is going to take place. Day 1 saw some action. Some big names were eliminated from the tournament. Alberto Crane, which many of you might recognize as fighting in the UFC, was eliminated in his first match by 2 points. Comprido was in action, eliminated Bruno Paulista by advantage point. This event is only $15 to enter and included seminars from Draculino, Leo Vieira, Shanji Hibero, and Jimmy Pedro if you need to work on your judo skills and your grip fighting. All free of charge with admission. Seems to be more booths here at this event. Ibero Jiu-Jitsu having a booth, Checkmat having a booth. So it has a little bit more of an expo feel to this event. Despite the heat, 105 plus outside, it's quite cool in the venue. Appears the delay on mat number 12 is due to a scoreboard malfunction. Getting that replaced right now. Appears that we are in the final stages of that, getting that replaced. Action is about to resume. The 3 referees are in position. Or the defending champion, Danielson, goes to defend his crown. Danielson is in the belted athlete. He's on the left-hand side. Eduardo on the right-hand side, both men using a very low stance. Danielson pulls guard. It looks as though it was a durable guard pull, but maybe not. The referee did not go to his watch. Danielson probably is interpreted as the guard passer here. So he could potentially come up for 2 points, whether he's aware of it or not. Definitely not the double guard pull position, as the referee is not looking at the clock. Some inverting coming on top into the 50-50. He looks up at the referee, slightly confused. Both side referees stand up and issue advantage point, overturning the center referee. So both side referees interpreted it as a double guard pull, while the center referee interpreted it as Danielson pulling guard first and did not want to award the advantage point because Danielson was already the guard player. So trying to keep you apprised of what's going on the side referee's part. Back into the 50-50 we go. Action seems to have slowed slightly in the 50-50. Very characteristic of this position. Can turn a little bit into a sweet fest. Working a toe hold, does not appear to be close. Danielson remaining very calm, scooching out, possibly looking to take the back. One advantage point being awarded for the toe hold attempt. So this brings him up 2 advantage points to 0. It might not make a difference if he's able to invert. He's almost getting to the crab ride position. He's protecting himself by keeping his back flush against the mat, so he doesn't expose his back, but he is in quite a bit of trouble. Danielson has that grip on the pants, scooting into the crab ride. He could probably come on top and attack the turtle if he chooses, but he's trying to pull him back on top of him. Here he goes, thinks about improving his grips. Trying to get a little bit higher. Looks like he might be looking for a knee bar of sorts. Difficult to tell from this angle. Eduardo is looking to attack the feet. He does have an ankle lock grip, it appears. Maybe potentially evolving. Oh, he does indeed. Now we see it a little bit clearer. An ankle lock grip. If you don't get the tap right away from this position, it's very difficult to finish. And Danielson looks very calm in the position, unamused by the ankle lock. But the problem here is that you could get stuck in this position, and Danielson is down on advantage points. So he might need to unstick himself so he doesn't get into some time danger. He's trying to pull him back to the center. A very good strategy, actually, because if they roll out of bounds with him in an ankle lock, he'll actually be awarded 2 points for the ankle lock, even though Danielson doesn't appear to be in any sort of serious jeopardy of tapping from this position. A little bit more torque on the ankle lock, it appears. But you occasionally get in these lighter weights people that just simply do not tap to ankle locks. There's a lot of torque here. Here that ankle lock slips free. He earns an advantage for the position and comes on top. So he's going to get 2 sweep points. Now he's wrapping up the ankle of his own. A little bit of lapel craftery going on. Danielson attempting to control the legs. Eduardo doing a very good job. He has that gi fed underneath. Maybe working a lapel plata, it appears. Could potentially do essentially an omoplata over that lapel. It's one option from the position. Pummels his leg to the inside. Danielson keeping a good base, staying nice and low. He appears to be perplexed a little bit by the lapel work. He's gonna need to act with a little bit more sense of urgency. Time is running a little bit short. All 3 referees drag him back to the center. And action resumes. He's gonna try and get inverted, but he's finding some difficulty here in his leg configuration. Trying to isolate for a knee bar. So we could see a knee bar attempt possibly going into 50-50. Maybe his strategy, knee bar attempt 50-50 sweep and win on advantages if he misses that knee bar. We'll see here. Danielson doing his best to prevent it. He's attacking the legs here. Danielson's knee line is clear, so it appears to be out of immediate danger. Looks as though we might be going into 50-50, but has not got it in the right side. And Danielson disengages and comes back to the open guard. Looks up at the time, works to control that non-de la Riva leg. To what end we shall see. He's up on points and he knows it. Working an omoplata here. He gets the omoplata. It looks pretty good, but he slips out of it as time expires. Danielson Pimenta advances as expected. Next up, crowd favorite Samuel Braga, definitely one of the bigger names here today. He's going to be going against Diego Concicao. It's a heavy-hitting match. But first, the official results here. Danielson advancing into the finals. Brief break in the action. The ring coordinators assemble the athletes. It looks as though the technical difficulties on mat 13 are getting closer to being resolved. All right, here we go. Samuel is in the blue gi on your left. Diego, white gi on your right. Samuel, known for his berimbolo game, probably going to want the bottom position, and he pulls here. Should be interesting to see if that was interpreted as a double guard pull. It happened very quickly, but I do not think it was. It indeed was. Referee signals the advantage point. Samuel ties him up in the guard. Samuel working from that De La Riva with the lapel. Diego attempted a leg drag for a moment. Samuel was able to easily recover. He's working a De La Riva lapel. Maybe he can go to the worm guard. He's passing the lapel, at least tried underneath. But Diego's keeping a good posture, making it difficult for him to pass it under. Still once again, now working from collar, De La Riva, trying to invert around. Diego does a very good job of momentarily stepping over the leg, which is going to be his positional progression that he desires from the position. There's another leg drag attempt. Braga very aware of that and easily maintains his guard. Once again working from the lapel. So it seems as though lapel De La Riva is his favorite, with the collar grip being an auxiliary option. Notice that Diego is trying to push down that De La Riva hook. The pants are riding somewhat high. Samuel almost using a pummeling in his left leg, kind of abandoning the idea of the De La Riva hook momentarily anyway. There, he's passing the grip around to try and establish the worm guard position. Good posture by Diego, lifting Braga up off the mat. Still trying to establish that worm guard. Samuel's trying to allow his weight to do the work for him. But Diego has good posture all the way up, and that weight gets transferred right down into his feet. Samuel might be actually working harder from that position than Diego is. Here he's getting a little bit better angle on the De La Riva, trying to get his hips on the mat. He's almost got his hips on the mat. Diego's trying to maybe think about attacking the legs. Kind of has some indecision, trying to wrap up a knee bar potentially, kind of switching around. But this is playing right into Samuel's strong point. Loves this position and is very talented from here. It's inverting. Trying to appear what comes to a waiter-like position. Somewhat difficult from the broadcast position to see the exact positioning here. He's completely underneath him now. Maybe almost transferring into an X-like guard position. Trying to work for the back, trying to pull his hooks out. Almost successful. There he goes into the crab ride. He's established the crab ride and controlling the belts. He has his hooks in. He dumps him down, but not enough control, and ends up losing the position and ends up back into the open guard, right where he started. Now working the De La Riva with the sleeve, or with the collar, switches to the belt now. Diego doing a very good job staying out of Samuel Braga's game, getting in a little hot water, but found himself out. Diego once again trying to step over the leg. Looks up at the referee as if to tell him something with his eyes. Referee sees what the problem is, halts the action. Appears the foot was caught in the belt. Gonna get an adjustment of the gis. Over on 13, Daniel Beliza is up 2-0 with 3:22 remaining. His action resumes right here with Samuel Braga working from the De La Riva with lapel. Diego trying to step over the leg, which he's done a number of times, but hasn't been able to progress from that headquarters position. Here he steps over, Braga easily removes, tries to do a leg drag off of his recovery, but no dice. Samuel had control of the belt, but the belt became quite loose, switches his grips. Now switching to that worm guard idea. He passes it successfully now, so the position has changed quite significantly now. He inverts with that lapel, abandons the lapel, trying to make his way to the back in a similar sequence as before. Gets to the crab ride. Let's see if he can establish it. He comes to the standing position, almost gets Uchimated. He's jumping for the back. Hooks are riding really low. Earns an advantage, however. Referees still not paused the action. They're still working in the safety area, yellow safety area. Working a toe hold, that looks pretty good. Now this could be interesting because the toe hold was in position before he stopped the action. This could be 2 points. We'll see how the referee interprets if this submission was close. If he does, they're gonna reset from standing and Diego will get 2 points. So all eyes are gonna be on the center referee as they adjust their gis. There are 3 referees here, so it's gonna be essentially majority rules. No 2 points awarded. Both 2 side referees stand up and award the 2 points for that toe hold submission. What an unfortunate break for Samuel Braga and a wise display of experience by Diego. Samuel's attacking with a little bit more quickness now because he has to. He's down points. He looks up at the scoreboard and he does not like what he sees. So the rule that was in place is that if a submission is in place, when they go out of bounds, if it's close enough, deemed by the referee, they will award 2 points and reset from standing because you can't recreate that specific submission. Here, he's working very hard, trying to get underneath and invert, switching more to getting underneath in an almost X-guard-like position. Here he is almost trying to come out to the back, and time expires. Diego Cansicao advances, upsets Samuel Braga. Meanwhile, over on 13, Daniel Beleza is still up 2-0 with 50 seconds left. He is down on advantages, but he's working from the guard. So it looks like he's in control of this match in the last 45 seconds. The frustration showing on Samuel Braga's face. In these matches, sometimes luck does play a little bit of a role. Wasn't only luck, but definitely that was an unlucky exchange for Braga. On mat 13, Daniel Beleza scored 2 points at the last second. Advances by the score of 4-0. And on mat 12, you're not going to want to miss this next match. We have our defending champion, Bruno Alves, going against Andre Julio Franco de Silva Franco. Andre is ranked 28th, so a very worthy opponent. But Bruno is going to be the favorite going into this match. Here he shoots into a guard pull and pulls the De La Riva position. Working from the De La Riva, trying to get that same side grip. Steps over, Andre does, the opposite leg. Many people find some difficulty when people step over to that right-hand side and begin passing in this direction. But Bruno is able to recover as the referee drags them back to the center of the mat. Action resumes. Working from collar and sleeve, at least briefly. Difficult to see what that left hand grip is making. It looks like a collar grip as well. Must be to pull himself up, working for that omoplata. Transfers into the close guard and goes into the underhook close guard position. It's a little bit more effective with a cross grip from this position. Working that wader sweep. You see there, which he was trying, disbalanced a little bit, but not quite enough. He's feeding the grip underneath. He's going to grab the collar and go for an omoplata here. Watch him pivot his hips around towards camera. Here he's trying for that omoplata. Thinking about a triangle, and he's hooking his foot on top of his neck to almost sustain his weight upwards. Keeps a nice strong grip, keeping his weight here. Andre is doing a very excellent job keeping his calm and posture. He's working his elbow on the inside of the knee, removing any immediate danger from the position. But back into the closed guard seated position we go. Here he's working an overhook, defended well by Andre by coming down, not allowing that overhook position. But he has that over the top grip on his belt, which is a superior position for Bruno to work. Andre gets his posture back. Seems as though his strategy is going to be to stand and open, based on what we saw prior. Referee issues a penalty to both competitors for passivity. So both have one penalty on the board. That's the first thing on the board. Into the open guard now, working a knee slice. Andre in fairly decent position to generate some initiative. Leg lasso, it appears, being utilized from that half guard position. So knee slice against lasso half. Briefly goes into the open guard. And we establish once again in this open guard position. Double underhooks now, Andre trying for. Bruno pummels his legs back in, and here he's almost on a sweep. He gets up and he's on it like an X-guard single. He gets to the rear clinch and jumps up trying to get both hooks in. He gets a single hook in and collapses down. An advantage point earned as he's working from the single hook. He's got to be careful as he defends his back that he doesn't give up a grip on the choke, but he establishes almost in the reverse half guard, turns and comes on top. A very nice exchange. Another advantage point awarded. So 2 advantage points on the board. In the almost reverse De La Riva with foot on bicep position now. Action slowed a little bit as both men take a quick breather. The foot on the bicep has been removed, and it's almost in a knee shield position. Kind of a unique combination, that knee shield over the bicep with that sleeve control. Andre's trying to knee slice through. What strategy he uses from the knee slice, we'll see. But he probably needs to remove that left foot of Bruno to kill his distance management. Here he's penetrated in. He could potentially establish a half guard. Both knees are on the ground now. Pops up once again and back into the open guard. Tries throwing the legs, passing to his right. Referee adjusts the gi. Lasso over on the right-hand side now. Pretty much a very similar position to what we saw earlier, with that knee slice against that reverse De La Riva lasso. Peers back into the open guard. Bruno working a very tight lasso. We've seen some omoplatas out of him so far. Now into the De La Riva. With a double sleeve grip. You can see it a little bit clearer now from my position. With that double sleeve De La Riva, you can interchange between spider guard, as he's doing now. You can go to the sit-up guard. Very effective for neutralizing your opponent's grips. Very difficult to make a grip on the legs. Maybe potentially could get the closed guard given the stance. Double ankle sweep instead, and he gets on top. He saw that that Andre's stance was a little bit too non-staggered. They were too parallel. A hook, a loop choke attempt. It looks pretty decent, but he easily shrugs it off. Looks up at the clock. Not a lot of time remaining. Andre's looking to invert, potentially going into a berimbolo game, but time expires. Bruno Alves, the defending champion, advances as expected. This next match is going to be in the Masters 1 middleweight division. Masters 1 being 30 to 35. So the same division as what we just saw Bruno Alves advance in. So Bruno advances into the final. And this next semifinal match is going to be Carlos Ferreira and Will Durkee. Very interesting match. Will has kind of an interesting story. He's a former University of Virginia wrestler, graduated in 2005. And interestingly enough, he's a poker player. In 2007, he won the World Series of Poker. And in 2008, his total poker winnings were $750,000. So kind of an interesting wrestling and poker and jiu-jitsu background. Carlos is the instructor at Gracie Baja Placentia. Pulls into the half guard position. Has not a bad position with that grip over the belt. Maybe evolve into an underhook or working into a single leg position. Will doing a good job of trying to pummel in for an underhook and controlling the sleeve of Carlos, making it difficult for him to come up on single legs, make grips that he wants. He's improving his head position. Carlos briefly looks like he wanted to try the deep half. Almost gets there, but it was shut down by Will quite effectively. Will trains with Cyborg. In 2015, he took second place at the Dallas IBJJF tournament in the adult division. In 2014, Carlos took second at the Masters World, so he's probably the favorite going into this match. Will settling in quite nicely. Can't quite get the crossface yet because Carlos is controlling that sleeve. He sits up, tries to get that underhook. Will does a good job of pummeling to the inside. Trying to use his knee as a wedge to strip that grip because he really would like that crossface. Here Carlos switches to a half butterfly position, maybe working a hook sweep. Has a decent position, tries to use it to roll underneath. Will using a near side underhook to stop this roll all the way through. It looks as though he's killed all momentum from the position, triangles his legs. Potentially maybe get that near side underhook a little bit deeper, move his head off to the opposite side, and work a pass. Carlos's half guard proves tricky so far. He's trying to strip this grip up. Very difficult as you're going against all the fingers. It's good to strip down. You saw him switch momentarily to a down strip. Carlos recovers into the butterfly, and that grip is going to wreak havoc from the butterfly. He has a grip on his pants, difficult to see from this angle. Works an underhook, and there he goes, working a hook sweep. He briefly comes on top. This should earn him an advantage, and it does. Finds himself into the triangle off the scramble and locks up the triangle. Will trying to bury his arm around to the opposite side, but Carlos is not caring, is going to try and grab the head and go for the finish. He squeezes. He's going for it. Possibly not enough compression on Carlos's right side. He's cutting off the artery on one side, but not the other. Probably will ultimately switch to an omoplata, if I had to guess. It's a good option from this position when the opponent buries around. But then you are kind of working more for a sweep, though the omoplata is a submission. There, this is a very good finish for this position, this teepee choke. This could be really close, and he gets the finish. I was just about to say that that teepee choke from that arm to the opposite side is a wonderful option. Carlos doing an awesome job at demonstrating its effectiveness against that arm buried around. Essentially what he did is he grabbed his own legs, extended them, and the shoulder is able to be compressed into that one side. So Carlos advances to face Bruno Alves, both from Gracie Barra, so we could potentially see a closeout in that division. Good news to report is that our technical team seems to have resolved the issues with mat 13. So we're going to be able to shortly switch between the two of them. So with the finalists of that middleweight division decided, on mat 12, we move up to the heavyweight semifinal matches. Up next is going to be Alberto Ramos de Arroyo Rivera, representing GF team. Excuse me, I jumped ahead one match, it looks like. Because that one is going to be Alberto versus Van Claire, and both represent GF team. As I mentioned earlier, GF team occupies 3 of the 4 semifinal spots. So both representatives come out from GF team. We're likely going to see a decision being rendered, especially given the smiles on the faces of the athletes. Let's see if it's going to be Alberto advances. So this brings to the match that I was describing before, is that we're going to see Francisco Ramos Mendez Neto, the only non-GF team representative in this heavyweight Masters 1 category, trying to represent that checkmat team against Wagner Oliveira Costa Santos from GF team. All right, here is mat number 13. Pleased to report to you that everything has been resolved. We have Rafael dos Santos, not the UFC Rafael dos Santos, versus Theodoro Canal. We are 1 minute into this match. Theodoro is on your left-hand side. Rafael on your right. Rafael, a representative of Alianza. Theodoro Canal being one of the GF team main competitors, working a shot. Works again as they go out of bounds. Both men shake hands again. Both men tying up, using a slightly higher stance. Both men kind of feinting some foot sweeps there. Both men moving in unison. Wanting to keep a good base. Again with the foot sweeps. Some grip fighting going on. Looks like Theodoro has, looking like he wants to make a 2-on-1 grip. Kind of shooting. Probably knows he's not going to get it with a pretty decent gripping structure by Rafael. Gets a hold of a leg, but they go out of bounds. Probably not going to be enough for advantage. If you do capture a single leg and go out of bounds, it's treated kind of like a push out where you earn 1 advantage point in that situation, but that was much too late and not quite enough. Both men looking to tie up. This is in the Masters 1 black belt lightweight category, semifinal match. So the winner goes on in the finals. Some good stand-up attempts, go out of bounds once again. Both men slap hands. It appears it's going to be a completely stand-up match. Tries almost what looked to be a quick arm drag. Unsuccessful, however. They both seem to be fairly even on the feet. Theodoro has been a little bit more aggressive in his takedown attempts. This might weigh if we went to a judge's decision, a referee decision, I should say. In the case of a 3-referee format, majority rules in this case. One side referee stands up and issues a passivity call. It was not confirmed by the other referee, so it will not show up on the scoreboard. Again, some foot sweeps by Theodoro. Both side referees stand up, issue a passivity call for both competitors. So what we're going to see here is a passivity for both competitors. Some confusion going on with the scoring of the match. Center referee is talking with the scoreboard operator, trying to issue some instructions. Appears there was 2 incorrect penalties marked on the scoreboard, which might have been a moot point given the fact that he's about to issue the penalties once again. So 2:23 remaining in this contest. The only thing on the board is the single penalties. Let's see if this passivity call increases the activeness of the competitors. Theodoro has a very good grip on the sleeve. Rafael makes his own. Oh, Rafael gets the takedown. Rafael is ranked 111th with 57 points. He's very active on the regional level. In 2014 and 15, he won first in Atlanta summer, Atlanta winner. Atlanta, lots of tournaments in Atlanta, and normally competes at middleweight. He's competed as high as middle heavy, so he's cutting a ton of weight for today's tournament in the lightweight division. Comes up ahead 2-0 as Theodoro Canal works a sit-up guard, trying to feed the lapel around, maybe trying to go into the deep half. Not a lot of time to work, 1:40 to go. Theodoro Canal was champion in 2013 at Masters 1. He's going to need to dig deep. Rafael doing a very good job of preventing this deep half guard. He's putting his head off to the left-hand side. And what Theodoro wants to do is spin underneath him so that head off to that side can prevent that deep half. Just 1 minute to go. Saw one of the side referees go to the clock, so he might be thinking of a stalling call. It's always a good tell to see what the referees are thinking if they go to their clock. But it does not appear that he's stalling. Theodoro recovers into this seated headquarters position with that lapel still fed underneath. He could potentially get up on a single, and he does. He has that single with the lapel. It's going to be very hard for Rafael to defend. He's going to try and dump him, and he does. He needs to hold this for 2, but he pops right back up. And he goes out of bounds. This is only going to be an advantage for Theodoro. So there's that advantage point being awarded, and they're going to start fresh from standing. Only 30 seconds to go. He's going to be in desperation mode, and he pulls guard. A very wise strategic decision by Rafael, because he's going to lock him down in the closed guard for the remainder of this 23 seconds. So it appears as though Rafael's decision to cut all this weight to get to this lightweight division is going to be successful. Theodoro Canal working one last attempt. He opens that closed guard. He's going to need to pass guard in 12 seconds. Quite a tall order. He's trying to weave the leg from the knee shield. Just 5 seconds to go. He's getting around, but it looks as though he's only going to earn an advantage for his attempt. Rafael dos Santos. Rafael dos Santos advances. We're going to switch on over while they get this one up. It appears as though the match just concluded. Unsure the victor at this point. It appears, just by body language, that Francisco, our checkmat representative, has advanced. Good news for those that don't like closeouts. Not as good news if you're a GF team fan. Indeed, that is the case. We're going to go right over back to mat number 13. Referee just waiting on the scoreboard to be loaded up. It's loaded up. This is Leonardo Delgado de Oliveira versus Rafael Xavier Aberan. Leonardo in the white, Rafael in the blue. Rafael shoots quickly, stuffed easily. Counters with a foot sweep attempt. Here in the traditional grips, the traditional collar and sleeve grips. Tries to pop off that grip, does Rafael, successfully does so. Maintains control of it, so he has a pretty dominant grip with his left hand on that sleeve. Nothing managing the distance. It looks like he tried to trip and countered very nicely into an armbar and back to standing. One advantage point for Leonardo. Earns the first points on the board. Just about a minute in. So some good stand-up action. Leonardo again working those foot sweeps. Some good grip stripping going on. Forehead with forehead. .443 to go. Action slowed quite a bit after that initial burst. Another foot sweep attempt. Referee pauses the action. They're going to restart back in the middle. 4:30 to go. The only point on the board is Leonardo's advantage point. A little bit of gamesmanship going on in the body language of both competitors. 2-on-1 grip on the same side lapel. Again, a foot sweep. Leonardo keeps trying that foot sweep with his lead leg. Tries to reach across, potentially for a fireman's carry. No dice. This is taking place in the middle heavyweight Masters 1 division. It's a semi-final match. The champion of this division is Victor Boumfim. He is here today. Action slowed quite considerably. Still trying to snap down and foot sweep. Still more of the same out of Leonardo. Rafael utilizing again that 2-on-1 grip, same side lapel. More grip fighting, knee using the knee as a tool to strip the grip. Again, a foot sweep attempt. Three minutes to go. We're going to switch on over to mat number 12, where there's a final match taking place. This is Raul Marcelo versus Takahito Yoshioka. We saw these two earlier. Raul is on top, working to pass guard. Takahito on bottom. Working from double sleeve grip. Raul doing a good job of backing away, using a squatting, almost like a catcher base, going to a combat base, back to standing, kind of cycling through the various bases that you can have. Still spider guard by Takahito. Takahito is representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, and specifically his patch is the art of Jiu-Jitsu. Into the reverse De La Riva almost, at least the leg configuration is. With his left hand, he's choosing to grab the collar, maybe working to get underneath him, maybe into an X, or looking like to spin under and take the back is his strategy. This bounces to a side. Raul does a good job of stepping and staying on top. Into the 50-50 position. So pace is likely to slow in this match. Over on mat number 13, the match we were following earlier, it's more or less the same. They're still tied at 1 advantage apiece. Working from the stand-up position as action resumes here in the 50-50 with sleeve grip. He has that pant grip, which could be used to sweep quite easily. Earns 2 points, but as we all know, you're not quite escaped out of the position as the opponent can fairly easily sweep back. So it becomes a game of timing the sweep. Kind of interesting using a knee shield 50-50, but his knee line is out, which could pose a problem for Raul, because he could extract himself potentially out of the situation, which is not easy. Working an arm bar, uses that arm bar attempt to come on top. He needs to build up his base on his right knee to earn those 2 points. He's looking up at the scoreboard, but he is not going to get it until his knee goes, and you see that referee's right hand go up and signal those 2 points. Referee halts the action. So he is in a little bit of danger from his back being taken, is Raul. Takahito could potentially jiggle his right leg free and get out to the crab ride position and get to the back. Difficult though, given the left leg position of Raul. Still possible. That's what he's trying to do. He's just going to try and force it into there. Raul's keeping his legs straight, making it difficult for him to get a clean position. No knee bar there as the knee line is cleared, not quite the right position. Raul comes back on top, and now we're into the open guard once again. So once again, this is the final of the black belt rooster weight Masters 1 category, our very first final of the day. Raul's picking up the pace quite significantly, trying to pass the guard. Not much time to do so. Referee's going to stop the action and adjust that grip, which has come down over the hand of Raul. Takahito working from that lasso position. We saw earlier that he was being coached by Guy Mendez. Made the trip out from Costa Mesa, California to Las Vegas, Cashman Center. Referee goes to the watch. You see him up in the top corner of your screen. I was talking about earlier how they go to the watch. I think it's the corner's responsibility to kind of let them know that the referee is timing out 30 seconds for stalling. Important tactical decision to be aware of. Referee there issues a penalty to both competitors for passivity, not liking what he sees. Both side referees do not overturn that decision. Some more spider guard work with the lasso, but this time with a little bit better pace. Comes underneath, almost thinks about inverting, maybe attaching himself to a leg. Still with that lasso. Foot is caught on the gi a little bit. Referee can't quite see it. And the rule there is you have to have a grip on the gi. Otherwise the referee will remove that foot from the gi. That's not a problem anymore. Pauses the action to fix the grips and resumes. Position is slowed considerably. Working a tilt sweep, that's why he was disbalanced slightly. Flared that lasso to his right-hand side. Did Takahito. Created a little bit of disbalance, but not enough. Kind of interchanging between lasso and De La Riva. It's almost got the De La Riva over the lasso, which is a pretty strong position from the guard. Tries to throw it to his side. Comes back almost to collar and sleeve. Yep, collar and sleeve. Thinking about a shin on shin. Comes down to his knees to counter. He goes into a triangle, not quite there. Raul does a good job of tucking his elbows in deep. Takahito looks up at the clock. Not a lot of time to go. Double underhooks though. This is a good passing spot. He does a very good job of dropping that right knee underneath and at least temporarily recovering his position. Takahito's using that right grip on his knee to disbalance. And time. Going to a decision. Referee steps back, has the other referees stand, and they all render their decision. It's going to be Takahito Yoshioka, and appearing what is going to be a dark horse to win this competition. Came in ranked at 84th and earns the Masters 1 World Championship title by referee decision. So we're going to stay parked right here because next up we're going to have the final of the Master 1 Black Belt Featherweight division. And it's going to be Denilson Pimenta versus Diego Concicao. GF team versus Carlson Gracie. Denilson is the defending champion of the Masters 1 division. All right, here we go. Masters 1, final. Diego, a little bit less known, comes in ranked at 273. Placed second at the 2015 PANS Masters 1 category. He shoots to make grips and pull guard, does Diego. We saw him in action earlier. Denilson working to try and get grips on both the pant legs. Diego does an excellent job of pulling him into the close guard, getting control of the lapel, stripping the grip, working to cross the arm. Makes it 2-on-1. Back to stripping the grip because Denilson made the grip again. Denilson's facial demeanor appears calm. Working a loop choke. Doesn't appear to be in. Can see a little bit clearly from this angle that Denilson's chin was dropped. Again, using a 2-on-1 strategy to strip the grip. A little difficult to see as he turns away. Diego's a new black belt in 2015. And he actually switched divisions at the last minute, coming down to the featherweight category. There were a total of 21 competitors in the Masters 1 feather division. Could potentially wrist lock from here. He does think about this wrist lock. A little slow on the wrist lock attempt. Maybe just trying to get him to release the grip. Might want to give it a little bit more juice on that wrist lock attempt. And they hold on to the sleeve a little bit too long. Can overexpose the wrist a little bit. Danielson is not concerned about it. No score on the match this far. Gonna get an adjustment of the gi. Danielson represents the GF team. Started Jiu-Jitsu in 1991 as a way to escape the favelas of Brazil. Favelas is, of course, slums. Comes from a non-Gracie lineage through Osvaldo Fada. Here working to bring the arm across, it looks like. Making that 2-on-1 grip once again. Switches to the hand and the collar. Maybe working that loop choke that we've seen him work a couple times this tournament. Faking as though he's going to go to a cross choke. Almost as though he wanted his opponent to look at it. Maybe to try and loosen up the position a bit. He's elevating his hips a little bit. Maybe could evolve this into a hip bump, potentially. Danielson's doing a pretty good job of controlling the posture, however. I think he's trying to get him to react on that cross choke so he can work a hip bump. Idea maybe being if Danielson uses his right hand to defend, he could hip bump. But Danielson doing a very good job, that knee in the butt guard break. Picture perfect. Danielson switches, or excuse me, Diego switches to a lasso. Still has control of both sleeves. Could go a number of places from here. Could switch to De La Riva, invert on the lasso. Looks like he's trying to do a De La Riva over lasso with his right leg, at least briefly. Referee Leo de Villa stops the action, gonna drag both athletes back to the center. If Diego manages to win this one, it would be a major upset. He's trying to invert from the De La Riva. Danielson trying to fold his right knee over the leg. Successfully removes himself from the position. Diego's been controlling the pace of this match. It's met from the brick wall of Danielson, but he seems to be the more attacking competitor at this point, which if we go to a referee decision, is quite important. Danielson looks up at the clock. Difficult to see what grip he has with his right hand. Nothing now. Danielson is getting a little bit of passing initiative going. No grips by Diego. Maybe some opportunity to Toriano pass, and he's trying. He's walking around. Danielson comes to his knees and recovers guard, and very nice guard recovery, but he still has the grips. Double underhooks now. Thought about a stack, maybe going to establish in the over-under position. Danielson would like his head over on the right hip of Diego. So watch for that. His knee line isn't quite cleared. The over-under pass doesn't seem to be a major threat at this point right now. Danielson using a very nice stiff hand in the collar. Excuse me, Diego is. Keeping him away. Maybe using it to do a loop choke as he goes to pass. You can see it. It's at the perfect range for a loop choke. Not too high, not too low. So you can loop it all around. Switch, lets go of that grip, and right as he does, Danielson starts to pass once again, trying to get a knee slice going. Diego using a knee shield to keep his space and distance while being threatening with that hand in the collar. Looks like he's going to try and get to his knees and reset. Could maybe get a collar drag off to his right side. It's a good option. Guys like Shanji Hibero are known for this option. That collar grip is going quite significantly up the back of Danielson. There he adjusts the grip, brings it into a more favorable spot. Gets a cross choke, it's not very deep, but can use it to recover an open guard. I think he knows it's not deep, but indeed gains a little space out of it. Knee shield scooting away. Pretty good distance management from the hand and the collar. Getting to stand up on a single leg. This will not be a takedown here because that was part of the guard, so no points or advantages awarded. And back into the closed guard, which I think favors him a bit more. He's trying on a cross choke, and he's squeezing pretty hard. Let's see if that cross choke earns an advantage. He's going to come out the victor. So keep your eyes on the center referee if he earns an advantage. Now, if we go to a decision, you'll see that center referees step back, have the side referees stand up, and when he steps forward with one leg, all three referees will render their decision. The right arm of the referees will go to Danielson, the left arm to Diego. If there's no advantage for that cross choke, then it's going to be a pretty tough one, as the match was pretty close. Diego controlled the pace a little bit earlier, and Danielson a little bit later. Here we go. Referee steps back, invites the side referees to stand up once he stands. It's a split decision. It's going to go to Danielson by split decision on the referees. Holds up the number 3. A pretty good debut for Diego at black belt. Appears to be a good decision to switch to that lighter division, as he looked pretty good throughout the tournament. Now this next one here is the final of the black belt middleweight Masters 1 division, but it's Bruno Alves versus Carlos Faea, and they both represent Gracie Barra, so we're likely to see a closeout.
And on mat number 12, this is the Master 1 male black belt middleweight final. Representing Gracie Barra, Bruno Alves. And representing Gracie Barra, Carlos Bruno Alves.
And as expected, it is a closeout, and Bruno Alves takes home the gold medal. This next one is also likely to be a closeout. I was incorrect in the semifinal match, determining which athlete advanced. Both represent GF team. So we're going to switch on over to mat number 13, as that final match is going to be a closeout. And we find ourselves in the middle of Gustavo Paes and Fabiano Junior Leite de Souza in a semifinal match of the Masters 1 Super Heavyweight division. There is no points on the board as we see a guard pull by Fabiano. Pops back up, one advantage earned for Gustavo, and Gustavo pulls to the closed guard with one advantage up. There is 4 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Once again, these are 6-minute matches, so not a lot of time to make up points and advantages once you're down. So you got to work quickly and not make any mistakes. Gustavo working from the closed guard, kind of at a relaxed pace. Doesn't want to give him the grip to be able to stand. Doing a good job of keeping that grip off the sleeve. Working a cross grip 2-on-1 series. Likely his attempt will be to cross his arm over in an arm drag, which is why you see him countering with his right hand reaching up and grabbing the neck. Doesn't expose yourself to too much arm bar threat because both hands are on the other arm. But you still might want to be a little bit careful with the grip. Fabiano looks like he's trying a knee in the middle strategy to open the guard. Maybe working his grips lower. At least that was the hint that we got. Doesn't want Gustavo underhooking the legs. You can kind of see him sprawling backwards. So somewhat of a slow pace here in the closed guard. Sprawling out once again. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the referees go to some passivity call here. Gustavo trying to make an angle off to the side. Difficult to see the grip, so it looks like he's still working that 2-on-1 series. Looks like his hand is going to the ear to break a grip. Here we go. Fabiano stands to open the guard. Comes down as soon as he sensed a little bit of danger out of Gustavo's guard. Gustavo now has an overhook. This is the first time we've seen this overhook closed guard. Fabiano might be almost hinted like he was going to try some Sao Paulo passing. Might have changed his mind. Or could have just misread. Does not want Gustavo underhooking that left leg of his. You can see every time that he goes to underhook right here, he sprawls out and comes back down. So he's very concerned about that underhooking leg. Let's see if he does it here. He's underhook and come back down. This could very easily be interpreted as stalling. It's kind of one of those things that looks like you're trying to advance, but as soon as you're encountering any difficulty, you come back down. Here's that Sao Paulo pass. I seem to have been correct in my assessment before, kind of hinting at that Sao Paulo pass, a much more determined attempt at the Sao Paulo passing style, which is where you underhook on one side and kind of walk to the left, folding him in half, almost in a stack position from the closed guard. Stands once again, comes back down. Trying to get the Sao Paulo pass. Only 27 seconds. Gustavo's up by 1 advantage point. Fabiano needs to really go. Maybe try the Sao Paulo pass, get into a half guard and earn an advantage. At very least, 16 seconds to go. He's got to push very hard, 12 seconds. He loses his momentum. 6 seconds to go. It looks like Gustavo Paes is going to advance. So that was a semifinal match, so he's going to go on to the finals with the Masters 1 Super Heavyweight division. Over here, we just had Comprido take the match. Comprido represents Brasa CTA. His opponent, Ricardo Paella from Checkmat. Comprido defeated Bruno Paulista by advantage yesterday. Here he's working the over-the-top grip. Here both men tie up once again. This is in the ultra heavyweight division, semifinal match. Comprito comes from Illinois. He's a very historical figure in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's a world champion in 1998 at brown belt. And at black belt, he was the world champion in 1999 and 2000. He was a double gold medalist. Looking to add another gold medal into his repertoire, into his cabinet here. Ricardo trying to pummel in, get an underhook, trying to work a foot sweep, so we could see some exchange here, especially if we engage in the underhooks. Switches to try an arm drag, but it's on the wrong side. Comprito has almost what looks to be a body lock. He has locked his hands together, but they go out of bounds. Unfortunate for Comprito because he had that dominant grip. Elliot Kelly stepped on the mat on mat number 13. It's against Paulo Jardim. Try and keep updated of both matches going on. Both are in the standing position. Here the pace is rather slow, not atypical for this weight division, with a lot of the match taking place on the stand-up. We saw Comprito actually pull guard yesterday, so pulling guard is in his repertoire of movements as well. Ricardo tries a shot, but easily stuffed. Both black belt matches look about the same, with the proactive stand-up. Here we're jockeying for position. Underhook versus an over-the-top back grip. Comprito with that left arm underhook. Grip switch. Comprito has a pretty good grip on the wrist. Could maybe use that. And he tries for, almost looked to be a fireman. He could pass it off into something else, but it's stuffed well. Comprito trying to inch in. This could be interpreted as a takedown, but it's not. No points. Comprito into the half guard position now. Earns an advantage for establishing the half guard. Ricardo doing a good job of making space, a little bit of space anyway, from that half guard. Comprito looking to get a tight crossface with his right hand. Could maybe, given the head position, head and arm off the pass. Almost thinking about over-under. Nothing seems to be too resolute on Comprito's end at this point. Working from the open knee shield position, Comprito looks up at the clock. A 2-on-1 grip by Ricardo briefly. Switches to collar and sleeve. Uses it to switch sides, so now we're on the opposite side. Potentially this is his more preferred side. Both men seem to kind of like this side. Comprito looking back towards the legs. Ricardo attacking Kimura, finds himself on his back. Gets up on his side a little bit, trying to fight that grip from coming underneath the neck. Comprito establishes it though. And again, kind of that head and arm choke possibility as he tries to remove this grip. He's trying to do a 2-on-1 to get Comprito's arm off of that crossface. It is a little bit loose. There's a lot of space between Comprito's left arm and his neck. Comprito trying to sprawl out, get around, does turtle briefly, earns another advantage point, so Comprito comes up 2 advantage points to none. Comprito's trying to stay heavy like a wet blanket. Ricardo hipping out, trying to stay up on his side. Gets a cross grip, tries to do almost like a hip bump to get some space. And time expires. Comprito's going to take it by 2 advantage points. So Comprito advances in both matches by way of advantage. We're going to switch on over to mat number 13, where we have Paulo Jardim of Checkmat going against Elliot Kelly of Yamaso Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. There are 2 minutes remaining in this one. Elliot is up 1 advantage point, and Paulo has 2 penalties to Elliot's 1. It's been mostly a stand-up game from what I've seen. Elliot usually has the advantage, being a former Division I wrestler out of UC Davis. If I were a betting man, I would say that he probably earned his advantages from single legs being pushed out of bounds, takedown attempts there. Here a guard pull, so we get to see a closed guard action. Just over 90 seconds remain. This is a semi-final match in the super heavyweight category. Paulo's really going to need to go for it, because even an advantage will not earn him the victory, given the fact that he's down 1 penalty. Given the penalty structure, I can now say that Elliot came ahead via penalty, because he earned that advantage off a penalty of his opponent. So he's going to need a sweep to win with 1 minute to go. Elliot looking to make a grip on the sleeve. He has a 2-on-1 grip. He creates some disbalance, works for an armbar, but Elliot easily gets to the double underhooks position. 49 seconds to go. Tries to get the hooks over. He's trying to go around to the back. Elliot shucks free, come back to the stand-up position. Not a bad strategy, given the fact that he needs 2 points. So it kind of depends whether he wants to be sweeping for those 2 or if he wants to be taking down for those 2. Given the fact that most of this match has taken place from stand-up, might be a tall order to get 2 points in 37 seconds. Referee restarts the action. He's going to really need to open up and take a chance against Elliot. He pulls guard once again, tries to use his hooks to take him over the top, but Elliot shrugs it free. 26 seconds as they stop and restart from standing. Not a bad strategy, that sacrifice takedown. He tries here, he almost gets it, but Elliot settles in. A very good last-minute attempt by Paulo. He's got to go, maybe turn it into a collar drag. He does, collar drag. But it appears as though the referee stopped the action. So some good action the last 90 seconds. No points on the board, 8 seconds to go. Here he tries the same one. Elliot countered in the exact same way. Very similar sequence, except this time he has the sleeve. Time expires. Elliot Kelly advances 2 penalties to 1. So Elliot Kelly wins by 1 advantage point.
Brian Logan, PC number 7 immediately. disqualified. Brian Logan, you must see number 7 immediately. You're in jeopardy of being disqualified for your next match.
Elliot Kelly, you might recognize as one of the frequent referees at IBJJF events. Choosing instead today to try his hand as competing and earns his way into the finals.
Brian Logan, this is your third and final call. You will be disqualified. Brian Logan, you must see number 7 immediately. Jonette Simon, please see number 4. Jonette Simon, see number 4. Gregory McDermott, this is your third and final call. You must see number 14 immediately. Gregory McDermott, you will be disqualified.
You are not going to want to go anywhere for this match. Possibly the biggest match of the day. We have Daniel Beliza versus Gabriel Moraes. These two are titans in the world of Jiu-Jitsu. Daniel Beliza took second in the adult division at World Championships in 2015. Gabriel Moraes, a two-time world champion, 2013 and 2004. Daniel on the right, Gabriel on the left. Both men come out ready. This is a 6-minute final match. Here, a guard pulled right into a triangle. He hits the flying triangle. It's in pretty deep. The knee is not in. That is in pretty deep. He works a wrist lock. He's trying to wrist lock to finish his Daniel. That wrist lock is in pretty deep. He's trying to finish it. It appears as though his wrists are flexible enough to withstand it. He cannot be wrist locked, that much is for sure. Earns an advantage for the attempt, but he's still on a deep triangle. Can Daniel Beliza finish him? Oh, that elbow line just cleared out. He's gonna have to switch to an armbar, and he does, and he gets the tap! Daniel Beliza quickly by submission over Gabriel Moraes. In 56 seconds. You cannot win in more impressive fashion than that. Daniel Beliza, Masters 1 light feather world champion. If you're just joining us today, we are covering 2 mats. We are covering the black belt matches on mat number 12 and mat number 13. If you want to follow along with the action, you can go to the Order of the Fights page on the top of IBJJFTV.com. There's also a schedule, and roughly the schedule is going to work its way from the youngest athletes to the oldest athletes, and we are about working the finals of the lightweight division. Slated up next is Rafael Barbosa of Soul Fighters BJJ against Rafael Dos Santos of Alliance. After that, we get to have the finals of the Masters 1 middle heavyweight division, followed by super heavy, before moving on to the Masters 2 divisions. The brackets are updated in real time, so if you want to see how these athletes progress to this position, you can look on the bracket segment, again, at IBJJFTV.com, updated in real time. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Cashman Center, our first trial at this venue. This event sold out quite quickly as far as competitors go. This is the second day of the tournament. Many of these athletes had to qualify in order to be here on the second day. We have open weight action reserved for today as well. We have the biggest master stars in Jiu-Jitsu, such as Saulo Ribeiro competing in his weight and open weight, which you will see today. You just saw Daniel Baleza win in impressive fashion. We've only seen thus far Masters 1 category, which is ages 30 to 35. We go all the way up to Master 6, which is 56 plus, and it advances in 5-year increments. As far as the defending team champions on the male side, last year Gracie Baja came in first, followed by Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu, and third Brasa. And on the female side of it, Alianza came in first, followed by Ribeiro, and then third place, Gracie Humaita. In just a few moments, we have the defending champion, Rafael Barbosa, competing against Rafael Dos Santos. So we'll see if he can retain. The lightweight division, which we're about to see once the referees get organized, there were a total of 29 competitors. I believe it was the most of any division. Correction, the most was 37 in the middleweight division, followed then by 29 in the lightweight division. All right, it looks like we're getting all set.
Tom Torres is now disqualified.
Rafael Barbosa, your defending champion, is in the blue gi. Rafael Dos Santos is in the white gi. And here we go, finals of the lightweight Master 1 division. Both men slightly tentative to engage, looking for the perfect grip. Barbosa looking to stab in, grab the grip. Trying to counter by Dos Santos with a foot sweep. Barbosa pulls guard, quickly gets underneath to an almost deep half guard position. Dos Santos trying to establish in that reverse half guard. Hasn't quite established yet, as Barbosa's grips are preventing him from getting a good base. He uses his hook to sweep backwards. He's going to earn his way on top for the first 2 points. Rafael Barbosa, 2-0. He was trying to strip the grip and get control. Dos Santos gets up, trying to look to create something, but finds himself defending a single leg and comes back down. Barbosa long steps into the negative side, trying to free his knee. Again, trying to long step. Dos Santos being persistent with his position and his grips. Kind of an interesting grip. You can see it if you look carefully, is that he's actually still controlling his sleeve. You can see it a little bit better. Barbosa is still hanging on to that right grip of Dos Santos, of taking away his ability to use it. Kind of a creative use of that grip. Here in the combat base, with what looks to be the lapel fed under to that left hand for Dos Santos. Situation could evolve into an ankle lock if he chooses to like ankle locks, which is not. Again, he is still insistent with that control of that sleeve. Finally releases it, so we should see the position open up a little bit. Interesting 2-on-1 grip by Dos Santos on the pants. Switches to the sleeve now. Could potentially use a shin on shin if he's able to get control of his left leg. Referee inspects the grips and deems it to be legal. Still looking closely. He wisely adjusted his grip as the referee came around. So about 3 minutes. Barbosa, also known as Formiga. You can hear his corner shouting instructions in the background. You're kind of more of the same, this kind of long step sequence. Here he's able to free himself and get onto the side. Over underpass, disbalanced nicely. They go out of bounds. Referee stops the action. .218 to go with Barbosa up 2-0. Augusto Mendez shouting instructions to Barbosa. One side referee stands up and awards an advantage, but this not agreed upon by the other side referee, rendering him ineligible to overturn the center referee's decision of no advantage. So since Barbosa swept already, it might be a good strategy to pull guard from here. He swept him in under a minute, and indeed he does pull guard. Gets underneath him in much the same way, kind of like this double shin wader sweep, now into the single X. Looking to make a grip on the belt with his right leg, or right hand, excuse me. .125 to go. Dos Santos is going to need to really go for it. He's going to need to pass in order to win this. That's a pretty tall order. Switches into the X guard, kind of going almost back into like a wader sweep, an X guard wader sweep situation. It's a pretty decent sweeping spot. probably content on deflating a little bit of the clock as he looks up, sees that there is not much time remaining, and he's got Dos Santos in a pretty sticky situation. He should be able to sweep from here. Probably waiting just a few moments. There he goes, almost sticks the sweep, is gonna earn an advantage, a very smart move. Gives him a little bit of padding. Don't think it was intentional per se, but worked out well. Finds himself in the deep half. So just 18 seconds remaining. Comes back into this like X-guard deep half. Just 6 seconds to go. So Formiga is going to take it 2-0. So a lull in the action on both mats currently. Next up on 13 will be the finals of the middle heavyweight Masters 1 division. I'm going to switch over in the meantime to mat number 12 until that takes place. This is Rodrigo de Faria, also known as Mikey from Zenith BJJ, against Rafael dos Santos. A different Rafael dos Santos from Gracie Baja. Mikey's working from the bottom position, from the closed guard, working a 2-on-1 grip. Rafael stands using a knees together kind of squatting base position. Probably maybe going to want to move to Mikey's belt, maybe wedge in a knee up the middle. Looks content on just staying there. Referee goes and starts his watch, indicating that he's thinking about stalling, timing out those 30 seconds. Kind of the position has stalled here. The more Mikey's body is bowed out, the more stress is placed. He does indeed end up opening the guard and ends up in a knee slice. Mikey's trying to grab a hold of a single with the belt. He does so. Rafael counters by stepping into the reverse half guard, establishes it, and kind of settles into the position. Now you'll probably see him use his left knee as a wedge to try and remove his right leg, or he could potentially step all the way back around once again, work a knee slice, or step into the quarter guard. Those are the typical options from the reverse half guard position. See a pretty big knee brace on that left knee. Mikey trying to sweep where he didn't have any base backwards and to Mikey's left. Doing a good job is Dos Santos, and Mikey's attacking the arm, ends up freeing some space for himself and is back to this single leg with lapel or belt fed underneath, working to make that final grip. He's going to get on this single leg. He has a very good chance. He's wrapped both legs together, doubles up. Going to try and break down an arm. Now, if he gets him to the turtle position with both knees on the mat, that is considered top position and 2 points. Switches instead to underhook half guard, tries to take him the other way, and is going to rocking chair swing back and forth. He has the belt fed under. It would be better if he could go to the lapel, but Rafael's doing a very good job of controlling that sleeve, preventing him from getting any sort of improved grip and preventing him from coming up onto a single. All right, we're going to switch on over to mat number 13. This is the finals of the Masters 1 middle heavyweight division. This is Rafael Xavier Abi Rehan versus Victor Del Coso Bonfim. Rafael is in the blue gi, Victor in the black. Both men tie up here at the beginning of the match, kind of exchanging grips. Rafael using a cross lapel strategy, while Victor is doubled up on the lapels, using a 2 lapel grip. Very strong gripping structure. Difficult for Rafael to get in on any throws or trips, because both arms can act as a stiff arm. Both men forehead with forehead, using a low posture. A nice takedown attempt, and they slide out of bounds. One thing that people who are not acclimated to training on these mats is they are a little bit slipperier if you're used to a vinyl covered mat. You can slip quite a bit, as evidenced here. Victor earns 1 advantage point for that attempt. 1 minute into the match. A very furious pace now. Definitely did not like being taken down like that. Slowed slightly now, returning to this forehead with forehead. Pulls in, tries that inner foot sweep. Still, that double collar grip seems to be the favorite strategy of Victor. Both men take a glance up at the clock. They see that it's 4:20 to go. You got to think now that potentially maybe the referees are thinking of a little bit of stalling as the action comes down to a little bit of a slow. Some kind of foot jabs, so to speak, being extended out there. Kind of testing a little bit. 3:45 to go. Not much has taken place since that advantage. Referee's going to stop the action. He's going to, no doubt, issue a penalty to both competitors. See him raise his fist and issue a penalty to the appropriate competitor, which will be both in this situation. Action resumes, so 1 penalty apiece. Some pretty strong grip fighting now. There's definitely no stalling going on here. Very aggressive grip fighting. Both men ripping that collar grip free. It wouldn't surprise me if we'd see a strong takedown attempt out of one of these athletes. Action slows a little bit as they lock forehead with forehead. both with their preferred grips. Kind of a traditional gripping structure by Rafael. Uses that collar and sleeve. But he's making that kind of hook grip instead of that grip behind the elbow, which is a little bit more traditional. Victor still working on that double lapel grip, but referee immediately sees that the action was stalling, going to issue another passivity call. For both of them, this brings a little bit of an inaccurate rendering on the scoreboard. Referee's going to go over and fix it. There we go, got 2 penalties apiece. And referee resumes the action. So next penalty will be 2 points, followed by disqualification, and there is 2:30 to go, so that is a definite possibility of getting DQ'd in the final of the World Championships. Very nice, once again, attempt by Victor. His corner's yelling for an advantage. One side referee stands up, issues an advantage. So does the other. They overrule the center referee, and the center referee awards another advantage for Victor Bonfim. Places him well ahead on advantages just as the 2-minute mark ticks away. So again, that doubling up on the collar, this time the same collar. Rafael trying to fight those grips off. .141 to go. Seems as though Victor has been getting the superior of the stand-up exchanges, as evidenced here by another advantage point being scored, bringing up 4-1 on advantages. So this essentially places Rafael in this position where he needs 2 points to win. One side referee stands up and issues a penalty for Victor, and the center referee agrees as well. So this is huge. 1 penalty awarded to only Victor, bringing Rafael up by 2 points with 1:09 to go. So this drastically changes it. Victor needs to absolutely go because he only has 1 minute to go. Some aggressive attempts and trying to get inside. 45 seconds to go. They're going to go out of bounds. So while we have seen some good takedown attempts, they've been attempts only. Unsuccessful in any attempt to get him a takedown. 35 seconds. Both men jockeying for position. Over the top gripping used by Victor. Some snapping down. 17 seconds. Looks up at the clock, maybe in one more attempt. It's not going to be enough. It looks like the wind is being taken out of his sails as they stop with 6 seconds to go. So what a crazy turn of events. Rafael is awarded a penalty, bringing the score to 2-2, and Victor is up 4 advantages to 1. What a crazy way to win a world championship. Victor Bonfim, Masters 1 middle heavyweight gold medalist. All right, you are seeing the back of Gustavo Paez, and he's going to be competing against the American Elliot Kelly. This is the final of the super heavyweight division. Elliot Kelly is in your white gi on your right. Gustavo, blue gi on your left. Now right. Gustavo is ranked number 25th in his division in the IBJJF. In 2015, he took 3rd place at Pan's Masters 1. 2014, he won that division in the Pan Ams. Elliot is a very active competitor, traveling all over the United States, refereeing and competing. A former Division I wrestler at UC Davis. Both men shake hands. And action starts. Elliot also likes to play deep half guard. Out of Gustavo, we saw a little bit of closed guard earlier in the tournament. So let's see how these strengths match out. Elliot fakes a shot here, fakes once again. He might want to shoot, as the reaction time seemed to be a little bit slower than Elliot's fakes. A little bump, good display of sportsmanship, and action resumes. Elliot's really reaching for that league leg of Paez. He's moving it around. Just judging by movement, it seems as though Elliot does have the advantage here in the stand-up. Both men interlocking heads. Paez using a very high collar grip over the top. Action goes to the safety area, and they restart back to the center. Elliot's getting a little deeper on that leg. Gustavo's using a left collar grip, drives out of bounds. I could definitely see this evolving into potentially a bunch of single legs, earning advantage points as they go out of bounds, given the style of Elliot right here. Gustavo doing a good job, staying out of danger. Gustavo is an instructor, professor at Gracie Baja Fullerton. Started training Jiu-Jitsu at the age of 15 under Marcio Feitosa and Carlos Gracie Jr. Front headlock now by Elliot Kelly, disengaged by Big Gustavo. Elliot trying a arm throw. Drop Seoinage, depending on your background. Elliot gets in deep on a single leg here, and he's going to get the takedown. He needs to hold him there for 3 seconds. It doesn't appear as though he held for 3 seconds and is certainly going to earn an advantage here, and he does. Bringing Elliot up by 1 advantage point with 4:05 remaining. This is likely going to be a very close contest, possibly decided by 2-point takedown or advantages. So that advantage is a pretty big one for Elliot. There's a good strategy by Gustavo. I almost expected this strategy right off the get-go because Elliot's strong in the stand-up position. And Gustavo's strong in the closed guard. So let's see where this goes from the closed guard, working from a little bit more of Gustavo's strong point. He's trying to work an overhook over the top of the back. It appears as though he gets it, but it's a little unclear. He does indeed get it, working an overhook closed guard, trying to pump out and make an angle. Elliott's worried about a shoulder lock here. He's getting swept over to the side, and he gets the tap. Gustavo Paez, world champion. You could see in Elliott's reaction how he was reacting to that shoulder lock that was coming on with that overhook. A very nice sequence worthy of study from Gustavo Paez. So switching over here to mat number 12, action is underway. I do believe this is Marcus Vinicius de Souza Bello versus Lincoln Paella. Marcus is on the bottom, I do believe, working the triangle. Excuse me, I had that reversed. Appears as though Lincoln is the one that finished that submission. So switching on over to mat 13, this is Gabriel Wilcox from Wilcox team versus Bernardo Patel from Nova União. As you saw in the camera angle before, Gabriel's in the blue gi, Bernardo in the black. We have moved on to the Masters 2 division. This is a light featherweight match, semifinal. Bernardo working the butt scoot position. Gabriel has to be careful for a penalty here not to engage the guard, which can come very quickly. He's trying to make a grip, maybe on a wrist. Bernardo gets his grips, pulls into the half guard position, trying to get up on his side. Maybe a Kimura. It's difficult to see what he's looking for. Doesn't quite have the grips for a Kimura. A little difficult to see what he's looking for, but I believe he has wrist control with his left hand. Just 45 seconds remain in this match. Gabriel seems to have it well under control, working a near side underhook from the half guard position. Bernardo's trying to get up on his side. Unsuccessful, just 30 seconds to go. One penalty issued for an incorrect grip. That's could be a potential influencing factor, but not so this far. Just one penalty on the board. 18 seconds to go. Trying to work, almost looks like knee slice against the half guard position. Tries to return him back to the mat. 10 seconds. Final 3 seconds to go, and it looks like it's going to be Gabriel Wilcox advancing by 1 advantage point. All right, this match appears to be Fabricio Camoes versus, from Gracie Humaita versus Rafael de Lima from Start Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Fabricio is on top, working from the reverse half guard. Rafael on bottom. This is a Master 2 black belt heavyweight match in the semifinal. Looks like he's trying to isolate a knee bar. He's untriangled the legs. He could have it. Maybe if he grabs a little bit closer to the ankle. There he goes a little bit closer to the ankle, but he manages to triangle his legs here. There is the risk of getting your back taken from this technique if you're good at preventing the knee bar. He's almost trying to hip bump to create a little bit of space and disbalance. There he goes. Looks like he's going to be able to recover from this very nice recovery attempt by Rafael. Into almost the half guard here. Rafael staying on his side. Fabricio is staying very heavy with his head, but he's pushing the face, which actually could result in a penalty, but not one issued there. Trying to bury the head, probably going to switch sides. Back to the open guard. Still control of the leg though. They're moving to Toriando grips, both legs, kind of shucks one way, goes the other, and goes the other again. He's trying to establish, maybe hug the legs, prevent him from escaping his legs. And a sit-up escape, but unsuccessful. Rafael does a good job of recovering to a butterfly position. Rafael tried to make a grip on the leg, but it was easily sprawled out on as Fabricio works to get into tight on this side. And time expires. Moving over to mat 13 now. This is the very start of the match. Double guard pull position. This is Ichiro Kinoko versus Daniel Alvarez Jr. This is a Masters 2 light featherweight. Daniel earns an advantage here. Trying to pass the guard. Gets in tight momentarily. But Ichiro does a good job of maintaining his guard, working the collar and sleeve. Tries to grab a leg and dive underneath, but unsuccessful. Utilizing a pretty interesting belt grip, spins underneath. Nothing doing, referee stops the action. Trying that same technique of putting the foot on the bicep and controlling the belt. Now switches to the collar grip. Does an arm drag, comes on top. A very nice sweep for 2 points. Ichiro from Pogona Club Gym comes up first on the board. Tries to bury his head in, potentially for an over-under pass. Daniel working the De La Riva guard, switches to the sit-up guard, momentarily anyway. And he's trying to feed the lapel under. But Ichiro counters by melting in tight to that half guard position. Good close guard replacement by Daniel. He has that grip all the way fed, the lapel fed over the back, but chooses to let go. Trying to switch to a cross grip, but it's being blocked. Now makes a pistol grip on the cross grip, trying to strip the grip. Kind of an interesting grip strip attempt by trying to push the palm. Not so typical. Ichiro stands. Daniel tries to lock the guard around the legs, but unsuccessful. Moves to a lasso instead. Lasso half, tries a tilt sweep momentarily. Ichiro keeps a good base, dives his head as Daniel tries a tilt sweep. Ichiro just not caring and using good base. Trying to get a good crossface, but that knee is in. That's why you see that circling aspect. Daniel's grabbing that knee, making it difficult for him to settle in. He might want to switch to sit-up guard, which it looks like he's trying to do. Coming up on a double leg, and he's gonna get it. 2-2. Daniel took the momentum out of Ichiro's game as he came out very strong. Now the double underhooks, it appears. Ichiro countering by putting that butterfly over the underhooking arm of Daniel. That foot on the bicep is making it difficult for Daniel to progress his passing, as it's keeping space and distance and disbalance, as is that butterfly hook over the double underhook. Daniel's trying to use his knee to kick off that foot on the bicep. Referee's inspecting the grips before dragging them back to the center. That foot is a little bit more on the bicep after the restart. He almost had it off using that knee. He's using that knee once again. That's where the action is. Look at Daniel's left knee. Ichiro switches to try and get underneath him by grabbing the collar and sliding. Switches to the other side collar.
This is the Master 1 Ultra Heavyweight Final.
Inverting now. Working almost from that double underhooks position once again. Now it's complete double underhooks, so very good progression for Daniel. Ichiro easily pummels in his leg and tries that same sweep once again. Didn't catch it this time. Tried that arm drag and sitting out sweep. All right, we're gonna switch on over to mat number 12, where the former double gold medalist in the adult division, Compredo, is taking Big Mac on. If you have any young kids in the room, you might want to shield your eyes. Both men working for grips. Big Mac is very tough to take down. He's just a solid brick wall that's difficult for anybody to do anything with. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw this entire match take place on the feet. Compredo is good at the stand-up, but to take down Big Mac, you need exceptional stand-up because you don't want to end up being sprawled on by Big Mac. It's probably about the worst spot that I could think of. Big Mac pops off that grip. Comprito switches to grabbing the collar. Excuse me, I meant to say sleeve. Kind of both men jockeying for position. Comprito throwing out a foot sweep attempt that he has no intention of completing, as does Big Mac. Comprito thinks about going low. It would be nice to see if he pulls guard here, maybe pull guard and then go into a quick single leg or something of this sort. Comprito choosing to grab all the way over the top of the belt. Penalty being issued to both competitors. And I wouldn't be surprised if these racked up quite quickly. I think Comprito's biggest concern here might actually be a double DQ off penalties. Because no doubt this is going to be a slow-paced match. Comprito kind of feinting on some takedown attempts. And again, the referee's going to that clock. You can see him look towards that clock, which is an indication of what he's thinking. What he's thinking is that there's not a lot going on. Referee's going to stop again. He's going to issue penalties to both competitors. This might be a game of chicken to see if Comprito's going to pull guard, because I don't think Big Mac is going to pull guard. So, like I said, Comprito's biggest threat here is probably getting double DQ'd. He's going in. He tries to get a hold of a single. It's just not going to happen. Comprito working a double collar, switches to over the top. It's actually very difficult from the stand-up position to give your opponent a penalty and not receive one yourself. The typical kind of rhythm of the penalties is that both competitors are issued penalties. It's not always the case, but it's a little bit more challenging than from other positions to just have your opponent get a penalty. So Comprito is going to need to at least push the pace as much as possible. Comprito has decent head positioning. Head underneath the chin there. Big Mac trying foot sweep. Just more jockeying for position. Let's see what both men interlocking hands. Might be a good time to try some creative entries into takedowns. Maybe going very, very low, almost like you're pulling guard, and maybe get a sit-up guard position, grabbing a lapel and switching to a single, or maybe even a fake guard pull, or something where you're able to get a hold of Big Mac's ankles. Big Mac now has an underhook versus an overhook. This is a pretty good position. He does throw him to the ground. This is going to earn an advantage, a very important advantage, because in this symmetrical game of penalties, that is going to be huge for him. Big Mac yesterday defeated Elliot Kelly in a mostly stand-up match that looked exactly like this. A double collar grip by Big Mac. Oh, here Comprito pulls guard, is the first to flinch. Now Comprito does have a pretty good guard, so let's see how he can use it against Big Mac. I think he understood that he was not going to make up an advantage from the stand-up. Prito working from the close guard, trying to get the foot on the hip and make an angle. Grabbing the pants. Luckily that the referee was on the other side, because it appeared that that was a little questionable. Big Mac using a very high grip with his right hand. Prito trying to go under a leg. Big Mac's trying to go under for a stack pass. Almost daring a triangle. And there's one thing that every jiu-jitsu practitioner learns is don't triangle somebody that looks like Big Mac. Prito grabs a pistol grip on the pants, maybe working a flower sweep, abandons it to break him down. Big Mac's just gonna reach behind and get a stack pass going, almost like that old school Gracie Basics videotape pass. Here's that triangle. Let's see if Comprito can finish it or Big Mac can stack and pass. Sometimes as a big guy, when you meet fellow big guys who have longer legs, you could be triangle, but not the case here. Comprito abandons it and goes back to the close guard, at least momentarily. Comprito very frustrated as time expires. So we're going to switch on over as Comprito is eliminated from the tournament. This is Daniel Rodriguez and Joao Jr. Joao is in the blue gi. Daniel is in, or excuse me, Joao is in the white gi. Daniel is in the blue gi. This is a semifinal match in the Masters 2 medium heavy category. We have just started. It's a 5-minute contest, and we're about 30 seconds in. Both men come out a little bit slow. Tying up and jockeying for position. Daniel's working a 2-on-1 grip. Not much action taking place. It wouldn't be surprising if the referee stopped the action and issued penalties at this point. Neither men doing, there's a snap down by Joao. The Novo and Yao crowd liked it. Yelling Boa from the side. Referee now stops the action, is going to issue both competitors a passivity call. And action restarts. 3:23 to go. I think as we ascend up the age categories, we're going to see a little bit less guard pulling, a little bit more matches like this, where they're taking place mostly from the feet. Here we go a little bit better of a pace after this passivity call. Still pretty much the same gripping structure the entire time, with this almost cross grip and under a lapel. We're going to switch on over to mat number 12, where we have a final in the Masters 2 heavyweight category. Excuse me, that was not correct. But I'm seeing Mikey line up. This is a final in the Masters 2 featherweight category, and it's Rodrigo Hariani, who's also known as Mikey, against Carlos Jr. of Gracie Baja. Referee is just about to invite them out. Just to keep you updated, the order of the fights is now updating quite consistently and is reflective of the matches that are on. The order of the fights is updated in real time, as is the brackets. So for these Masters 2 categories, we go down to 5 minutes. So the pace of the match is very, very quick. It's the same as a white belt adult. Mikey is on your right and Carlos is on your left. Getting some scoreboard issues resolved before starting this match. All right, here we go. Both men shake hands and start the action. Both men come out a little bit slower, looking for the right grip to begin to attack. Engaging in range now. He shoots on Mikey, does Carlos, and Mikey pulls guard into the De La Riva, trying to close his guard, and he successfully does. He has a same-side grip with his right hand as Carlos makes the grips, looks over at the clock. There's no score on the board. He has control, I can see at Matt's side here, of Mikey's sleeve. He's gonna pop up. Very classic display of a standing and opening strategy. He widens his base slightly. He's almost using his elbow a little bit on the inside of Mikey's left arm, left knee, letting gravity take its toll. Squats down a little bit now. Still controlling Mikey's sleeve, but Mikey might be able to circle free. You can see the action here is on that grip. Mikey tries to close his guard around, and he does, at least temporarily. He closes the guard around and see if he can come on top. He's not able to. And the position for Carlos stabilizes in the reverse half guard. Carlos looking to settle in. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get bridged off to his backside. Mikey's looking to throw a leg over and attack an arm. He's isolated that arm fairly well. And back into that reverse half guard. Able to roll and come to the same spot. Mikey needs to be a little bit careful of a knee bar from here. Carlos is ranked 107th by the IBJJF in this Masters 2 division with 72 points. It's from Gracie Baja, Downers Cove. So I'm sure all of his students are eagerly watching. Rodrigo, aka Mikey, used to be a Southern California native before moving on to pursue other areas of the country. Mikey's nickname comes from resembling Mike Tyson. So you can tell me if you think that Mikey resembles Mike Tyson. Very accessible nickname to American Jiu-Jitsu students. He was a World Cup champion in 2006. The bridge is on top, almost. He has hit this sweep many times before from this position. Mikey tried to work an underhook. One advantage point being awarded. Feeding the lapel underneath gets that nice pressure on there, solidified with that grip on the lapel. Carlos choosing to use a strategy of dropping the hips to pass the half guard. Could maybe bring in his knee across the stomach, his right knee, to wedge it outwards. Mikey strips the grip on the knee, but finds himself stuck underneath. Just repeatedly stripping the grip. It's unfortunately down on the scoreboard for Mikey. Carlos almost long steps free. He's getting around the guard. Can he establish it? He tries to switch his hips and clear the knee. Mikey forces to turtle and he jumps on the back. He switches to a triangle and a great exchange. One advantage point awarded, so looks like the advantage points are out of reach for Mikey. He's gonna switch to an armbar, it looks like. He makes that Kimura armbar grip, scoots out. And Carlos Jr. from Gracie Baja advances. This match here is Reinaldo Gonçalves de Arroyo Jr. versus Anderson Rogerio Hazana Loboto. This is Masters 2 semifinal, lightweight match. There's 3 minutes and 54 seconds remaining. Rivaldo is on top, Anderson is on bottom. Rivaldo tries to stand as Anderson tries to strip the grip, underhooks the leg to the underhook half close guard, unsuccessful however. Very active on both parties. Switches again to the cross grip, trying to work to strip the grip, a little difficult to see from this angle. Trying to get up, maybe work a hip bump Kimura series. He has that grip over the top of the belt, which really controls posture. Has a lot of options from here. Undoing the lapel, probably an attempt to feed it over the top of the back. Switching to try and pummel in for an overhook, around all the way over the top, but it's unsuccessful. A 2-on-1 grit strip by Anderson. Just simply regained by Rivaldo. Here he's working the arm drag, he's getting it going, he's going around the back, has not quite solidified it yet. He's trying to scoot out to the side. Switches to the underhook and cross grip, and back to neutral. Anderson once again sitting up and grabbing that over the top belt grip, looks up at the clock, sees there's 2:17 to go. Rivaldo is up 2-0. So it's on Anderson on bottom to come up with a sweep. We're going to switch on over to mat number 12, where a final is taking place in the Masters 2 middleweight division. On your right is Rodrigo, and on your left is Alexandre. Both men come out. A little tentative to engage in the area of the grips. A fake shot and a guard pull by Rodrigo into the full guard. Alexandre looking to control a sleeve. Rodrigo opens up the guard, grabs the sleeve grips, tries to work what looks to be a spider scissor sweep, and is successful for the first points on the board, 2-0. Alexandre using a knee shield position. Referee's inspecting the grips before returning back to the center. Into the half guard. If he's able to get a crossface with his left, he can earn another advantage and establish a more superior position. So watch for Rodrigo's left arm. Referee fixing something about the grips. Difficult to see from this angle. Watch for Rodrigo's left arm to come underneath the neck. I suspect that Alexandre is making a 2-on-1 grip on that arm, preventing it from coming under. Indeed, he does have a cross grip. Rodrigo is backing up from the half guard position, perhaps in an attempt to move to a knee slice. It does look like he's trying to lift his right leg to switch to a knee slice. Tries a disbalance to the left, but unsuccessful. It does look like he might be trying that giggler sweep. He has his hook switched now, so that's pretty decent position, especially if he has control of Rodrigo's right arm. Because if Rodrigo tries to come in and pressure, he could be swept to his right. Looks like it's just a cross grip, but the same type of dynamics are in play. There he hugs around the back. Alexandre hips out back into the open guard now. Butterfly guard, collar and sleeve butterfly guard. Does a good job of getting around. He's bearing his head, and he's able to almost establish the position, holds the knee on belly. This is going to be a 5-point move. 3 for the pass and 2 for the knee on belly. Probably is going to want to switch sides. Maybe also can switch to a smash pass weave. Number of options, maybe go north-south. He's going to control that near leg and try and pick it up and turn it instead of switching the sides. He's almost inclined to go north-south, making it a little difficult for Alexandre to recover his leg position. Alexandre looks like he's trying to get to the turtle and come to a failed shot position. Has grips on the pants. Still trying to get to the turtle. Another knee on belly would not be worth 2 points from this position. You need to switch to the other side in order to get another 2. So still trying to settle in on the side control. While he is past the legs, he doesn't really have as good of control as he wants. He has that grip, his right hand on that collar, making it very difficult for Alexandre to turn into him. He's trying to bulldoze his way in. Not successful in doing so, but he's not able to recover either. He's trying to establish switching grips. To what end is unclear. Tries to step over into the mount, which was probably what Alexandre was waiting for the entire time. Something like that to open up a recovery attempt. And it looks like he is going to be able to recover here, in this case, to a knee shield. So he has a big point deficit to overcome. And into the closed guard as time expires. Rodrigo Silva from Novo União takes the gold medal in the Masters 2 middleweight division. We're going to switch to mat 13 now, where George Filho from Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu is competing against Aldo Oliveira. This match has 3 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. There's no score on the board. Aldo is on top trying to pass George's guard. George doing a fairly decent job at retaining the guard, uses a disbalance with the grip on the leg to almost recover into the half butterfly, and Aldo sprawls around momentarily, almost recovers and brings him back into the closed guard position. Just trying to adjust his hand in the collar, feints a cross choke at least for a moment. Aldo tries to stand with the hands underneath the armpit, as George tries to counter with a hand in the collar. A very common strategy that Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu guys use is that hand in the collar. He's trying to find a piece of fabric on the other side to work a cross choke. It's quite difficult to finish, not impossible, from the closed guard. Usually when it's finished from the closed guard, you've established it from half guard or the mount or somewhere like this. So Aldo is going to try and stand while keeping his posture and keeping his chin tucked. George abandons the right-handed grip. He's trying to grab around the head, maybe for an overhook, but Aldo pummels his hands appropriately. Here trying that maybe overhook over the top grip. Slips free just as he almost establishes it. Tripods upwards to go and stand. Just under 2 minutes remain as the referee restarts the action in the middle. Action resumes back from the closed guard position. Trying almost to get that overhook again, but lacks that final step to get that control. Countered well. Trying to feed the lapel around the back, which could be a much better position for attacking that cross choke. There he has that extra fabric to grab onto, as you see, but still a little bit too much posture for it to work. At least at this time. He's grabbing it again, but you can see the forearm is quite securely on the jaw. So that's to clear not only the chin, is to clear the cheek. So it needs to go cheek clear, then jaw clear, then right on the neck in order for it to work. So he's a couple steps away from it. Looks up at the clock. Just 24 seconds to go. There's no score here. You've got to kind of wonder how these cross choke attempts are going to play into the decision, as it really makes him look like the aggressor, and indeed appears to be the case. There's 10 seconds to go. And it looks like we're going to go to a referee decision. So here's what you're going to see for a decision. If we can get a wide view, we can see all the referees, maybe, almost not quite. But you're going to see the center referee step back, invite the side referees to stand up. And then when he steps forward with one leg, all three referees will render their decision. Difficult to get it all in frame, but we're doing the best we can. Here we go, the side referees come up, and it's a majority decision. So it appears that those cross-choke attempts were enough to sway the minds of the referees. So switching over to mat number 12, we have Lincoln Jefferson Paella against Rafael de Lima. Lincoln is up 2-0 with 2:20 remaining. Lincoln is from Gracie Late team, and he's working to pass from the top position, and Rafael is defending. Has earned an advantage for this half guard as well. Has a very good passing opportunity directly to the mount. Rafael represents Start Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This is a Masters 2 heavyweight final. So with just over 90 seconds remaining, it looks like Lincoln is in firm control of this final match. However, the X factor here is that Lincoln does have 2 penalties. So one more penalty is going to even the score out at 2 apiece. So he has to be careful to be active. And it appears as though he's just looking to coast from this position and putting in pressure. So he's really flirting with a good degree of danger here as the referee walks around and is inspecting the position. Just about 1 minute to go. Would be wise of him to push a knee, try for the mount. Oh, here we go. He's hugging the legs and sprawling out. Very good strategically. He breaks the guard, trying to control that near side leg with his left hand. Cannot do so. And finds himself more or less where he started, in the half guard position. He's trying to do an omoplata, unsuccessful. Abandons out, trying to hip escape. Tries to pull for an omoplata again, but nothing there. He's trying to come up on a single leg or a double leg here. He has a pretty good attempt with 18 seconds to go. It is uneven on the penalties, so if he's able to complete it, not able to do so at this time. "13 seconds to go. Just the last couple of seconds tick away. And time expires. Lincoln is your Masters 2 heavyweight gold medalist. So action comes to a lull on both mats. See Tiago Almeida, his Ibero Jiu-Jitsu patch. He's going to be facing off against Manuel Flores from Paragon Jiu-Jitsu Academy. See Manuel in the background in the white gi. This is a Masters 2 Super Heavyweight semifinal. It's a 5-minute match. Tiago on your left, Manuel on your right. Both men start. Manuel coming out a little bit more aggressive. Gives a smile. One advantage awarded to Tiago. I did not see it, but it must have been a wrist lock attempt that I missed. Smiled afterwards. I saw the smile, but they were coming over right to our broadcast location. We were looking out. It could have only been a wrist lock attempt and collide. And action resumes. This looks like we're going to see some exciting stand-up. He shoots and gets the takedown off a single leg. Tiago comes up 2-0 with 45 seconds into the match, trying to work a knee slice. His knee's right up the middle, trying to keep Manuel down on the mat. He's trying to throw his knee to one side. He's using a very deep left-handed collar grip. He's using a thumb-in grip, it looks like. He's going to flare his elbow all the way into his neck. Take a look at his elbow and maybe even post out with his right hand. He ends up passing directly to the knee on belly, earning 5 points, 2 for the knee on belly, 3 for the pass. He's going to be working this cross choke. That's actually a grip you don't see utilized that much, is that thumb-in grip. A lot of people do that four-finger and grip, but it really has this great opportunity to flare your elbow into the neck, preventing any sort of turn-in and creating an extreme amount of discomfort. Tiago seems to be well in control movement-wise of this match. Starting to get a little angle. He might want to block the hips with his left. Instead, opts to cup as Manuel turtles and recovers. A very nice recovery into the half guard position. It looks as though he does have an underhook, which could evolve into something, but he frees himself from the guard. It's going to force Manuel to turtle once again. So with a score of 7-0 in these short 5-minute Master 2 matches, it's not a lot of time to make it up. So he's working quite comfortably. Turtling, taking the back, disengaging, but stays on him. Back to that knee slice. Let's see if we get to see this thumb-in grip knee slice again. Look at this. You see how he's using his left hand. Does not want that elbow to be flared towards the camera. Watch and see if he does, though. He's going to work the cross choke. That arm is preventing it, but now we're going to see it. Yes, you can see that elbow flare quite dramatically into the neck. Steps through, easily passes on a step-through pass off of that knee slice. Very good passing being displayed by Tiago Almeida. This brings the score to 15-0 with 36 seconds to go and working a cross choke. Manuel showing good recoveries, however. He's got a choke in pretty good now. Trying to get a clear view of the grips. Earns an advantage point for the choke, seemingly irrelevant at this point. Back to the sit-up guard, another good recovery. Has a single leg with the lapel fed underneath. With 1 minute to go, he would need to work some submission. Very nice completion of that single leg. He's gonna need to maybe attack the feet from the open guard. Not many submissions exist. Perhaps an Estima lock or knee bar here. He ends up almost passing the guard. He's sitting out, trying a sit-up escape. Goes to the turtle, and he's gonna finish as a double leg counter. It's not gonna be any points here. And that's an important scoring distinction, is that he forced him to turtle, and from turtle, he got a double leg, and from turtle, you can't score any points. So it's important to know that rule when you're competing or watching, so you can understand how the rules are being applied. 16 seconds left. Thiago looks like he's gonna pass maybe one last time for an additional 3, bringing the score to 18-0 as the final 5 seconds tick away. All right, in perfect time, we're gonna switch right on over to mat number 12. This match is Rodrigo Mandurica against Hariane Albuquerque. Rodrigo is on the left. Forgive the pronunciation. Both men tie up. These are the big boys, the ultra heavyweight Master 2 semifinal match here. Gracie Humaita representative trying a great foot sweep. As I mentioned before, Gracie Humaita has a very strong presence in these Masters tournaments. A good foot sweep counter. Gracie Humaita has an affiliation. Did make it on the podium for the female side of these Masters World Champions last year. He's making his way to the back. Very good exchange. Action restarts. Rodrigo working in over a very high collar grip with his left hand. Switching to a double collar. Some good grip strips by Hariane. Like I mentioned before, as we ascend in age, and particularly among the higher belts, it's quite common to see proactive stand-up matches.
And now at number 13, we have the Master Shoe, Male, Black Belt, Light Feather Final, representing Wilcox Team.
Referee gives them some instruction and restarts. Both men continuing a very similar pace. We're going to switch on over to mat number 13, where a final in the Masters 2 division is taking place. This is Gabriel Wilcox against Daniel Alvarez Jr. Gabriel Wilcox representing his own team, Wilcox team, and Daniel Alvarez represents Bruno Bastos Association. Gabriel on the left, Daniel on the right. And here we go. This is light feather. Unlikely that we'll see a lot of stand-up, proacted. There we go, back into the closed guard. Guard pull really quickly by Gabriel. Some good posture being shown by Daniel. Reaching a little bit to control that sleeve. It's very clear he wants that sleeve to begin to stand. That sleeve is riding up quite high. He gets control of it, stands with one leg, and two, switches to a quick omoplata. He's trying to push off the leg and potentially posture out of it. Dumps him over to the turtle, maybe trying to work a crucifix, but he does not have it. He spins back on top. Gabriel goes to the turtle, working for the back. Very fast pace of action in the outlying safety area now. He did slip in one hook, but it looks like we're going into almost a quarter guard deep half situation if he can secure his back to the mat. See, Gabriel's right arm is going to prevent that pretty good because his chest seems to be a little bit on the back, preventing it from going against the mat. So he's going to roll through and try and hip out under him. He might need to try and swing that left hook around to the mount. If Daniel's able to get his back on the mat a little bit more, scoots a little bit towards camera side, Daniel could potentially establish the reverse half guard, but isn't there quite yet. Gabriel looking to feed the lapel around, potentially for some chokes. He might need to try the mount. Ends up opting instead for half guard and sitting back once again to the back. It's a very tricky position because you're almost losing it and you're almost getting it. Still that single hook. Would like his chest a little bit more against the back. Just trying to scoot his way around. It's important to note that there still is no score as far as points go. Gabriel has only earned an advantage for the turtle. And here we go, almost into that reverse half guard. Gabriel doubled down on this taking the back strategy. He ends up getting on top. A very good job. Another advantage point earned by Gabriel, bringing up 2-0 on advantage points. He's trying to come up on a single leg. Nice, he removes himself from that single leg. Gets a front body lock, it looks like. Difficult to tell if it's a front headlock or front body lock. Can't see that left hand position. Could use this to bring him back down to the mat. Yes, you see here, kind of that sprawled position. He can yank with his hands, essentially. Does look like it's a front body lock given the hand positioning, and indeed it is. Let's see what plan that Gabriel has from this front body lock. Very tricky position for Daniel as his head is kind of stuck against the chest and belly of Gabriel. He's trying to make a grip on the lapel. Difficult to tell to what end. It looks like he is slipping out a bit. 1:27 to go. Working from the guard now, trying to get double underhooks. Difficult to see if he's established it, but it looks like he has. Taking a look at that left arm position to see where it is. Gabriel's been training since 1989. That's a lot of experience. He's a 4th degree black belt. You'll find this become more and more common as we go up to those Masters 2, 3, and beyond divisions. Just 30 seconds in this close match. Gabriel essentially just needs to maintain the guard for 22 more seconds. Daniel's doing his best to get a passing opportunity going, maybe an over-under, countered by inverting briefly. Looks as though he really wants an over-under type pass. 7 seconds is not going to be enough. And Gabriel Wilcox takes the gold medal by advantage. Over here on mat 12, we have Victor Doria versus James Foster. Victor is from American Top Team, and he's in the blue gi. James Foster, representing Lotus Club Jiu-Jitsu. This is an ultra heavyweight match in the Masters 2. It's semifinal, and we're about 45 seconds in with no points on the board. So both men come to standing. James seems to have a pretty decisive size advantage here. Good grip strip. Kind of a surprising move working from the guard. It's nice to see what type of guards the ultra heavyweight category has. Now into the closed guard. Establishes a cross grip, at least momentarily. Now has the same side grip. Trying to decide what to do with that right hand and chooses a hand in the collar. Victor grabs a sleeve and stands. Hasn't reached full posture. It's a lot of weight to try and get to that full posture. Decides to come down. Again, that collar and sleeve position. Now switches to a cross grip strategy using a 2-on-1. Hasn't stripped the grip yet, so it might be difficult to cross the arm. That 2-on-1 grip. It's a little more unclear from this angle, but it seems as though that's what he's working with. Victor goes to stand once again. It's going to be challenging because from this broken down standing position, you're carrying a lot more of your opponent's weight, and it's transferring into the lower back. He would need to go all the way to full posture, likely, but he feels that weight and comes back down. Referee issues a penalty to both competitors, bringing the first thing on the board, one penalty apiece. It's 1:52 remaining. Interestingly enough, we have two super heavyweight semifinals going on at the same time, and both are working from the closed guard position. There he gets the guard break that he was seeking. And working from the De La Hiva now. He's going to look to step over that leg, but as he does, James sets up the sit-up guard, and he's grabbing a belt or lapel under the leg. Victor's trying to counter by keeping his knee down on the mat and underhooking with his right hand. This could easily go bad for James if he's able to drive his weight forward and establish the half guard position using that underhook. It moves exactly that direction into the half guard, but he's able to hip out and establish a knee shield, keeping space and distance. And back into the closed guard we go. Referee's gonna stop the action and restart. So Victor likely looking to do that same guard break that he did, but here James, hand in the collar and does a technical stand-up back to standing. Wants to try his hand as the bigger competitor at the stand-up game. Reaching all the way over the top. Really good strategy, does a snap and into a single. He's got a hold of it, and he's almost countered by a hook sweep attempt. Pretty good exchange there. Kind of a similar exchange here. There's 2 points for the takedown. Brings James up in the last 4 seconds. A very critical 2 points. Brings him the victory at the last second. His students in Washington, sure proud of him likely. We're going to switch on over to the other mat. There's 30 seconds remaining, and this is a super heavyweight contest in the Masters 2. Brian Marvin is up 6-0 against Joshua Roth. Brian Marvin hails at Gracie Baja West Chase in Houston, Texas. Seems to be in firm control, working a cross choke from a knee slice position. As the final 6 seconds tick away, seeing if he can get the tap. Can't get it, but easily takes this one by way of 6-0. Now, for those of you just joining us, you can follow along with the action at IBJJFTV.com. There's a link to the order of the fight section, and we are covering mats 12 and 13, which are the 2 black belt matches. You also have access to the brackets, which are updated in real time, so you can see how these athletes progressed to this point. We are showing the semifinals and finals of the black belt division, including the open weights today on these 2 mats. And if you want a rough schedule, there's also a link for that schedule there. We're just about to enter in a short time all of the finals for the Masters 2 and progressing on to Masters 3. It goes chronologically by age. The Masters 2 division is that 36 to 40 range, with Masters 3 being 41 to 45. We're going to switch momentarily on over. We have Flavio Meyer against Tadashi Takashima. We will be switching over to the final of the Masters 2 lightweight division when that gets underway. Takashima is working from the bottom position. Flavio is on top. He's working a cross choke here. There's only one advantage point, and it's in favor of Flavio, and we are 45 seconds into the match. Working a pretty good high guard sequence. Looks like he almost has a triangle locked in. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing Shanji Hibero. Yeah, I'm seeing Shanji Hibero. I didn't know he was competing. Yeah, and he's on another mat, and we are going to adjust our camera positioning to accommodate, because this comes as somewhat of a surprise. Something's going on here. So it appears as though we are doing an exhibition match. I do not have the name of the athlete that Shanji is competing against. But appears to be a nice exhibition match for one of his students. All right, we're going to switch back on over to this mat here, where we have Rodrigo Filho against Rivaldo Jr. This is the finals of the Master 2 lightweight division. We're just about 20 seconds in. There's no points on the board. So Rogério has pulled guard. Looks like he's going into the closed guard here, trying to make an angle by pumping out to the side. It's pretty good opportunities for a number of different attacks. Back into a more traditional closed guard, back to a neutral position. Working the lasso and collar and sleeve. Got that foot on the bicep to prevent that hand from being used. Countered well with some good grip strips, a throw by pass into the double underhooks. Trying to switch into a stack. He's trying to make that thumb in grip on the cross side. Difficult to see what's going on. It appears as though he is grabbing the arm, trying to suck it in for a triangle. Again, trying to make a deep thumb in grip with that left. Rogério does a good job of recovering back into a neutral position. Rogério is up 1 advantage point to nothing. 3:22 to go. A little bit more collar and sleeve on this opposite side. Omoplata's being the main weapon, trying to work an omoplata here. Rivaldo's trying to step over with his leg. But Rogério had that omoplata, lost it now. Slightly awkward position. Danger of getting reaped. Interestingly enough, the center referee motioned disqualification while looking over at the other two referees. One side referee stands up and awards 2 points, and 2 points are awarded to Rivaldo. Bringing the score 2-0, trying to turn the corner. Trying to clear the leg out of the way, unsuccessful. Rogério's working double sleeve grip, trying to tie him up with the spider guard. Trying to work that omoplata triangle combination on that other side, which seems to be a little bit more successful. People are a little bit less acclimated to defending that omoplata on that side for those that can arrange their gripping structure on that non-traditional side, if you were to give it a name. More spider guard, 1:43 to go, 2-0. .128 to go. Still working to pass the guard. Just 1:10 to go. Rivaldo needs to get him to turtle. If he does get him to turtle, he's able to even up the score. Here's that turtle position almost briefly. Referee did not award an advantage point. Did a good job at avoiding that. Trying to stomp on the legs to free the grips. Same type of sequence, that triangle omoplata combo. It's in a little bit deeper, but that knee is still in there, preventing that triangle. Can switch again. Here he's gonna come on top, earning 2 points, solidifying his lead 2-0. So Rivaldo would need a sweep and an advantage, so he seems to have dug himself quite a hole here with 16 seconds to go. He's trying to get on top. He's gonna earn his way on top, but needs an advantage. It evens it up at two apiece. 5 seconds to go. So I got a little bit of backstory on the Shanji exhibition match, and it was Shanji's first blind black belt, and his coach said that he won 3 times the Brazilian International Master Senior back a while ago, and he actually didn't have fingers as well when he was a kid. He was disabled by a accident involving a rocket, so he was attempting to launch a rocket. So this was kind of his goodbye for Jiu-Jitsu, so to speak, with Shanji in this exhibition match. So a little bit of backstory there. And we're gonna switch back over to 13, where Joao Jr. is gonna battle George Filho. Joao on the right, George on the left. George representing Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu, and Joao Novo Nhao. This is Masters 2 final of the middle heavyweight division. It's a 5-minute match. Both men tie up. Joao pulls guard, working what appears to be an open half guard. Tries almost like a tripod sweep, trying to come on top and finish it in a double leg. And he does indeed finish it, bringing it up to 2-0 with 30 seconds in. So a little bit clearer, the gripping structure. He's using a cross grip So kind of like a 2-on-1 open guard with the feet on the hips. Probably working omoplata. Now switches to cross grip de la Riva. And now grabs the collar, so a collar grip de la Riva. Switching sides now. So now we're collar and pant grip. He does almost that same type of sweep movement that we saw his opponent do earlier. George working from the open half guard now, playing with the lapel a little bit. So lapel and sleeve, kind of cycling through various grips now. Now that back to that 2-on-1 position. That 2-on-1 open guard seems to be his strong point. Now he switches to the sit-up guard, looking to feed the grip underneath the leg. He does successfully do it. He can sweep here. He's trying to come up on a single leg, and he has a good chance of finishing it because that grip is completely isolated. He lets go of it though, finishes the single leg, evens up the score at 2 apiece with 3 minutes to go. Now working from a knee slice against knee shield. And action resumes. Almost thinks about stepping his leg around, but now establishing de la Riva, and he steps over the leg once again to that knee slice. He's getting an underhook, decent head position, and controls that leg to prevent him from rolling. He's trying to walk around and run him down. Trying to stuff the half guard in to recover. Turtles. And George earns an advantage point, bringing him ahead by 1 advantage point. So it's 2-2, 1 advantage point, with 2:22 remaining, so lots of twos here. Fortunately, it appears that we have an injury. So we're going to switch on over to mat 12 in the meantime. What we're watching is Derek DiMano versus Jackson McVicker. Derek is up 2-0, and this is a Masters 3 lightweight semifinal with 1:22 to go. Derek is on the athlete on top in the black gi. Derek comes up 4-0. It's 53 seconds remaining. Working from the headquarters position, but allowed his leg to be a little close. No harm though, is able to recover his base. Now working from the headquarters. Can go to knee slice or smash pass, and it looks like he's trying to go into knee slice. Smash pass might be a good option, as his legs are already inclined to go that direction. But he has that hand in the collar, really indicating he wants to get that knee slice. Referee's going to inspect the position. So a penalty awarded for illegal grips, it appears, and 2 points conceded. So that brings the score 4-2. Jackson is also down on advantages. So that ends this contest, 4-2. Derek DiMano takes the victory in the Masters 3 semifinal match. pause on both of the mats now, so there's no black belt matches taking place. Just waiting for the referees to signal them out. So we're going to switch on over to mat number 13, where this is going to be a final match in the super heavyweight division. In the foreground, you see Thiago Almeida from Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu in this black gi right here. And Brian Marvin is going to be his opponent from Gracie Barra. So while we're waiting for this match, we're going to switch on over. We'll come back to it. But so we can see a little bit of action that just got underway over on mat 12. This is Gilberto Silva versus Cyan Quiroz. This is a Masters 3 lightweight semifinal match. Working from the deep half guard. Gilberto is the athlete on bottom. Cyan is on top. It's a representative of Carlson Gracie team. Gilberto, as you see, the patch representing checkmat. He's turtling here but finds himself in the smash pass. He's able to get around to the side. He's trying to run him down. Ends up in the half guard. Tries to pop up into a knee slice. And is able to clear the legs. He's trying to hold him down, but is able to get to turtle once again, earning an additional advantage point. This brings the score 2-0 on advantages with 2:45 to go. Again, this smash pass position once again. Tries to pass to the near side, but finds himself in the half guard. Trying to convert into a knee slice once again. Kind of the same sequence repeated, but it's probably a matter of time before Gilberto doesn't have the energy to turtle. Looks like the energy is much less this time around, and we'll see if he can stick the guard pass. Here it is once again. He's holding that collar down, and he does indeed get the guard pass points. So we're going to switch on over to mat number 13 now, as this current match seems to have been decided as the time ticks away. As I was mentioning before, this is a Masters 2 super heavyweight final. We have Thiago Almeida on the left and Brian Marvin on the right. Brian shoots in and Thiago uses that double lapel grip to shuck him down, but Brian pulls guard into this reverse half guard position. Brian coming out of Texas, representing the Gracie Barra team. Thiago trying to counter briefly with the Kimura grip, but his position is quite unstable from here. Brian could possibly, eventually over time, come to his knees and complete a takedown. He's got to settle in his weight a little bit on the mat. Almost able to get to the knees. Tries to grab those pants on the far side, which should help him. Brian looks at the clock. There's been 1 minute that's gone by. This is a 5-minute contest. Here he's almost able to complete the sweep, the takedown sweep. He switches his left arm position, which was quite critical there, but he immediately dives on the back, which could prove to be a mistake, not consolidating the point gains. Finds himself in a very similar position. And Thiago's trying to counter with a Kimura grip. He's not able to complete it, and we recover as the referee directs them to the center of the mat. There's one advantage point in favor of Brian. There's 3:20 to go. Thiago's trying to drive heavy forwards and keep his left ear against the right ear of Brian. Action slowed a little bit. He's trying to grapevine his legs, maybe to make a little bit of space. I believe Brian Marvin is actually an active duty soldier. At least he was as of 2014. Action slowed a little bit, 2:20 remaining. Trying to cut into a knee slice is Thiago. He has good positioning now. He's freed his knee, and he has good head positioning, good underhook. He's probably going to be able to pass, and he does here. Brian's trying to turtle, which will give up his advantage point at minimum. So he's now losing by advantages, but finds himself defending his back. And a good grip Thiago has you can use to leverage to establish the back position. That second hook looks imminent. He puts it in. He does get the 4 points, bringing the score to 4-0. And he's on that choke. He's trying to isolate the shoulder. That choke looks pretty deep. Brian manages to avoid the immediate danger, but ultimately ends up getting the tap with 1:27 to go. So switching on over to mat number 12, we have Marcelo Oliveira versus Edson de Silva. Marcelo is on your left. Has the 9-9 patch gi on, despite representing officially Brasa CTA. Edson representing Gracie Baja. There looks to be a few other academies with his patches. Some good pace action going on from the stand-up. We're just 4:19 to go, so we're just about 45 seconds in. There's nothing on the board. Some good grip fighting taking place, good grip strips, back to neutral. Tries to grab a leg, unsuccessful. This is a Masters 3 medium heavy semifinal. Masters 3 is ages 41 to 45. The maximum that this tournament goes to, and all tournaments in the IBJJF, is Masters 6, which is ages 56 and up. If you'd like to stay apprised of the action, you can do so at IBJJFTV.com. On the upper part of the screen, you can click the order of the fights, the brackets, and also the schedule. We have not seen any female jiu-jitsu just yet. And 2 points. First go to Edson as he tries to get in tight of the half guard. Trying to improve his head position while simultaneously stuffing the knee in between his legs to establish that half guard. Looks like he's trying to switch into a knee slice. Brings that knee on the ground once again. A little bit vulnerability to Omoplata right here, given the arm configuration. He passes around to this side towards the camera. Turtles earns an advantage point at minimum. He's working to attack the back, trying to drag him down. Single hook in and tries to roll around to the side. He does get a pretty good grip in along the neck. This could be it. Even though with no hooks, he could just sit and finish. It looks like it is pretty close. And he gets the tap. Edson Silva advances to the final of the Masters 3 middle heavyweight division. Switching on over to mat number 13, we have Katsuhiro Inoue versus Sandro Santiago. We're about 1:30 into this match, leaving 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. It's a Masters 3 featherweight semifinal. Sandro is working to pass the guard from the double underhooks position. A good recovery by Inoue. Sandro working from the headquarters position. Can start a number of passes from here. Out of the immediate danger of the open guard. Still trying to control the legs, preventing him from spin under. As you could see, his efforts were to spin under. Uses the butterfly position ever so briefly to extend and come up, but he's on a guillotine now. Can Santiago finish this guillotine? We'll see how deep it is. He sits, he feels it's deep enough to warrant an attempt. He's trying to use the hooks to sweep. And he's able to shuck out. Referee's calling a stop to the action. Didn't immediately stop. And there's the advantage to both competitors. He shoots and gets into a rear clinch, and he trips. Very good trip. Back to the same position. Gets on the neck once again. You can see much clearer how deep or not deep it is. His forearm is under the chin, but that grip is a little weird on the side of the chin almost. This can be finished, however. The most important part is that the forearm, the blade, is underneath the chin. So he's gonna have one penalty for that illegal grip that you saw the referee swat away. 1:40 remaining. Santiago still insistent on this guillotine, has not let it go, but does so here. Earns in another advantage, bringing him up 3 advantages to 1. Action resumes. See if Santiago continues to use that kind of guillotine strategy. I knew he pulls guard. Looks like he could get close guard if he so chose, but wants instead to work from the open guard in this lasso. He's trying to invert on an omoplata, and he gets it. It's a pretty good position. tries the rollover sweep, unsuccessful, finds himself defending a single leg. Only 52 seconds to go. Inoue is gonna need a sweep to be able to complete this, and it seems as though that lasso was his best attempt. So if he can invert once again and into an omoplata, here he's working shin on shin to get under, shin on shin and spider. There he comes up, he has a good chance here. He switches to a double. He's gotta keep it in bounce though. He cannot go out of bounds. He dumps it, he needs to hold it, and he needs to free himself from the submission. There is 20 seconds remaining. So if he frees himself 18 seconds, then he's gonna get a ton of points. All he needs to do is free himself with 12 seconds to go, and he's gonna be the victor. But if Santiago hangs on, he's gonna win. He hangs on and stands up, only conceding an advantage point. Sandro Santiago wins on advantages by way of 4-1. Moving over to mat number 12, where we have Marcelo Azevedo versus Fabio Novaes. Marcelo is up 6-0. There's 2 minutes remaining. Marcelo is in the top position. So Fabio, representing Carlson Gracie's team, is defending the guard. Gets around, puts in a single hook. He's gonna come on top in the mounted position. Looks like he has a pretty good deep choke given the posture of both competitors, and he gets the tap. 6-0 on points, ending with a submission. Switching over to mat 13, we have Jeffrey Borgios versus Emmanuel Guevara. Jeffrey is on your right, who you might recognize as one of the very active IBJJF referees. Might have refed your match in the past. Emmanuel working to come up, very similar as last match, coming up on top with that butterfly and ends up securing that 2 points for that sweep takedown. Jeffrey working from the closed guard, trying to keep his hand over the head, preventing that grip. Trying to make a hand in the collar, but unsuccessful. And Emmanuel controls the sleeve and stands, is gonna come to a standing position. That cross grip by Jeffrey can be used to maybe take the back. He's getting around to the back, to the side. Finds himself in reverse half guard though, kind of an interesting exchange. He shoots right as he pulls guard. He looks up for those points. All three referees confirm that one. It's gonna be 2 points, bringing the score to 2-2. He's got to be careful of the same sweep now because it's the grips on the pants and just coming up on top from the butterfly with these great grips on the pants to finish doubles and singles. Here he's trying it again. Jeffrey doing a good job of controlling Emmanuel's grips, pants as well, so he cannot easily explode upright. Tries to angle his hips to get around to the side. He's initially successful and finds himself in the half spider guard. Emmanuel looking to maybe scoot underneath. Switches to a lasso, and then comes up on top on the single leg. He's probably gonna get up like he did before. He's gonna keep trying to complete the single leg, and he does get it, at least momentarily. He does hold for the 3 seconds, bringing the score 4-2 with 2:42 remaining. So no points yet. But there are the 2 points, bringing the score 4-4 with 2:10 to go. So it seems to be a sweeping battle. And like many sweeping battles, it depends who sweeps last. Here, a nice overhook. This could evolve easily into a shoulder lock, very, very easily. But he uses it as a hook sweep, a beautiful hook sweep for 2 more, bringing the score 6-4. So Jeffrey working from almost an underhook half guard, but it's against a knee slice. He's trying to gonna try and turn and come up on top as well. A very clever grip being utilized by Emmanuel, grabbing the leg. Makes it difficult for him to get up. But he earns his way into the half guard, at least briefly. Not enough for an advantage point, though. Jeffrey working a knee shield. Emmanuel steps around, forcing him to turtle. No advantage points conceded yet. There, the advantage point is conceded, which gives him a ton of breathing room with 1 minute to go, because he can afford to be swept and still be ahead. It looks like he caught a knee to the chin on that guard pull. Takes a couple deep breaths. 48 seconds to go. So he's gonna need to pass guard. Jeff is. Emmanuel's just gonna need to defend, continue his attacks. So another 2. Emmanuel solidifies his lead with 30 seconds to go. He might even get a guard pass here at the end with this position. Five seconds to go. Looks like it's just a formality here. So Emmanuel Guevara Jr., representing Shaolin, Vitor Shaolin BJJ, advances to the finals of the Masters 3 Rooster Weight Division Finals.
is now disqualified. James Kapua is now installed.
All right, we're going to switch on over to Paulo Girbel versus Tom Knox. Tom is on your left and Paulo is on your right. This is a Masters 3 middleweight semifinal. It's a 5-minute match. Both men utilizing a very upright posture, very judo-based. Looking for grips carefully. Some foot sweep attempts. Again, a very nice counter foot sweep attempt by Paulo. Working from the almost a butterfly half position. That hook in there. Paulo teaches in San Clemente, has a self-titled Jiu-Jitsu school. Tom Knox trains out of Kleber Jiu-Jitsu. Kleber is looking onward, shouting instructions at his athlete. Match is slowed considerably since the takedown, more or less working from the same position. Tom has a pretty good grip on the pants. Working to use his hooks to disbalance.
Ronnie Page, you need to see number 7 immediately. Ronnie Page.
And again, the butterfly guard by Tom Knox. Paulo gets around to the side. He's going to switch directions. So ends up clearing temporarily those hooks in almost like a smash pass configuration, but he has not established it quite yet. Tom is able to recover his leg position into this open half butterfly. Now into the open half, like a knee shield configuration with the hand in the collar. Some common options from here are cross chokes, loop chokes, even collar drags.
Ricardo Munoz, please see number 7, Ricardo Munoz.
So 2:25 to go. Paulo still up 2-0. So he gets around to the side. Tom's still holding on to that hand that was in the collar, still officially a hand in the collar grip, but not managing as much distance as he probably would like. He's going to switch to a hip escape, and Paulo's going to run him down and establish this position. All he needs to do is hold for a few more moments. There's the 3 points, bringing the score 5-0. Paulo's doing a good job of avoiding the leg getting scooped into the half guard by folding his leg appropriately. Still has to get by the stiff arms of Tom Knox. He does so, inching his way ever higher. So kind of a slow but consistent pace put on by Paulo. There he steps over into the mount. It's a very, very low mount. He might be able to slide his legs in, especially given his butterfly guard inclination. He recovers into the smash pass and again into the half guard. So he earns an advantage for that attempt though. So score is 5-0 with 1 advantage with 51 seconds to go. So working from the knee shield is Tom Knox, but it looks like the final seconds are gonna tick away. So Paulo was a 6-time Pan Am champion, 2015, 2012, 11, 10, 6, and 3. This is a 5th degree black belt. It started in 1988. Choke attempt from bottom. Isn't going to be enough though, and Paulo's going to advance into the final of the Master 3 middleweight division. Moving over to the other mat, we have Tadashi Takashima versus Marcio Barbosa. Marcio is the athlete in the blue gi. And Takashima is in the white gi. Working from the closed guard, a hand in the collar grip. Takashima represents Boston BJJ. Barbosa representing an academy by his own name. There's 3 minutes remaining, nothing on the scoreboard. So again, kind of this hand in the collar. Referee's gonna issue passivity calls to just one of the athletes. He issues it to Takashima. So that can be quite critical. This is the final of the Masters 3 light feather division. He's trying to climb his guard higher and lock up that high guard. Now into the open guard. Working a leg lasso. Marcio doing a good job of circling his hand. You can see to the back of the leg to eliminate the control of that leg lasso. But now forces it into a knee shield position. And it turns into a leg weave. Has a deep cup of that leg weave, cupping that bottom leg. And back into that leg lasso we go. And that leg lasso half guard, circling his hand. Want to see how his right hand is circling to the back of that leg. Could eventually work to strip the grip in that manner. So it's lasso half against knee slice, it looks like, as Marcio tries to settle into the half guard. Much of the action is on that right hand of Marcio, if he can free the control of that lasso. So one penalty apiece actually on the scoreboard with 1 minute to go. Now into an overhook and back into the open guard. Just 45 seconds to go. Could potentially be going to a referee decision in every black belt contest today. They're in a 3 referee format, so majority decision. Steps over the leg, tries an X pass, but had that lasso, which stopped it in its tracks. Tries a leg drag as he inverts underneath. Final couple of seconds tick away, and we are going to a referee decision. The decision is going to go to Marcio Barbosa.
Jamil Fakuri, you have 2 minutes before being disqualified.
So over on this mat, on mat number 13, we have a former world champion competing. We have Cassio Warnick. He was world champion in 2003 versus Jackson Santos. So Cassio is in the white gi and Jackson in blue. Working a knee bar. It's pretty close. Kind of depends where it is on the knee. Tries to climb a little bit higher, and he gets the tap. So we tuned in just in time. There was 1 minute to go. The score was even, but Cassio indeed ended up getting the knee bar. Something that we've seen rise to predominance with Bernardo Faria's use of the technique. Cassio got introduced to Jiu-Jitsu through Capoeira. Then to Judo, then in Jiu-Jitsu. So there you have the introduction. We have the finals of the Masters 3 lightweight division. Derek representing Cassio Warnick, and Suyan representing Carlson Gracie team. Derek is in the black gi. Suyan is in the blue gi. Derek trying to make a grip on that collar, trying to stab in with his left hand to open up the lapel. Seeming like it's going to be a pretty active stand-up battle, just judging by the body language of both competitors.
Jamil Fakuri is now disqualified.
So a 2-on-1 being utilized by Derek. Wouldn't have called that a Russian arm tie. Probably needed to be a little bit more solidified for it to be a Russian arm tie. Looks like he likes to use the opponent's grip to be able to establish that 2-on-1, angling his body out to the side. If he could strip that grip with the 2-on-1, it could really help establish the position. So a penalty issued to both competitors, bringing the first thing on the board to be 2 penalties with 3:20 remaining. Masters 3 is 41-45. So Derek and Suyan fall in this category. So another passivity call by the referee. Derek is an instructor at Waza Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Wrestled in high school, finishing 3rd in CIF. Derek has a wide degree of influence. Cesar and Half Gracie and Nino Schembere, who he cites as his teachers, along with Cassio, who he represents here in competition today. Xian hails out of Carlson Gracie, Utah. So just 1:45 remaining. 2 penalties apiece. More or less the same type of chemistry going on throughout the match. There's a takedown attempt, unsuccessful though. .119 to go. Derek using a very high grip, switches to an overhook, or at least tries to momentarily. There he hits the fireman's carry. He's going to go to the, try and go into the back, scrambles back to standing, which should earn him a very important advantage, and it does. Suyan moves up by 1 advantage point with about 1 minute to go. So just the final 40 seconds to go. Suyan is going to take this by advantage if everything stays the same. Saw 1 good fireman attempt, countered by a back take and then a scramble back to standing as they went out of bounds. Most meaningful exchange. There again. Derek trying to do a takedown. Wasn't close. Just 15 seconds to go. Coming a little bit more desperate with 10 seconds to go. Tries to shoot, he almost isn't on a single, and time expires. Suyan is going to take this 2 advantages to 1. So here we have Charles Correa versus David Iverson. Charles is in the blue gi, David in the white. Charles represents G13 BJJ and David Gracie Baja. This is a Masters 3 heavyweight category. David utilizing a bit lower of a posture. Pulls guard. His left hook is in, preventing him from getting closed guard, which it seems as though is what he's looking for. Perhaps not. He works a hand in the collar. Swivels to the side, almost finds himself in smash pass, but pulls himself into the single X. Going into the single X. Charles strips the grip off and controls that sleeve. Good strategy, long steps out of it and establishes in the half guard. Momentarily had the ankle pinned all the way to the butt. Some pummeling by David going on as Charles settles in into the knee shield. Chooses to lace the legs. David trying to push away with that foot on the hip to make a little bit of space. Jumps to the side and a jumping pass. He has control of that far sleeve, which can make it very difficult to turtle. Let's see if he can stick it. He has not earned points yet. There he does, bringing the score to 3-0 in this semifinal match. Turtles to try and escape, but finds himself having his back taken, bringing the score to 7-0 with 3:11 to go. We're going to switch on over to mat number 12, where Saulo Ribeiro is about to take the mat against Luis Camargo. Saulo Ribeiro, probably the biggest name here of the tournament, the heavy favorite in his division. Some good grip fighting. Saulo seems to be the smaller competitor here. Luis using a collar grip, briefly was attacking the head with his left. Saulo and his brother, a fan of the fireman's carry from the stand-up position. A lot of very judo-based approach. Saulo is the co-leader of the University of Jiu-Jitsu down in San Diego. This is in the Masters 3 super heavy category. Some good grip fighting. There's a drop serenage. He hits it and he's already past the guard. Referee's going to restart back in the center. I'm almost happy that he recovered guard so we could see a little bit of Saulo's guard passing. He easily steps around to the side. He's going to establish in the crossbody position. Brings the score to 5-0 with 3:30 remaining. Goes for an arm lock, gets the arm lock. Saulo Ribeiro in a minute and a half in impressive fashion. So we will see Saulo Ribeiro again in the finals. We'll also see the Hall of Famer in the open weight division as well. So back here, this is again Charles Correa versus David Iverson. Charles is up 7-0 with 25 seconds to go. As a reminder, Charles was the athlete in the blue gi. So some last minute attacks, the final seconds tick away. Charles Correa from G13 BJJ advances to the final of the Masters 3 heavyweight division. Probably on the man on a crash course with Saulo Ribeiro is Roberto Godoy. He's going to be facing off against David Gill. Roberto must be the heavy favorite in this match as well. Roberto is on your right, in case you're unfamiliar. David, representing Zenith BJJ. You can see that patch is nearer to the camera now. Roberto has some dominant grips here, controlling the sleeve and collar while preventing David from getting an effective grip with his right hand. Tries a foot sweep there with those grips. They go out of bounds. Referee calls stop to the action. Gets an advantage point to Roberto. Referee instructs him to remove the rubber band that was around his wrist. And action resumes. So it seems Roberto is probably a little bit the favorite on the stand-up as well, just judging by the gripping structure here. So he's going to pop this grip off. He gets control of that sleeve while preventing him from his opponent from having any control. So David's already working at a disadvantage here. Doesn't have control of that collar, and he's just grabbing the belt here. So we'll likely see this gripping structure leveraged into a takedown. Now it's not as dominant as like a body lock or something like this, but it's definitely a slightly dominant position. You can see there that control that he's placing on the sleeve as David was trying to circle it free and do something with it. Looks as though the plan is to hit foot sweeps, just like that first one that earned him his first advantage point. 3-minute mark just passed. If you want to follow along on the action, you can do so. IBJJFTV.com has the order of the fights, the schedule, and the brackets posted. All of those are updated in real time. Action resumes. Action slowed a little bit. Referee looks towards his watch. .150 to go. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a passivity call. And we see just one passivity call, and it's awarded to David Gill. I commented earlier in the day how it was a little bit challenging for one athlete and not both to get a passivity call from stand-up, but that is the case here. It's kind of taken place mostly in this gripping structure, just kind of moving around, testing. You don't see in these, this is 41 to 45. Past 40, you don't see many people shooting. That's a pretty explosive movement. See more of the foot sweep attempts. Coming up in a few matches' time, we have Paulo Girobel versus Cassio Wernick. That's a pretty heavy-hitting match in the finals of the Masters 3 middleweight division. Megaton is going to make his debut shortly after that.
Eduardo Martins, you have 2 minutes to see number 7.
So just 40 seconds to go. Roberto Godoy is up 2 advantages to 0 and up 2 penalties to 1 as well. Here a little bit more aggressive action as they go at a bounce. More pushing than substance, however. They're a good attempt. And a counter throw with all that forward energy. So that's going to earn another advantage, not 2 points. There's the advantage point. Just 16 seconds to go. It's not outside the realm of possibility for either competitor to take this. David could end up with a takedown. There he goes on a single leg. And time expires. Roberto Godoy on a collision course with Saulo Ribeiro.
Representing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, representing IBJJF,
So here we go, the finals of the Masters 3 featherweight division. We have Sandro Santiago in the blue gi, Alexandre Freitas in the white gi. This is a 5-minute match. And it appears it's going to be closeout. So on mat number 12, we have Luis Vega versus Sina Monafardi. Luis represents Kaiki and Sina Alliance. This is a semifinal Master 4 light featherweight contest. We are 1 minute in with no points on the board. Cena is the athlete on bottom, Luis on top. Cena's working a cross choke. Referee stops the action, however. I'm not actually sure what the disqualification was for. Oh, here we go, the body language of the referee. So he was grabbing the trachea. He was in the middle of getting our bearings for us. Did not see the movement in question, but you cannot grab the trachea like this. Even right now, it's kind of interesting to see the referees confer with one another. So you do not want to go anywhere for this match. As far as Masters Jiu-Jitsu goes, this is as big as it gets. This is a Masters 3 final of the middleweight division. Paulo Girabel versus Cassio Wernick. Two very well-known figures in the sport and martial art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Paulo representing Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu nearer to the camera, and Cassio further, wearing the belt. Both men utilizing a very upright posture. Looking to play a little bit more judo-based game than wrestling-based. Both come out very calm and collected. We saw Paulo open up the lapel a little bit to have easier access, almost fakes a guard pull. Cassio pulls guard. You don't see that too commonly in these divisions unless they're very confident. Here the closed guard, he's working a waiter sweep. Stopped nicely by Paulo. You can see how he's angling his knee towards the right or the left hip, because part of the waiter sweep, the function of it is to bring out your knee towards the camera right-hand side to create that disbalance. See how that knee is bowing to the outside? But it wasn't enough because he was bending his knee towards the inside. So Cassio switches his strategy to collar and sleeve, maybe working an omoplata here on the near camera side. Possibly right as his guard opens, we can see that right leg swing for an omoplata. Paulo choosing to use a broken down posture strategy to open the guard. Here he opens his guard, puts the foot, pummels it on the inside, and finds the hip. There's still the possibility of the omoplata on this collar and sleeve side. Paulo's changing his base to be a right leg lead, which can make it a little bit more challenging on that side. So he switches to the deep De La Riva, gets the De La Riva X, He has a lot of control from this position. Releases it, however. Momentarily goes for the omoplata on that side. Now into De La Riva with a left leg lead. Collar grip being utilized to control the posture. Paulo has managed to step over the leg, at least momentarily. Kind of flirting between that point of stepping over and not stepping over. Cassio gets under the single X, completely establishing the single X position. He's in a great spot to be able to sweep from here. He can switch to full X, or he can simply do a technical stand-up directly from this point. There he puts in his full X. He's going to look to extend his hooks out and do a technical stand-up, most likely. Paulo basing on his right hand, trying to remain calm. Essentially, most escapes from this position revolve around killing the hooks, which is why you see with his right hand there is pushing down the hook. You can see he's going for that bottom hook, which is slightly less common. So a penalty being issued on that grip. He didn't agree with that, but he does end up recovering from that spot, that X guard, and is working a pretty good toreando. Cassio's doing a good job of keeping the foot on the bicep and using that hand in the collar. He does a collar drag and gets the sweep off that collar drag. 2-0. Now Cassio's working a knee slice. He's going to need to deal with that left leg of Paulo first. He's working a good knee shield. Has a good cross grip on the sleeve. He's trying to retain the open guard, it looks like. He's trying to pull out that right leg. He's cleared the knee line of that right leg. Not a lot of time here, 25 seconds. Paulo's going to need to come from behind. He's going to need to sweep from here. He's trying to hip bump movement. 17 seconds. Back to the open guard. He's trying to triangle. Could switch to an omoplata. 7 seconds. It's not going to be enough time. Cassio Wernick is going to take this one in the final of the Masters 3 middleweight division. Cassio Wernick, adult world champion in 2003. Now the Masters 3 world champion here today. This match that we just saw, the winner, Fujita, have his hand raised. He won 6-0, so won on points. This is Emmanuel Guevara versus Makoto Suwada. This is the finals of the Masters 3 Roosterweight division. Time limit is 5 minutes. Emmanuel is in the blue gi. Makoto in the white gi. Makoto quickly sits guard. Emmanuel sits momentarily as well, but decides to come on top and work against the open guard of Makoto. Emmanuel trying to get control of that leg. The grips of Makoto not preventing it, or not allowing it rather. Emmanuel working a long step style passing. Trying to scoot his butt away. He's getting an improved position, kind of an awkward position with his right leg in that spot. Kind of teetering on that point between getting a really great position and getting swept. That awkward right leg position is not making it easy to stay on top. That grip on the leg with the right hand also is making it very challenging to stay on top, but he does. Makoto earns an advantage, another advantage, so it brings it up 2-0 on advantages with 3:24 to go. Emmanuel's going to need to free these grips that Makoto has on both of the pants, because nothing good can come of that. Makoto has the option of coming on top and wrestling type exchanges in a number of different ways. It's like wrestling with handles. Still kind of working from the same type of position. Here it changed slightly. Steps over this leg and gets into a knee slice. Makoto showing some flexibility, pummeling that right leg to the inside. There Emmanuel gets an underhook with his left. Needs to step over that leg. He's probably going to use his right arm to help step over that left leg. Makoto working a good shin on shin. Trying to scoop in, maybe to single X. Though that left leg doesn't have a hook. Emmanuel finds himself established in the half guard, earns an advantage point, which could be an important advantage point. That brings it 1-2, speaking from Emmanuel's perspective, on advantage points. Just 90 seconds to go. Emmanuel looks up at the clock, realizes there's not a lot of time to go, and he's going to need at least another advantage to tie it up. Finding himself in a sticky situation here. Just 1 minute to go. His corner is going crazy, telling him to put his back on the mat. Here it looks like he's going to concede a sweep, at least an advantage. And he does concede the sweep. The first points on the board are going to be Makoto's, 2-0. That was actually probably a smarter move, because now he does not concede an advantage, and he was confident in his ability to come back on top. So he's going to need an advantage, 25 seconds to go, but here he concedes another sweep. It's going to bring the score 4-2. Makoto seems to be pulling away in these final moments, almost ending past the guard in somewhat of a pseudo leg drag position. And another 3 for the guard pass, bringing the score 7-2. However, the side referees retract it. Seems to be a moot point as the time expires. Makoto advances. Actually, this was the final, so he is now the gold medalist of the Masters 3 Roosterweight division. We're catching the last 30 seconds of this Masters 4 lightweight semifinal match. This is Ricardo representing Gracie Himaita and Ademosin representing Hibero Jiu-Jitsu. Ademosin is up 2-0 with just about 10 seconds left. And the time expires. So we're moving up the age categories. Starting to see those Masters 4 come out, which is ages 46 to 50. So this is the finals of the Masters 3 heavyweight division. It's Charles Correa versus Richard Martin. Charles representing G13 in the blue gi, and Martin representing Carlson Gracie team in the black gi. Good foot sweep to open up by Charles. Both men collide head with head. Richard kind of feinting a shot inwards. A nice fake guard pull into an ankle pick. Very beautiful. You do not see that much in the Masters 3 division, much less the Masters 3 heavyweight division. An excellent technique. So working from the close guard now. Charles comes up on an early lead, hit that in about 30 seconds. Richard working to feed that lapel all the way around. Abandons it, however. Trying to use it maybe to trap an arm, it looks like. Instead forgets about the lapel momentarily. Charles looked like he was going to a Sao Paulo style pass, but abandoned it. Keeping a low posture. Probably in an attempt to deflate a little bit of the clock. Richard gets a cross grip. He's grabbing onto this lapel, but has not really given us enough clues to understand what he's looking for. Perhaps just setting up the lapel usage in the open guard. It's instead kind of shifting back and forth between the lapel, the strip of the grip, and the 2-on-1, and the grip on the leg. Here's working the grip strip. And it goes back to the lapel once again. So he's controlling the sleeve is Charles, but doesn't look like he wants to stand. At least not at this point. There's 2:45 to go, and he's up by 2 points. It wouldn't be surprising if we saw a passivity call. For Charles, at very minimum. Richard seems to be somewhat active on the bottom. There it is, that single penalty to Charles. The referee just touched him and awarded the penalty. It's actually quite common when people are competing that when the referee touches them for the penalty, that they stop right there. I've seen it at a number of different tournaments. And the rule there is they do not touch you unless you're facing away from the referee and cannot see. So it's very common from half guard and close guard and positions like this where you're not looking upright. So it's important to know when you're competing. Referee touches you, they're issuing a passivity call in circumstances such as these. 1:45 to go. 2-0. Charles could easily give up another penalty if he so desired. He looks a little bit frustrated. He does not look like he wants to stall. That does not look like his strategy. Maybe he's just quite perplexed by the close guard of Richard Martin. Yeah, Richard working that cross grip again. To the lapel, we've seen this a number of times. Doesn't seem to be too resolute in any one particular attack, however. Here Charles is trying to post out that leg wide, possibly an attempt to get the foot on the butt. Just 1 minute to go now. Here finally in the open guard position. This looked like a momentarily reap. It was cleared by the referees. Richard's trying to come out, attack the legs backdoor, but it looks like we're going into 50-50 guard, which could be a good spot if he sweeps and gets an advantage on a leg attack in 30 seconds. And that's a lot of movement and not a lot of time. So Charles is just going to keep his base here to the best of his ability. 20 seconds. He's really got to pump his legs. He's going to look and double down on this knee bar. It looks like he's going to attempt this. Charles gives a glance at the clock, sees that there's 7 seconds. Charles Correa, Masters 3 heavyweight world champion. And he won it with a fake guard pull. Moving over here, this is a Masters 4 lightweight semifinal match. There's just 57 seconds. This is Rodrigo Medeiros. And it was Randolph Phillips. This match here is Carlos Eduardo de Arroyo Farias against Leandro Nunes de la Costa. Carlos is in the blue gi. Leonardo in the black gi. I don't think we'll be seeing guard pulling out of Carlos. This guy is mean on top. Grabbing the belt and collar and snapping down. I think this match is likely to continue for most of the duration from this position. Carlos teaches out of Mesa, Arizona. So a road trip away from here in Vegas. And it's common in these divisions, like Carlos, to have over 20 years experience in Jiu-Jitsu. So passivity call issued to both competitors. We're gonna switch on over to this match here. It's a Masters 4 contest. Semi-final in the medium heavy division. This is Paul Nava and John Emmett. John is in the white gi and Paul is in the black gi. The score is 0-0 and we're just 40 seconds in. So very active and very aggressive as Paul tries to get around. It looks like at minimum he's gonna get him to turtle. He's trying to pick up that near arm to prevent him from turtling in. He tries to step over to the mount or potentially smash pass position. There's one advantage point in favor of Paul. Goes to that far side, and it looks like he's going to establish, and he does, for 3 points, bringing the score to 3-0 with 3:33 to go. Some active engagement between the two. Referee stops the action. Paul is a black belt under Gustavo Dantes. He's the owner and instructor of at a Novo União affiliate called Nava Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in Chandler, Arizona. John doing a good job of standing and opening the guard. Into the De La Riva guard we go with the lapel. And Paul establishes once again that closed guard position. Brings his hand over his head in an attempt to strip the grip. John does a good job once again of standing to full posture and breaking once again. This time he manages to avoid getting put in the closed guard again, and he's around the guard. If he can stick it, he can get the guard pass. He's turtling. He's trying to throw in his hooks. He's a little high, and he's probably going to fall off the top. And indeed, that's what happens. Will earn one advantage for his turtle. One of the side referees stands up, but the other did not. Possibly just to help drag them back to center. So we'll see if he gets that advantage. So it's a pretty good passing position for Paul. Circles around and gets to the side. Switches sides to the other side. Just relentless with his passing and pressure. Gets him to turtle once again, earning an additional advantage point. Trying to settle in it on the side control position, but he knows he's up on points. He's going to lay the pressure in. John tries to shuck the head aside, comes up on a single leg. He's got the lapel, it looks like. The lapel is fed under, so he's on a lapel single. Good sprawl going by Paul, but it's not going to be enough. And he's going to get the sweep. This still places him in quite a predicament. He's going to need to pass to win. 19 seconds to do so. The score is 3-2, and John is down. Really need to start the guard pass now, but he earns his way into the half guard, getting an advantage. It will become irrelevant as these final 3 seconds tick away. And Paul Nava of Nava Jiu-Jitsu and Team Nova União affiliate advances to the finals of the Masters 4 Middle Heavy Division. So here we have another big name in Masters Jiu-Jitsu. We have Fabiano Schöner. He's going to be facing Hanelson Silva. Fabiano is in the blue gi on the left. Silva, white gi on the right. This is Masters 3 Ultra Heavyweight Semi-Final. Fabiano lists his favorite technique as top position, so it should be no surprise what the ultra heavyweight has in mind for his style. Fabiano came up at the Brazilian Top Team Academy. Seems to be the bigger athlete here as well, looking to leverage that into victory. It's nice to see the ultra heavyweights in the Masters 3 division take a shot. Can add an interesting dynamic to the stand-up. As you can see, Fabiano is a representative of Gracie Barra now. And Silva represents Elite Jiu-Jitsu. Fabiano getting an underhook. He can trip and grabs a single. They go out of bounds. This is going to be an advantage point for Fabiano. So some pretty good stand-up exchanges, seemingly going the favor thus far to Fabiano Schöner. Fabiano seems to be looking for a right underhook and then progressing from that position. Fabiano was promoted to black belt in just 3 years and 9 months. He's competed MMA as well for pretty much every organization out there in his era. UFC, hook and shoot, cage rage. Some foot sweep attempts by Silva. Fabiano just limp legs his left out. So 2:19 to go. He's attacking the head rather aggressively there. Silva has to be careful about a stalling call for staying in bounds and passivity, because you notice that Fabiano is advancing and he just keeps retreating out of bounds. Doesn't have much of a choice as the smaller athlete in many cases. Fabiano's been a black belt since 2002. Grabs up a single leg, coming very close to our broadcast position. And he trips for the takedown. Very nice takedown. If he holds him here, it's going to be 2. He does get 2. This position, for the turtle position, with both knees down, not one, is considered top position. So he did earn the takedown position as he earned that top position spot. So it gives him an opportunity to work from the turtle position with 48 seconds to go. He has a grip across the neck. He could potentially turn that into a choke. 38 seconds. Here he's looking for a clock choke, and he gets it. Fabiano Schörner advances as anticipated in the semifinal, Master 3 Ultra Heavyweight. Moving on over, we have Sean Spangler versus Maverick Loeb. Sean is the athlete on top. So he's the belted athlete, and Maverick is working from the bottom position, representing Gracie Barra. The score is 0-0, but Maverick has 2 advantages, 1 penalty apiece. So Sean doing his best to open this closed guard, takes a step backwards even to try and generate more force using his elbows. But if there's one thing that these Masters 4 guys have, they have stubbornness. He held on, but not for long enough. There's 30 seconds to go. Sean will need a guard pass or 2 advantages to at least tie it up. Switches, he might be able to get this. He could have a come from behind victory. There's 18 seconds to go. He needs to stick it. He should just possibly stop moving. And if he just stopped moving past the guard, and here he's entangled back in the closed guard again, 5 seconds. He earns 1 advantage point, but it's not going to be enough. Maverick Loeb from Gracie Barra is going to advance by way of advantage to the final of the medium heavy Master 4 division. Here we have one of the biggest names here today, Megaton Diaz versus Kelly Johnson. Megaton is on your right in the belt with the Gracie Humaita patch on. Kelly representing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, Pedro Sauer. Megaton known for competing in the adult division despite being a true Masters 4 and putting up good matches. Now, Megaton is known for his stand-up, but Kelly is on a pretty good single leg. He has that lapel fender, which only increases the control. His corner was yelling Uchimata. He in fact got his nickname Megaton through his judo base. He would throw people and they would explode like a nuclear bomb, a megaton. Megaton is of course the father of female jiu-jitsu standout Mackenzie Dern. Action resumes. We are going to switch over. The only person that could probably bump Megaton is the one and only Saulo Ribeiro versus Roberto Godoy, who we saw earlier. These two often square off in the Masters 3 finals. It's no different here today. Both men have very strong stand-up. Probably the edge going to Saulo, but Roberto comes out strong. Saulo hit a Seoinage in his opening match of the day. Here he's working a 2-on-1 control. And Roberto grabbing a high collar grip. Kind of wonder if the possibility of a wrist lock on Roberto's left arm, but it's not there. Here he pulls, looking for a hook sweep, and he arm drags and gets to the back. He gets to the rear clinch. He tries to counter, but Saulo finds himself on top in the half guard position. Saulo trying to switch sides and pass the other direction. Tries to get a knee slice going. Finds himself in the switching sides here, getting a smash pass briefly. Roberto tried to pull him into the single X, but Saulo eventually stabilizes in the half guard on this side. A rapid series of exchanges, left, right, left, right. Action resumes. Saulo working from Roberto's half guard. Has not earned an advantage yet. He would need to flatten him out a bit more and get that left arm underneath his neck. Roberto doing a good job of blocking it temporarily, but not long enough. Saulo earns that advantage point, bringing the score 2-0 and 1 advantage point with 3:35 remaining. As a reminder, these Masters 3 matches, they are only 5 minutes, with the competitors falling in the age category of 41 to 45. Saulo dropping his hips a little bit more, trying to progress to that quarter guard. Roberto's looking like he wants to counter with a deep half guard. Saulo has good pressure though. Doesn't want to be too hasty in passing and find himself in the deep half. Using that experience. That cross-facing hand with his left is looking like it's a little high, less than ideal. Godoy looking to underhook and get on his side a little bit. That left arm of his creeping ever so slightly deeper, trying to make a grip on Salo's back. It's looking like he wants to pull him into that deep half still, while keeping that underhook an option. So proving that underhook to the belt grip. Salo's position is becoming slightly more unstable as each moment goes by. You can see that look of frustration as he looks up at the clock and sees that there's 2:13 to go. Side referees are going to drag them back to the center. Action resumes. You can see a different angle of what's going on. Take note of Godoy's right arm going underneath Salo's right leg. This can potentially be used to explode towards the camera and set up that deep half, which is why Salo's trying to counter on that by dropping his left hip down. Salo's trying to use the instep to pass. He's feeling comfortable enough to do so. He's getting a good ear-with-ear position. He's definitely improving his position substantially, almost stabilizing the quarter guard position. Godoy still hanging on to that half guard and getting a pretty good underhook now. Salo's trying to keep his left leg sprawled and his hips heavy against the mat to prevent that deep half. 1:18 to go. So that advantage point gives Salo some comfort so he can get swept. But the thing is, if he does get swept, Godoy is in a pretty good opportunity to be able to pass right off the sweep. Here he's establishing a bit more this deep half, but he might not have enough time to set this whole thing up properly with 50 seconds to go. Just passing the 40-second mark, he might need to just go with less than ideal grips, explode into that deep half, and go for a sweep. He's hanging on to Salo's instep. Salo's positioning is getting a little bit better here with this instep going in there. 22 seconds. Looks like it's just going to end in this position. 10 seconds to go. Just 3 seconds. It's going to be Salo Ribeiro. Masters 3 super heavyweight gold medalist. Salo Ribeiro, the IBJJF Hall of Famer, adds another world title to his medal cabinet. Now, for those that can't get enough of Salo Ribeiro, he is competing in the Masters 3 Open class. And let me tell you, he's going against Carlos Eduardo de Arroyo Farias. That is scheduled to go on about 4:52 p.m. So he has about 30 minutes of rest time before going into that final of the Masters 3 Open class division. Commentary is going to take a brief timeout, so we'll be back after this match.
Jameson Cummings is now disqualified.
And now, on mat 12, your Master 4 male black belt light featherweight final. Representing Alliance Jiu-Jitsu, Sina Abdullah Manfaradi. Representing Fujitsu Jiu-Jitsu, Yoshihiro Fujita. Attention all athletes and spectators. If you find a pair of rental keys, please bring them to the customer service table immediately. Again, if you find a pair of keys or a different pair of keys that are not yours, please bring them to the customer service table. Thank you.
Liga Civil, venha para fazer o check-in.
coordinator number 2. Brazil V. Carpenter, this is your last call. You got 5 minutes to report to ring coordinator number 2 or you will be disqualified.
And now, on mat 12, your master for male black belt lightweight final, representing the Metal Jiu-Jitsu, Adilson Quintas, representing BJJ Revolution team, Rodrigo Medeiros.
Vanderlei Oliveira. You need to see number 8, please, immediately.
All right, this is Luis Eduardo Rocha de Faria against Joseph Bond. Joseph is in the black gi on your right, Luis on your left, representing Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu. This is the semifinals of the Masters 4 heavyweight division. Both men grip up and immediately Joseph pulls guard. Luis drops his hips and tried to kill that half butterfly position. Doing a good job. He has a good underhook. Probably wants to work his way a little bit higher, which he does. He kind of collects his base underneath of him. He's using good head pressure right underneath the chin of his opponent. Joseph on bottom is a representative of street sports. Still continuing to drive forward, and you can see how he's dropping his right hip, and I believe that's because Joseph wants that half butterfly position, and it makes it difficult for it to be effective. You can see that left leg, every time he gets a chance or he senses a chance, he tries to put into that half butterfly, and dropping your hips in this manner can make that difficult. There again, he's using a belt grip over the top. It looks like he wants that to put that half butterfly in and then likely do a hook sweep to his right-hand side. It's difficult to see what his right hand has, but if his right hand has a grip on the wrist with wrist control, that could be a very viable sweep. So he's trying to use the lockdown to extend him out a bit. And Luis, meanwhile, is trying to circle his leg free of the lockdown while still keeping good pressure. And see that his head position is alternating between on the shoulder here and a more desirable ear-with-ear position. 2:38 to go, no score on the board. Here his head position is getting a little bit better, as I mentioned before, with that ear-with-ear, getting a little bit higher. If that half butterfly goes in on the other side, he could be swept. Here he switches to a knee slice, not anymore. This is just migrated into a very dominant position. Luis is gonna control that sleeve, it looks like, so a sleeve and underhook knee slice, and then slowly kick free, using his left leg to kick his right leg free. And likely when that happens, we're gonna see a very frantic exchange to the turtle. So we'll see what becomes of this type of movement here. Now watch his left leg, Luis's left leg, that is. There's 1:43 remaining, so he still has time to pace this out while still grinding, especially given the fact that only his ankle is caught. Here's just trying to yank free. More of his foot is being released. I suspect that we could see a turtle here right as that foot is being freed, but he has very good pressure. 1:20 to go. There's just a toe, a big toe caught in the position. Seems like he has good pressure and he's not going anywhere. There's those 3 points for the guard pass, bringing the score to 3-0 with 1:05 to go. This match has been defined by the patience and persistence of pressure, not allowing Joseph Bond to have the space to be able to create any sort of offense. So with 38 seconds to go, might want to just go for a last-minute submission attempt, but he's not quite settled in. You can see he's trying to go knee on belly there, but hasn't really stabilized his position despite being past the guard. Difficult to tell if he's actually recovered to a half guard. It might be irrelevant either way, as we only have about 10 seconds to go. So Luis Eduardo Rocha de Faria advances to the final of the Master 4 heavyweight division. Moving over to mat number 12, we have Paul Nava versus Maverick Loeb. Paul is on bottom in the black gi. He's up 5-2 with 1:10 remaining. No advantage or penalties on the board. This is the final of the Master 4 medium heavyweight division. So a guard pass could tie it up. So he's got to step over this leg, which he's trying to do. He's trying to control the leg. Eventually step over, and it looks like, judging by his right-handed grip, he wants to get into a knee slice. Just 38 seconds to go. He looks up at the clock and he knows it. He's going to have to start a pass, and probably loose passing, given the age category and the time left, would probably be the most sound solution, but he gets put in the close guard. You could see he wasn't too happy about that. Once again, this Masters 4 category is ages 46 to 50. He smiles, he knows he's out of time to overcome this 3-point deficit. So Paul Nava, who we watched earlier, Nava Jiu-Jitsu, a Novo União affiliate, takes the gold. I'll tell you, we are in for a treat for the final of the Master 3 Open class with Saulo Ribeiro. When you see his opponent, you are gonna wonder how Saulo is going to overcome this one, because Saulo is giving up a considerable amount of weight. So it should be interesting. Switching over to mat number 13 now. This is Roberto Treven versus Amilcar Kipili. The score is 0-0. We're about 45 seconds in. And Roberto pulls guard. Working from the spider guard, potentially a spider scissor sweep. Definitely seems to be the posturing. Roberto Treven was an ADCC champion in 1999 when he won the absolute division. Two-time world champion in 1999 and 1998. Started jiu-jitsu when he was 16 years old. And had a very good career in MMA as well, fighting for the UFC. Referee halts the action, going to direct them towards the center of the mat. Action resumes again from the spider guard position. This time a leg lasso.
Jason Willett. And Oscar Calderon.
His opponent goes by Mika. Mika was born in Brazil, in the southern region. Mika trains judo and wrestling, in addition to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Part of the Gracie Humaita Las Vegas, so he did not need to travel far to come to this competition. Still more action from the spider guard, but no seeming attacks generated from it. Now spider with the lasso, kind of abandoning that foot on the bicep. And closed guard with the arm over. Could potentially evolve into a triangle, but this is the heavyweight division. So triangles might not be the best option, but he's broken the posture. He could eventually bring his left leg higher over the shoulder and turn this into a triangle, and that's what he does, locking up that triangle with 1 minute and 36 seconds to go. From the spot we saw earlier in the day, Gracie Baja representative Carlos, forget his last name, finished this position where they were hiding the arm in on the triangle with a teepee choke. A very creative way to finish from this position. Essentially grabbing around your own legs and extending, but he pulls the head and gets the tap. Alberto Traven advances to the Masters 4 final. Over here we have Ricardo Ribeiro, Franginha versus Harlan Burke. Franginha, you can see on the bottom, sporting the gi with his own nickname. Paragon Jiu-Jitsu Academy instructor and leader. There's no score, and we're about 45 seconds into the match. He's working the half guard, he switched his hooks. Franginha has produced many well-known students in the Southern California area. Harlan trying to get in tight in the half guard. He's controlling this wrist control and trying to get a grip, kind of like a Darce choke, but with a grip on the lapel. Ricardo comes up and it looks like he's single legging, grabbing around the leg, but it's difficult to see as the gi's in the way. Here we go into the deep half guard almost. Variation of it there within. He does a technical stand-up and resets the position. Harlan from Pacific Beach. Still working from the half guard position. Action kind of slowed down slightly. Franginha's students also known for the deep half guard, which we saw him attempt there a little while back. Here in the flattened out butterfly position, so a new dynamic. Now into the half butterfly position. He elevates with that half butterfly and is grabbing the leg in a waiter sweep attempt. Instead changes ideas. He comes on top, but has not earned two. He finds himself in a toe hold. He's trying to kick free the arms of his opponent. There's not that much torque at the moment, as his foot is not very close to his butt. He gets on top. Now he should be awarded the two, and he is, bringing Franginha up 2-0 with 1:25 to go. Over on 13, Fabiano Scherner. is up in the finals of the Masters 3 category. We'll switch on over while we get a medical break. Fabiano Schörner is against Leonardo Costa. Fabiano in the blue gi, Leonardo in the black. Leonardo representing Big Brothers, and Schörner, Gracie Barra. So here we are back in action. Frangino working the double underhooks. Just 119 remaining. He's up 2-0, but is down 2 advantage points, so he cannot concede a sweep. Trying to elevate the hips and begin a stack. There he goes, he dumps him over to the turtle position, will earn one of those advantages that he would need if he were swept. And he pulls guard here, which is a safe guard pull because he did get his opponent to turtle. He could have been double-legged for all he cared, and it would not have resulted in points from that particular position. So just 30 seconds in the semifinal match. Burke was thinking about attacking the legs for a moment as there's only 20 seconds and he needs to overcome a 2-point deficit. Ricardo's in pretty good position here to go any number of places. Just 5 seconds to go. And Frangino makes it official, advances into the finals. Here we are, back to the final of the ultra heavyweight Masters 3 category. Fabiano Schörner and Leandro Costa. Score is even. They both have 2 penalties apiece. So 2 penalties and 1 advantage point on the board. Schörner trying to snap him and bring him down. Schörner we saw earlier win by way of a last minute takedown. Two minutes to go here. This underhook position is what we saw Schörner like to use. It's difficult to see if he has that right underhook. Does not appear so, at least very deep at the moment. He's kind of grabbing the lapel. We get a better view of it here. But what he did previously was evolve that into a more traditional underhook position and work for a takedown. Foot sweep attempt by Leonardo. Just a minute to go. Likely we're going to see a penalty for each of these competitors. So this is the 3rd penalty, so it concedes 2 points. Slight problem with the scoreboard. They accidentally awarded 2 penalties, resulting in a disqualification of both athletes. So both athletes are 1 penalty away from not medaling at all. Neither one of them. So this would have our 3rd place Masters 3 Ultra Heavyweight finalist get 1st place. So they need to be very careful this final minute, which is plenty of time to have this. Schörner is pummeling the head rather aggressively now. Both men driving into each other. A snap down once again. You can see how much weight is needed by Costa to push back that steep angle. He needs to lean in. Referee looks towards his clock. Schörner gets him down to the turtle position. Looks as though he's working a front headlock, but they disengage. He's trying to throw, but it's ultimately going to be unsuccessful. Schörner keeps his base. He's going to get around to the back. Just 7 seconds to go. Puts him on his back, and he earns 2 points there at the end. So Fabiano Schörner wins the gold medal, the Masters 3 Ultra Heavyweight division. Oh, we're gonna switch on over. Where Saulo Ribeiro is competing against Carlos. This is the opening minute here, so we're 1 minute in. We missed it watching the previous match. There's no score. And this is what I was saying earlier, is that Saulo Ribeiro has his work cut out for him. Carlos is one mean top game player. Saulo Ribeiro, more of a thinker. Has good judo skills. So getting a couple of the big name master competitors back to back. Saulo ends up hitting it. It was difficult to see what he hit. Gets the takedown. And 2 points. Kind of gives some perspective on Saulo's stand-up skills. Very judo-based. He gets in tight, and he's going to use a thumb and grip to crank the neck. But Carlos manages to disbalance him forward a bit, improving his position just a little bit. Saulo's going to get in these cross-choking grips, maybe switch into a knee slice from here. If he can free his knee line, this would be better for the cross choke, but he's not carrying very much. He's trying to push the knee down. He has freed the knee line, whether he wants to go knee slice or quarter guard. Looks like he's going knee slice. He has the underhook. He's going to pass here. Carlos is probably going to try and take him over the top. Saulo passes. 3 points, bringing the score 5-0. Carlos trying to push away and make space. Saulo keeping good pressure and is going to go knee on belly. He goes directly to the mounted position, earns an advantage for the knee on belly, and 4 points for the mount. He has plenty of time to work with 1:50 to go, 9-0. Carlos just simply trying to push him off. And he successfully does. But Saulo is on him, spins to the back. 90 seconds to go. Saulo may not want the back here. He's up enough points. And being on the back on somebody that's a lot bigger than you can actually not be that great of a position. You can get crushed underneath there. Here he has a single hook in, being very conservative about the second hook. Probably wants to go directly to the choke from here. It looks as though that's the case. Throws in that second hook with the grip in. Pivots around for the bow and arrow. Is he gonna get it? It looks like it may pop free. It's difficult to tell. It looks like it's gonna slip off. He tries to switch for an armbar, but doesn't, finds himself on bottom. Carlos quickly opens the guard. So we get to see Solo's guard in this last 30 seconds. So the final 10 seconds tick away, and Saulo Ribeiro is going to become the Masters 3 double gold medalist. So today, Saulo did not have a single point scored against him. Saulo Ribeiro, open weight champion. This match is Frederick Rami versus Joel Gindry. Frederick representing Renato Tavares Association, and Joel representing Alliance Marcelo Garcia. The score is zeros across the board, and we're about a minute and a half into this Masters 4 middleweight final. Joel won his last match by knee bar. Almost certainly the influence of Bernardo Faria, or double gold current reigning champion of the adults category. Known for that knee bar from the top half guard and over-under position. Three minutes to go, working from the closed guard. Waiter sweep attempt, converts to a double ankle sweep. Should be interesting to see if this earns an advantage, as he did not make so much of an effort to come on top. And one of the side referees stands up, but the other two do not concur, as there was not an effort to get up. That's the rule here, is you have to have an effort to get on top. You can't just knock them over and stay on bottom. So zeros across the board still. Working from the closed guard two, still. Joe looks like he wants to make a double belt grip. Scoots backwards and it does indeed open the guard. Working a knee slice versus half guard, steps into the reverse half guard. Very Marcelo Garcia-esque in style. Frees his leg and ends up in half guard on the opposite side. Here's the knee bar, you saw it there. That was what he finished before, but finds himself passing, but gets reversed right as he passes. So there's no points for that because he was past the guard, and a sweep must be from the guard position. So he stands. So interestingly enough, Joel will actually earn one advantage point in that exchange. The reason is that he passed the guard. That will warrant an advantage point if the 3 seconds are not met, which they weren't. And then he got reversed which there is no points or advantages in that particular position. So with 90 seconds to go, Joel is up 1 advantage point to nothing. Joel earning his way into the quarter guard position, looking like he might want to switch to attack the arms, changes his mind into the half guard. He establishes it and earns another advantage point, bringing him ahead 2-0 by way of advantages, just as this 1 minute mark approaches. He's trying to use his instep to free his knee line, either to go knee slice or quarter guard. To the right knee slice, to the left quarter guard. Looks like he's going the direction of the mount and the quarter guard. It's to be very careful here, because if you get too overzealous, especially when Frederick is controlling that ankle, you could get reversed and he'd lose the match. He looks up, sees that there's 27 seconds to go, decides to keep a good pressure instead, sprawling his right leg, preventing deep half guard counters. Just 6 seconds to go. And it looks as though Joel's gonna take this gold medal in the Master 4 middleweight division. As of right now, Hibero Jiu-Jitsu leads the team effort in first place on the men's side of the equation with 203 points. In second place, Gracie Baja with 141. And in third place is Gracie Elite Team with 92. On the female side of it, in first place is Hibero Jiu-Jitsu. So Hibero Jiu-Jitsu is leading right now on both the male and female side, followed by Gracie Baja with 41 points, and then Gracie Elite Team with 27. So it's the same for the male and the female for the academy results thus far. Last year, in the male side of it, Gracie Baja took first place. So Hibero Jiu-Jitsu has surged from their second place in male and female last year to currently hold first place. You can see on your screen that is Megaton, Gracie Humaita patch.
Romain Zago, please see number 2. Romain Zago, see number 2, please.
Okay, this is the finals of the Masters 4 featherweight division. This is Megaton Diaz versus Sami Muhi Adin Mohammed of Fabricio International. Megaton on your left, Sami on your right. Megaton known for his takedown abilities. He's very proficient at judo. Still competing actively in the adult division despite being in the Masters 4 category, which is ages 46 to 50. Nice ankle pick attempt by Sami. Sami goes very low for a moment, perhaps looking for another ankle pick. Megaton pulls guard, not cleanly though, and he finds himself on bottom half guard. Using the knee shield position, Sami has a leg weave with his arm. If Sami could possibly drop his right hip suddenly, he could break the knee shield. Maybe a windshield wiper movement as he does that. One advantage point awarded to Megaton for establishing the half guard position, I presume. So it brings him up 1-0 on advantages, a minute and 30 in. These Masters 4 matches are still 5-minute matches, so they're very quick. Still working from the knee shield. A little difficult to make out the grips from this point. So I believe I incorrectly said that Megaton got the advantage for establishing half guard, but he's on bottom. So presumably there was a choke in play, which was close and earned an advantage point. So correcting myself from earlier. Still continuing to work from this half guard position. The knee shield is kind of floating in and out here. It's in, and a moment ago it was out. Sami tries to get into that half guard. Needs to get that left arm underneath Megaton's neck. He has a pretty decent underhook position. Megaton countering with a belt and gi grip over the top with his left. Hip escapes out into the open guard. Puts the foot on the bicep and shows the referee that his foot is caught, which is one of the few times that you are allowed to communicate with referees. Tries a throw bypass. Pretty good passing displayed by Sami so far. Megaton using that foot on the bicep to stop Sami's passing attempt. Moves his hips back in front. Would be nice to see another throw by attempt, as it looked pretty good. Megaton trying to get underneath, he does, and applies a sweep. Gets on top for the 2 points. There they are officially awarded. Megaton is now up 2-0 and 1 advantage point with 1:16 remaining. Megaton stands, looking to strip Sami's collar grip. There he makes a 2-on-1 hook grip, pops it off. Just 1 minute to go now. Megaton was a 2-time Pan Am champion in 2000 and 2001. 1996 was his highest placement at the Mundials, earning a silver medal in the adult division. 3 years, he got bronze medal in the adult world championships, 99, 2001, 2002. Well on his way to securing this Masters 4 world title. Both guys look up at the clock, just passing the 20-second mark. Megaton stays wise to that single leg possibility. Some grip fighting, coming to standing for a moment. Sammy pulls guard. And Megaton, Masters 4 featherweight champion. Both mats are currently unoccupied.
And on mat number 13, this is the Master 4 male black belt heavyweight final. Representing Jiu-Jitsu, Luis Faria. And representing Braza CTA, Roberto Dragon.
All right, this is the Masters 4 final of the heavyweight. It's Luis Faria versus Roberto Tavin. Roberto comes in a two-time world champion, 1999 and 1998, an Abu Dhabi absolute champion. And he faces off against Luis Faria, who is the 2012 World Master Heavy and Open Weight Masters 3 champion. Alberto in the blue gi, Luis in the white.
Outside, outside. Left hand outside. Left hand outside.
Both men tie up.
30 seconds.
Alberto has to be the favorite coming in here. Luis also took first place at the Master International, the Masters competition in Brazil in 2013. Alberto representing Brasa CTA, Luis Ibero Jiu-Jitsu. Both competitors being issued passivity calls. 1:10 into the match. Alberto opening up the collar as we saw in the last match. Makes it easier if you ever lose the grip to remake it. It's not tucked in nicely.
Let's go, Professor. Let's go. Keep your head. Keep your head. Keep your head. Keep your head. Breathe. Stay close.
Swatting open that lapel once again. Don't think we'll be seeing worm guard with it. Here a guard pull, seeing the first ground action of the contest. A double ankle attempt countered with a strong right lapel grip, but into the closed guard we go. 2:46 to go. Not a lot of time to work from any position when you kind of have 2.5 minutes from the stand-up position.
One shot. Let's go. Watch Jordan, Julie.
Alberto working a over-the-top belt grip. Luis kind of keeping a low posture, staying safe. Swimming that arm on the inside, potentially looking for an overhook. Does not get it.
Whips on his sleeve. Ready to work. He's going to stay right there inside your guard. Yes. Whip.
Shanji yelling instructions to Luis from the side. Here he establishes briefly the hand on the ground.
Let's go. Move, Julie.
Comprito watching onwards with vested interest as well. Trying to make an angle over with this belt grip over the top, trying to angle out to the side, potentially to sweep towards the camera. Not a lot of time to do it though, 1:10 to go. This should be an extremely difficult one to render a referee decision to. Here an overhook, first time being settled in, but he abandons it. Instead opts to keep that over-the-top belt grip. 48 seconds to go. One side referee stands up. Two of them stand up. Both side referees issue a penalty to the bottom competitor, to Alberto, and top. So I believe two side referees did the only one penalty, and the center referee did it to both, making it a neutral penalty structure. All right, we're going to a referee decision. Some bad blood being exchanged between both of these guys. And they quickly squash it. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a DQ here, actually. So what we're gonna see is the center referee take 2 steps back, invite the side referees to stand, and when he steps forward, all 3 will render their decision. And it's majority rules. 2 out of 3 minimum takes it. And indeed, he is issued a penalty, which concedes 2 points, which takes the referee component out of it. Alberto takes the gold medal. Both mats currently empty. We see some of the Masters 5s start to take the mat, which is ages 51 to 55. All right, this is Harold Jones Jr. in the black gi representing Carlson Gracie Academy. This is Kevin Gonzalez in the white gi representing Checkmat. So this is a Masters 4 ultra heavyweight semifinal match. Shoots and pulls guard. Harold looks like he's getting a pretty good over-under passing position. His head is well entrenched into the hip. He's going to easily step around, gets that cross face, and establishes the guard pass 30 seconds in. (3-0). Trying to get a tight position and solidify a little bit his position until he feels slightly unstable. Has good pressure. It's tapping due to smother. And a Harold Jones Jr. from Carlson Gracie gets the tap via smother, it looked like. And switching over to mat 12, we have a Masters 5 match. This is the semifinal in the lightweight division. This is Paulo El Simani versus Marco de Lima. Paulo is on bottom, representing Checkmat. Marco on top, representing Brazilian top team. Both competitors have 1 penalty apiece. Marco now working from Paulo's closed guard. He's trying to work the cross choke, reaching up. He's countering with a cross choke of his own. Briefly feints an armbar and he lets go of the cross choke. He's just grinding his forearm into the neck. Is Marco. Now you can be choked out from here. It is certainly possible, but the left arm would need to be over the top instead of underneath the armpit to generate the appropriate leverage, because your own forearm drops into his armpit slightly. I've seen a number of competitors go unconscious from this choke, but not from this exact particular position. Paulo's trying to improve his grips for the cross choke. They don't look quite deep enough. There he reaches a little bit further. Paulo looks at the clock. He sees that there's 1:45 to go. So the thing here is that there is no stalling possibility when there's a submission in play. So with the cross choke, there's no possibility of stalling. So he might even want to let go of the cross choke, kind of let a passivity call play, maybe open up the game a little bit. Still more or less the same type of rhythm that's taking place. Here we go into the open guard a little bit, with feet on the hips. I believe Paulo is from Charlotte, North Carolina. He's made quite a trek out here to compete in this great Masters tournament. It's getting around the guard a bit is Marco. Trying to counter by hipping out. There's only 2 seconds to go. And we're going to a referee decision. Excuse me, there was one advantage point awarded. Did not see that one. On this mat, we have Alexander Todorovic versus Christopher Harazetti. Alexander's representing Checkmat. He's the competitor on bottom. Christopher on top, representing Brasa CTA. He just pulled ahead 3-0 with 2:40 to go. This is a Masters 4 ultra heavyweight semifinal.
18 seconds, you're world champion, Melissa. Stay right there. Pressure in the leg. Pressure in the leg. 11 seconds, you're world champion. 11, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Looks like he's trying to work a baseball bat choke. Given the gripping structure, indeed it is. He's going to spin to the north-south with these grips in. They look to be fairly decent, difficult to tell. But generally, if they're in pretty good, by the time you're in north-south, they're tapping. So abandons it, the grips were not in. Turtles and is working to take the back. Score is now 5-0. We're going to switch on over as Kurt Osiander has just taken the mat. Kurt is in the blue gi on the left-hand side. Van Oliveira in the white gi. This is a 5-minute match in the Masters 5 medium heavyweight semifinal. Kurt Osiander, now a pretty famous Ralph Gracie black belt. Both men gripping up. And a full guard pull, not something that you see very much in a Masters 5 division. That might be the only time that we see a full guard pull. Kurt standing with the grip on the lapel, coming to full posture and using his elbow to open the guard. Finds himself in the De La Hiva guard. Kurt's going to double underhooks to try and kill this open guard range. Does so successfully. It looks as though we've converted into an over-under pass. Difficult to see his right arm position, but it's almost certainly the case. Undoing the lapel with his teeth. Or at least attempting to anyway, unsuccessful. Back into the open guard. Kurt switches sides and gets into the half guard towards his left-hand side. Just a little bit under 3 minutes to go. If Kurt is able to free that wrist control that Van has, he can establish a crossface, earn an advantage, and improve his position. Van looked like he was thinking about a Kimura. Can easily take that belt grip and start to work a Kimura if that's what he wants to do. That wrist control can be quite pesky from here. Some options that Kurt have is circling his hand free, maybe even using his knee to pin down the right arm. He's trying to use a disbalance to his left-hand side, but Kurt was easily able to base with his right hand. Kurt sporting a lot of tape. If you've ever seen his hand in person or shook it, it's like shaking a football. A leather glove. There, once again, he's trying to disbalance. Slightly unusual sweep, given the fact that Kurt can base with his right hand. Usually it's controlling the right hand that has the sweep to that side. Kind of merge over into the outer yellow safety area, so they're going to reset back in the middle. 1:25 to go. Kurt is up by 1 advantage point. Kurt windshield wipers and passes the guard immediately after the restart. Does not establish the position, gonna earn another advantage, placing him well ahead on advantages. Kurt pulls half guard, so we get to see the kind of full dynamic of these two games. Something that's nice to see. Interchange of positions and see the full spectrum of both of their games. Kurt working an underhook half guard, it looks. Switches to the leg. Van switches to a knee slice. A very good position here. Looks like he's going to control the sleeve and try and pick it up. Loses control of it though. Kurt could turn and come up on a single leg. He might want to feed the belt or the gi to his left hand that's grabbing around the leg. Can only augment the control. Kurt does a good job there. If you watched, he caught the leg with his left leg so he couldn't step into the reverse half guard, which he does there successfully. 10 seconds to go. It's 2-1 now on advantages. So it looks as though Kurt is going to be able to secure this one on advantages. Maybe not. We'll see there at the end if it was good enough for an advantage. One side referee stands up for the advantage. Yes, and they concur. So Van with a last-minute comeback, tying the score on advantages. Amazing, earning those 2 advantages in 30 seconds, something that's very difficult to do. And we're going to a decision. No, it may weigh in the referees' minds that Kurt was on top with initiative for most of it. So he's going to step back, and it's going to be majority decision. It's a split decision, and it goes to Van Oliveira. So the referee that was off camera rendered it for Van. So Kurt Osiander eliminated. Switch to the final 33 seconds. Luis versus Joseph. Luis is on bottom. He is up 6-0. Joseph is down. He is on top. Luis trying to pull in for a triangle choke. This is the Masters 5 featherweight semifinal. Luis, representing Maui Jiu-Jitsu, is gonna advance. So final 2 seconds tick away. Now this is Brian Beauchamp versus John Donner. And Brian on the left, from what I remember, is a monster, an absolute monster in this Master 5 division. He has some amazing judo skills, as you see there. I believe he was on the national team. I remember looking onwards last year and almost thinking it was unfair, the advantage that he possessed skill and physically over his opponents. John working a strong close guard here, representing Checkmat. This Masters 5 category is ages 51 to 55. Brian looking to stand. Kind of loses his nerve as John threatens to go to the underhook close guard. John briefly opens before closing again. John's looking like he wants to drag the arm across. Switches to a collar and sleeve. Brian stands. Now we saw once John went under a leg that he collapsed back down. Let's see if that's going to be the pattern. Here he goes under the leg and he collapses down. So while Brian has a lot of strength in the takedown department, perhaps John could take advantage of the close guard, working the hand in the collar once again. Both competitors receive a stalling call. Of course, it will just be in the same position. Working again, hand in the collar. Collar and sleeve, opens the guard. See if he can get anything going. He's a little frustrated from the close guard. Brian retreats to the safety of the close guard once again.
Kenneth Wong, please report to the warm-up area.
Scott, with your right foot, put a hook under his leg.
Kind of a scissor sweeping structure to his guard.
Put a hook under his leg, Scott. Scott.
Using a lasso now.
Yeah. Let's go.
Here's a tilt sweep. He was making tilt sweep grips. He was looking for the grip on the pants. There's that grip again. He's trying to tilt sweep, but Brian sprawls out of it and passes the guard. At least with the lasso, he can go knee on belly here and actually score even though the lasso is in. So there can be guard paths with the lasso in. One advantage point being awarded to Brian, so it brings him up 2-0 on points and 1-0 on advantages. 1:40 to go.
Get a hook and with your right hand, push on the collarbone.
A triangle attempt, shut down early. Oh, almost switches to a stack pass into the turtle. John tries to recover.
Grab the collar with your left hand on his neck.
Switches into a double leg and John sprawls. This will be interesting because we get to go to the stand-up position,
Pull the collar down.
which Brian is a pleasure to watch in the stand-up.
Come up, come up.
I think for most jiu-jitsu people, on average in their 20s, might have a dad
On his hips, Scott.
that's the
Don't
same
let
age
him
as Brian with amazing judo skills.
Come up. Scott, there's a minute and a half, Scott. Coming heavy.
Referee's gonna stop and restart.
Scott. Scott, you got a minute and 8 seconds, Scott.
I believe Brian trains in Toronto. Don't hold me to that, but I know he's done at least some level of training there.
Let's play tight. Let's play tight.
Again, the close guard, 1 minute to go.
Heavy trap him, Scott. Trap him.
Looks like he's working the cross choke. Difficult to see how deep it is from this angle.
Heavy, don't let that leg go.
44 seconds to go.
Come on.
1 advantage point earned.
Stay head, Scott, walk to your left. Hey, heavy.
So this ties it up on advantages. If he were able to sweep, it would be tied. Here he's trying to flower sweep.
Stay, Scott. Stay.
Doesn't get it. Trying to sit up sweep.
Heavy.
A hip bump.
Heavy.
Not going to happen.
Don't pass. Stay.
But a penalty issued.
15 seconds. Stay,
Only
Scott.
conceding an
Stay.
advantage point, but earns it back very quickly by establishing the half guard. And Brian's going to advance 2-0 into the finals of the Masters 5 medium heavyweight division.
Jesse Carpenter. Jesse Carpenter, BC number 5.
Both mats here are empty. All right, this is the final of the Masters 1 Open class. This is Paulo Jardim versus Rafael Barbosa. So we're going back to the young ones, 30 to 35, which we saw at the beginning of the day. Rafael on your left, Paulo on your right. Both men slap hands. He immediately jumps, tries almost a flying triangle attempt in a pulls guard. Trying to work the sit-up guard, it looks like, by feeding that lapel underneath. Looks like that's where he's going. Abraham Marte occupied this spot last year as the double gold medalist, but said that he only competes at adults now. Very good sweep by Paulo. Earns the first 2 points, but finds himself in a pretty sticky spot with Rafael underneath him. That leg propped up on the shoulder. Probably going into an X-guard-like position.
Casey Lamb, number 3, please. Casey Lamb, you have 3.
In the Masters 1 category, the matches are 6 minutes long. Barbosa is a lightweight. Was the defending champion going into this at the lightweight category. Jardim competed in the super heavy category today. So quite a discrepancy between the two athletes. He's trying to get under him for single X or something like this. You could probably technically call this single X if you wanted to. Finding it difficult to move the weight of his opponent. There, Rafael slides in the full X position. Probably just needs a powerful explosion. It's difficult to see what grips are had from this angle anyway. Paulo's showing very good base while his position is compromised. 3:26 to go. Rafael Barbosa on bottom is representing Soul Fighters BJJ. Looks like he's going to try and come out the back. Needs to be careful of his legs as he does so. He's trying to spin back on top, possibly settle into the reverse half guard. Does a decent job. He's getting that grip on the pants, which can help even solidify his positioning further. .240 to go. Barbosa does have that grip fed underneath to his hand. That can be leveraged for a sweep, potentially. Paulo's base just seems to be too good to get anything going. Paulo's going to step all the way around, get into a knee slice, strips the grip with a pretty strong grip strip. Looks as though that Rafael would like single X, but it's going to be difficult with the left leg in that position. Here back to the sit-up guard. Paulo shoots an underhook, trying to knee slice and maybe get into the half guard. Butterfly guard now by Barbosa. He has that lapel fed underneath the left leg of Jardine. 90 seconds to go.
Casey Lamb is now disqualified.
Barbosa looked like he was going to try a hook sweep, a very dangerous proposition. Finds himself in the smash pass, recovers nicely. Could maybe go into single X, gets the butterfly guard back. It's difficult to move somebody with that much weight from the butterfly, as evidenced by the brief smash pass. But still possible to follow up. Looks like he's almost in that single X. He gets that foot on the hip nicely. And again, to that single X we go. He only has 40 seconds to go. He's gonna need to really explode up and try and come up on that single leg with the leg propped up on the shoulder. Only 30 seconds to go. He's down 0-2. Paulo receives a penalty, Rafael Barbosa receives a penalty. .13 seconds, and he disengages, which very well may secure his win. Only 8 seconds to go. Placing the onus on the smaller competitor to get a takedown in 8 seconds. But even a takedown actually won't do it with that penalty. So his options are very limited. And time expires. Paulo Jardim, Master 1, Open Class gold medalist. Over on this mat, Bruce Tafoya from Clever Jiu-Jitsu just advanced to the final of the Master 5 middleweight division by way of 2-0. Taking the mat, we have Kelly Rundle versus Cecil Brunch. Kelly is now on your right-hand side. He is the belted athlete in the yellow and green belt. Cecil Brunch on your now right. Kelly representing Alliance. Cecil, Gracie Humaita. Both men grip up. Kelly has the dominant grip now, controlling the sleeve, and he pulls guard, trying to do a hook sweep right off the bat. Doesn't get it. Looks like we might even be in a triangle. It's difficult to tell. Nope. Just double underhooks. He sits up and grabs the belt, threatening the neck as well with a guillotine, it looks like. Changes back to the belt and ends up in the closed guard. So he's making flower sweeping grips. With that grip on the pants, you can use it to disbalance if you're the guarder to the right side. Cecil doing a good job of leaning the appropriate direction to keep his ankle glued to his butt when that was a factor. Here he does a brief arm drag into a hip bump sweep. He sweeps for 6 points with 3:50 to go. Working from the low mounted position, keeping his hips low and heavy, not providing much opportunity for Cecil to escape. Is able to recover back into the half guard. Needs to hip out a little bit more. His back is a little flat. Kelly has pretty decent pressure, and he's feeding that lapel underneath to anchor his cross-facing hand. Now he's going to push his knee, go what looks to be the quarter guard. His plan looks like to be quarter guard to mount. Now working from the knee shield. He's isolated his grip nicely. Kind of an interesting configuration. You don't see that leg weave with the right hand and the sleeve controlled. Almost a wrist lock attempt there. Walks around to the side, or at least attempts to. Still finds himself in dealing with that knee shield half guard. Almost clear of the knee shield, however. And back into it, 2 minutes to go. Still working from the half guard position. 1:25 remaining. Kelly seems to be well in control. sprawls out of the half guard. Probably going to try and run around to one side or the other as he hugs the legs. He's cupping the legs nicely, gets around to the side control, establishes the side for another 3 points, bringing the score to 9-0 with 51 seconds to go. Looks like he's trying to go knee on belly for an extra 2. He's pinning the arm down. There's that knee on belly. Earns another 2, bringing the score 11-0. 19 seconds to go. Jumps over to the other side. Just 6 seconds. So Kelly Rundell from Alliance Jiu-Jitsu advances. On this mat, we have Chris Blanky versus Gustavo Enriquez. There's 147 remaining. Score is 0-0. Chris has 1 penalty. Gustavo is the athlete on bottom. Chris is the athlete on top, representing Ribeiro. Working from the De La Riva guard. Gets a penalty for passivity, probably from holding these double sleeve grips and not progressing. A very important penalty. There's only 1 minute to go and that evens things out. Chris trying to get in tight. Shanji yelling pressure, pressure, pressure. An underhook counter by Gustavo. Trying to get on his side. He cannot concede an advantage by allowing him to establish the half guard. But he has a pretty decent half guard position. Still got a knee shield in. Feeding lapel around the back. Shanji in the background yelling pressure, keep pressuring. 30 seconds to go. This Master 5 middleweight semifinal. Master 5. Being the 51 to 55 category. Here in the closed guard. He knocks him over. He needs to try and get on top. He switches to the triangle. This is going to weigh huge in the minds of the referees if it does indeed go to a decision. This triangle likely is not deep enough for an advantage at the end. So everything even. 1 penalty apiece. And let's see if Gustavo earned the referee decision with that triangle attempt at the end. Referee's going to step back. Side referee stand, steps forward. It's a split decision. Gustavo ends up taking it by split decision. Ricardo Ribeiro Franginha versus Jaime Jara. Franginha on the left in the black gi. Jaime on the right in the white. This is the finals of the Masters 4 Super Heavy. Masters 4 being ages 46 to 50. Both men grip up. Franginha with the inside position, it looks like. Removes the grip off of his neck, does Franginia, pummels to the inside, and controls the inside bicep tie. Franginia looks to be the smaller competitor. A little bit more savvy of the gripping exchanges from stand-up, it appears. And a guard pull by Jaime. Not surprising. And not a bad strategy if you're being out-gripped by your opponent. Kind of dealing with the lasso. Jaime gets a penalty for an illegal grip. So the first thing on the board is a penalty against Jaime. He was looking for that grip on Franginia's leg, possibly to do a tilt sweep using that lasso. Franginia trying to pass the way, same side as the lasso. Trying to control the pants as much as possible. Now into the full spider with leg lasso. Removes the lasso, switches to collar and sleeve. Had an opportunity to attack, but hesitated slightly. Could cost him, as Franginia looks to bury into an over-under pass. Switches to hugging the legs. Goes again underneath. Establishes that over-under pass position. Difficult to see if his legs are locked in the half guard, but you can still pass half guard with the arm in between. Essentially sprawling out of it. Franginia's head position on the right hip of Jaime. This is very good. It's a very good chance of being able to pass. There he clears the legs temporarily. But Jaime does a good job recovering into a Toreando position. One penalty being awarded to Franginia, so that ties it up. One penalty apiece. And again into the lasso. .2:15 to go. I'm a representative of Casio Warnick. Franginia of Paragon. Hand in the collar grip now. Switching the sides of the hip and doing a collar drag is always an option when you're working from this position with that hand in the collar. We again switch back to what's likely going to be evolving into the spider guard with the lasso. Franginia does a good job of getting the smash pass correction into the half guard. 90 seconds to go. Everything's even in this final super heavyweight contest. Franginia working a leg lace. This is a very low strategy on the half guard. You can see how he's more close to the feet than he is the head, indicating he might want to sprawl out of the half guard as opposed to pressure out of it. Action stops with 1:04 to go. Action resumes from the half guard. This is going to be another very difficult one to render a referee decision for. It's very close. with no clear winner. Franginha again looking to try and pummel his left arm underneath to get that over-under gripping structure. Good. He's almost solidified these grips. 27 seconds to go. This could be the impression that he's looking for. Instead opting to pop his knee free. Maybe working a knee slice. Indeed, that is where he's going. Just 10 seconds to go. And time expires. Going to a referee decision. Franginha takes it. It was unanimous for all three referees.
Aloha. See number 5, please, immediately. Christy Aloha.
We jump into the final 90 seconds of this match. The score is 2-0. Takahashi Shinkawa is up. Pedro Diaz is down. Pedro is the athlete in the blue. Takeshi is the athlete in white. This is Masters 5 heavyweight semifinal. Guard pull by Takeshi. Quickly finds himself in the turtle. Concedes one advantage point for doing so. This is Pedro's best chance. Earn back those 2 points to work for those hooks. He's being cornered to get those hooks in. He has plenty of time to be able to do so. He almost establishes the hooks, gets one hook in. He has a pretty good chance of being able to do so. Has not done so yet. 47 seconds. He's attacking the choke and he spins free. Manages to only concede an advantage point. So this puts Pedro in a sweep or lose preposition because he is up 3-1 on advantages but down 0-2 on points. So a sweep would earn him the victory. From the closed guard now. Looks like he's trying to open up the guard and get a collar and sleeve grip. He might just be out of juice though. Another advantage point earned for Takeshi. Final 5 seconds tick away. Takeshi Shinkawa advances to the finals of the Masters 5 Black Belt Heavyweight Division. This is Paulo Elsimani versus Christopher Howder. Oh, Chris Howder, there we go. Chris representing Combat Base. He is on the left. He is the belted athlete. And Paulo on the right. Chris representing Combat Base is actually the person credited for coining the term Combat Base, because he thought it resembled the soldier when they were in the shooting position with their rifles. Chris almost feinting some flying submissions. Not something that you see very often in this Masters 5, 51 to 55 category. Very creative use, almost tries to dive underneath. Something that you see 17, 18, 19-year-olds do more than 50-somethings. A very entertaining style by Chris Howder early on. Score is even. They both have one penalty. Chris continuing to work this right hand lead. Love to see those change in ranges that he's using. Going very low, all the way into flying attacks. Here's the guard pull, tries to hook sweep him over the top. Gets a little bit going, but not enough. He does a technical stand-up. Might want to combine it with a collar drag. Tries to scissor sweep him over, almost does the job. Still finds himself defending that single leg. They go out of bounds. 2:46 remaining. Chris is considered one of the Jiu-Jitsu Dirty Dozen, the first non-12 Brazilian recipients of the black belt, indicated by the vast array of stripes he has on that belt. He's promoted, I believe, 15 or over black belts. Received his black belt in 1996 from the hands of Higa Machado. And is the first American to compete in the Mundials in Brazil. First American to win a black belt match as well. Again, working that snap down with that lead arm. Now using a double collar grip with a very powerful snap down with those two collars. It's nice to see those two collars being used for something other than preventing a takedown. Chris is also a Jeet Kune Do practitioner. There he goes, he gets the takedown, 2 points. Chris Howder pulls up. 4-0, 148. Working from the close guard now. Just 125 to go. You can see each of the competitors' strategy from the close guard. Paulo seems to be looking to go under a leg potentially. It's difficult to see his right arm. Left arm controlling the tricep. Puts the foot on the hip. Difficult to see where Paulo's attacks are headed, what his idea is. Howder looking to wrap the lapel around the neck or arm. Paulo counters by grabbing his own lapel. Guard is open now. Back to closed. Now Chris in the position which he coined, the combat base, in which his gym is named after. Has a pretty extravagant garage gym. Controlling the sleeve now, trying to earn his way into the half guard. Only 15 seconds to go. It seems like he has this one well under control. Switching over now to Harold Jones Jr. versus Christopher Harazedi from Brasa CTA. Christopher is on bottom, Harold on top. The scores is 0 across the board, and there's 50 seconds to go. This is a Masters 4 ultra heavyweight final. So Chris working the deep half guard. Only has a few moments to go to muster up a sweep. He has the lapel fed underneath. Just give one big bridge towards his left, almost towards the referee over in the corner. Looks like he wants his butterfly hook in before he does it. Only 7 seconds to go. Has his hook in. So that's the time. So based on what we saw Christopher in control in the deep half guard. So we're gonna have a referee decision. And it's going to be Christopher. Both mats clear at the moment. But we get Brian Beauchamp versus Van Oliveira. Van is the one who eliminated Kurt Osiander. Brian is our judo and jiu-jitsu black belt. Brian on the right, Van on the left. So watch for Brian's judo skills, which seem to be unrivaled from anybody in his weight division. I would expect to see a quick guard pull out of Van, given good strategy. Van utilizing a very low stance. One side referee stands up and issues a penalty for that knee going down. You must make a grip before you pull guard, and you cannot have your knee on the mat to do so. So that is the line that is drawn right there. Brian gripping up. Tries a quick inside reap trip. Resets back. That's the one he hit in his last match, I do believe. Here the grips are in place. Some very nice disbalance. Going into a throw, back out. And a guard pull, very smart choice, because Brian showed a weakness in opening the guard and an extreme strength in the stand-up position. So if you're Van, this is where you'd prefer to work. Here he stands while putting pressure into the neck. And almost climbing your guard higher invites that knee coming up the middle. Now he can sweep and disbalance towards the camera. Can't hold on the guard, however. Brian trying to drive that left knee forward into the half guard. And he's choosing a near side underhook. Switches sides. Gets a good pressure from this side, switches into a knee slice pass. So the first advantage goes to Brian. for establishing this half guard position. He has very good pressure, looking to isolate the lapel and feed it under to the right hand, it appears. A bridge attempt is met from a guard with a guard pass. He sticks it, moves up 3-0. Looks like he's positioning himself to go knee on belly, but almost suffers a reversal. Keeps the position nicely. Just switches the side to the opposite side. Two minutes to go. Brian up 3-0. The age category here is 51 to 55. Tries to step over to the mount, seemingly prematurely, and gets caught into the half guard. But it seems, given his position here, that it's just going to earn him an additional 3 points because his pressure is good. He has the instep on the inner part of the leg. Probably going to switch into a knee slice based on what we saw before. We'll see if my suspicion is correct. If he does underhook with his right arm, switch the head sides. He could potentially have a head and arm choke if he passes kind of over to the mounted side. I think he's realizing this now. You can see his right hand trying to push up the arm more. But the left arm of Van comes down across the neck, eliminating that possibility. One penalty being awarded. So that brings it up to 2 penalties. The next one will be 2 points, which will be inconsequential, given the fact he's up 3. Just 25 seconds to go. Earns 1 more advantage. Finds himself in the closed guard as the final 10 seconds tick away. So Brian takes the gold medal in the Master 5 middle heavyweight division. Over on this mat here, we have our first Master 6 match of the day. Master 6 is our top age category, and it's 56 and up. So these guys can be as old as 70 in this division. Here we have Brian Nakagawa and Kenneth Wong. Kenneth is in the top position. He is the belted athlete. Brian on bottom. There's 3:30 remaining, so we're a minute and a half in with no points in, but that might change here with this guard pass attempt from Kenneth. He's trying to circle around. He almost clears the leg. Some good leg pummeling by Brian. He's now stiff arming. He's trying to hip escape, so Kenneth has to get around the stiff arms, but he maintains the position. Comes back into what looks to be a cross choke. So working from kind of the open guard, kind of a pseudo closed guard rather. Collar and sleeve being utilized, 2:40 to go. Stands up, looks like he was trying for a loop choke off the stand up, did not get it. So the cross choke does not appear threatening enough to get the tap at this point. He counters with a choke of his own, a pretty decent counter to the cross choke. Just choke him. You don't need to worry about the threat of an armbar, for if he releases the choke, then you release yours. 2 minutes to go. .145 to go. No points on the board. Still working from this open guard versus both knees on the mat. Looks like he's trying to get a loop choke. Still working that collar and sleeve. Here we have a better indication of what's going on with the grips. Tries a scissor sweep, goes into a technical stand-up almost, and back to the cross choke. Ken going back and forth between trying to use the cross collar grip to provide some discomfort. Just 45 seconds to go. And both of these guys' corners are screaming at them. Here he stands, 15 seconds to go. Does the technical stand up again. Maybe hit a collar drag off of this, 4 seconds. And time expires. We're going to a decision. It's going to be Brian Nakagawa by referee decision. He was 63 years old. Just asked him. This one here is also going to a decision. This is Bruce from Clever Jiu-Jitsu and Gustavo. Both mats currently empty. After we finish up with the Masters 5 and 6 divisions, we have some miscellaneous open classes. We have Megaton versus Roberto Traven in the Masters 4 open class final. Followed by the Master 1 of the female division. So the females will get underway around 7:30, so in about an hour's time it appears. I incorrectly assumed that that previous match was Bruce and Gustavo. This here is Bruce Tafoya and Gustavo Enriquez. Bruce is in the white gi, representing Kleber Jiu-Jitsu, and Gustavo is in the black gi, representing Infinite Jiu-Jitsu. This is the finals of the Masters 5, which is ages 51 to 55, middleweight division. Some foot sweep attempts by Gustavo. Reaching for a leg. Gustavo seems to be the more active of the two from the stand-up, at least at this point. Bruce using a very high grip on the collar, almost around the neck. Almost the gi version of a wrestling collar tie. Tries a trip unsuccessfully. A little too much distance. Thinks about pummeling in for an underhook, but decides to change his mind. Attempts that same takedown unsuccessfully. Wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see passivity call. There he attempts a throw and he ends up getting it. Let's see if he can eliminate himself from danger. His arm is in a little bit of danger, maybe going into a key lock, shoulder lock. He needs to eliminate this danger. He's in a submission. Now the fact that he is in submission, albeit an unconventional one, should be interesting to see how this is played out. Looks as though that they are just going to recreate the position. Probably not as possible to recreate the shoulder lock as to the same degree of precision. So Bruce is probably going to get his 2 points here. Shoulder is not torqued. Difficult to see what he has here, if he has a triangle or not. And trying to assert the triangle over to the back almost. Using it to sweep. That's my best educated guess until we get a better angle on this side. Just trying to hip bump to come up on top. He could potentially just release and come up on top. Yeah, and indeed is almost like a triangle position. Could end up getting an arm bar. Look like he might be fishing for an arm. Here he switches into the hooks. Difficult to see if both are in, but it definitely looks that way. He does indeed get 2 points actually for the sweep. A smart move not to put in hooks right away, because here he just earned 2 points for a sweep because it originated in the guard. And if he puts in hooks, he gets 4 more. But if he had gone directly to hooks, it would have just been 4 points. Kleber is yelling at Bruce from the side. It's still even at 2 apiece. Bruce can get his back against the mat. He can establish. Here he swims almost over to the mount. Bruce recovers into the quarter guard, but he's not out of the woods. He's vulnerable to Ezekiel choke from here. 30 seconds to go. Gustavo earns 1 advantage point for the single hook. He's attempting to do a choke here. Bruce trying to pry it free to find a little bit of space. Difficult to finish given the arm configuration. His left arm is underneath the armpit. The referee motions for them to stand up. I think this position will be recreated. No, he's going to give 2 points for the submission attempt. This pretty much will seal the deal for Gustavo. So no 2 points for the submission, just a stand up because they rolled out of bounds with 1 hook. Could have missed it. This final score is actually 4-2. Gustavo comes up ahead either way. Now taking the mat, we have a Masters 6 middleweight semifinal. We have Expedit Valid versus M. Patrick Worley. Expedit is on your left-hand side, Worley on your right. So this is the 56 plus age category. Their guard pull by Valid. Does a tripod sweep. Comes back to the standing position, earns an advantage point. So 1 advantage point to 0. It'd be nice to see another guard pull because he was able to at least earn an advantage in under 30 seconds. Interesting by Worley, kind of sticking his left leg up there. An attempt to pull guard, which he does briefly. Looked like he was trying a sacrifice throw. Commentary is going to take a brief break. Be back after this match.
Jennifer L. Russell, this is your third and final call. Jennifer L. Russell, this is your third and final call. You must see number 13 immediately.
minutos na mesma posição. Estacionou. Bora, Laura! Para!
And now, on mat 12, your Master 4 Male Black Belt Open Class Final, representing Gracie Lamaita, Wellington Diaz. Representing IBJJF, Alberto Travis.
All right, Megaton versus Roberto Traven. Brasa CTA versus Gracie Humaita. This is the finals of the Masters 4 Open Class. Megaton on your right. Roberto on your left. Megaton giving up quite a bit of weight here. Engaging in the grips, but being careful to doing so, are both competitors. Megaton opens the gi, backs up, as if to say, come to the center of the mat. Both men are being very careful of engaging that distance where they can be taken down. Megaton tries a stab with his right hand to get a grip on the collar. Grabs the sleeve momentarily, gets the grip on the collar. Should be interesting to see if Megaton's strategy is going to be to pull guard. Roberto's very skilled in the stand-up and much, much taller and heavier. Both guys jockeying for their opposite hand. Gonna get a passivity call most likely. Despite the high energy and the body language, not a lot going on the mat. Megaton strips that grip off the collar. Back to the center. Despite the lack of action, this is actually very competent stand-up. You can see in all their movements. Wouldn't be surprised if we had another passivity call in this restart. And indeed we do. So both men at 2 penalties apiece. The next one will be 2 points, followed by a disqualification for both competitors. If it indeed continues the same pattern. Here a guard pull by Roberto. And into the close guard. A very enveloping close guard, you can see. Megaton's trying to slide his knee up the middle. He hasn't quite established the close guard the way he wants. He is sliding the knee up the middle. You see Roberto making those double sleeve grips. He can potentially tilt towards his left-hand side and get a sweep. Looks like the women are on deck on mat 13. Here we go with the close guard locked over combat base. Megaton opens briefly, slides the knee again. It looks like he is going to keep this open guard position. And Roberto using a very strong double sleeve grip, preventing Megaton from using his hands to step back effectively. Some frustration shown on Megaton's face. Looking at the strategy of Roberto, seems to be working a 2-on-1 grip behind the tricep. That was the same side grip. Not much, however, going on from the closed guard. Gonna move back to the center. It's kind of common psychologically, I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, for referees to issue passivity calls off restarts where they move to the center. And indeed, this is the case. Both competitors being issued penalties. So this brings the score to 2-2, and both competitors flirt with that line of a double DQ, but there's only 47 seconds remaining. There's not many referees that enjoy doing a double DQ in the final of an open weight world championship. Haven't seen much of a clear strategy from this closed guard bottom position. Megaton's strategy seems to be to wedge the knee in the middle to open the guard. Megaton working a choke briefly. Roberto now working to make an angle, attacking an arm. You can see now he's very clearly working for an armbar, but it's not going to be enough. The score is even. So we're going to a decision. Side referees will stand up. He'll step forward. So it's going to be Megaton. Megaton is your Masters 4 Open Class gold medalist. Meanwhile, in a shorter match over on mat 13, the women are starting to take the mat. It's concluded that both mats are clear now. On mat 13, we have Raymond Winters versus Luis Guerra. This is a Masters 6 medium heavyweight fight. However, we are going to be switching over to the women's side of things right now. As Gigi Walker from Cia Paulista goes against Lawrence Fulat from Ribeiro Jiu-Jitsu. Lawrence is on your left in the belt, pulling guard quickly, almost going into X-guard-like positions. Ankle lock X. Here she's taking her right arm, gonna solidify that X-guard, picking it up all the way on the shoulder. And there we are, fully establishing the X-guard position. She's using her feet to extend against the leg. She comes up for a technical stand-up sweep from the X-guard and earns the first 2 points. Very fast pace. Completed the sweep in 29 seconds. This is a Masters 1 featherweight semifinal. Lawrence working against the open half guard. Tries to step around, but finds herself back in the open guard. She's using her left knee to prevent the guard from being closed. Lawrence probably wants to step over that leg. Doesn't look to that that's her strategy. She indeed does get over it now. Starts a knee slice pass. But a good job at recovery by Gigi. Keeping centered in front of her. Lawrence trying to strip the grip, abandons it in favor of other techniques. She's keeping that left knee forward without stepping over the leg, which may indicate she wants to come towards the camera, which she does. Kind of bring the knee down to the mat, kind of earning the way into the half guard, but she gets swept. Gigi manages to get on top, evening the score out at 2 apiece. These matches are 6 minutes, so we are up from the 5 that we had for a while with those masters, those upper masters divisions. Back into Lawrence's kind of X-guard game, where she comes up on the X-guard sweep, using the feet to extend fully against the leg, bringing the score to 4-2. So this may indeed be a sweeping battle. She could potentially grab the belt, almost pinning the foot to the butt, kind of securing it in that awkward position. Instead opts to hug the legs. There she tries a windshield wiper movement to get around. That hand in the collar could be a problem as it's under the chin. She's using a cross choke, likely an strategic attempt to make space. Referee saw how close it was. There's no advantage point on that choke. Working the hand in the collar guard, and she's trying to hug the legs and get around. Trying to walk around to that other side, at least temporarily. Good hand in the collar guard being demonstrated by Gigi. 2:15 to go. Score is still 4-2 in favor of Lawrence. Here she grabs the back of the pants. She could maybe try a windshield wiper movement, and she does. Kind of sensing that opportunity. She's going to walk around. She could maybe drop her right leg into a smash pass weave. She's opting to continue to circle around for that side control. Switches sides briefly. It's difficult to see if she cleared her legs. Looks like we might be in a smash pass. She steps around. She has a shin-on-shin half. I do not think that Gigi has the half guard. I think that shin is windshield wipered shin with shin. She again tries to switch the sides, unsuccessfully, and Gigi manages to recover the open guard. But with 1 minute remaining, Walker needs to go for the sweep, but here she finds herself in a leg drag position. And this one's gonna be tough to get out of. She hip escapes, creates a little bit of space. Only one advantage point. In tight to the half guard, 30 seconds to go. Gigi's gonna need to open up and try something more drastic because she needs more than a sweep as she is down on advantages as well. But with a good pressure with that left arm that Lawrence has, it's gonna be difficult. And time expires. Referee makes it official. Lawrence advances to the finals. If you heard the announcer, Matt's side, Leanna Dietrich is supposed to go against Karen Elizabeth Peterson from Clockwork Jiu-Jitsu, but I do not believe that they can locate her, which is why there's no match taking place over here on 13. It's likely that our next match is going to be taking place on mat 12. Patrick Worley from Alliance is going to be taking on Greg Toyama from Clever Jiu-Jitsu in a Masters 6 middleweight semifinal match. This is the Masters 2 open weight final. This is ages 36 to 40, where you have Thiago Almeida versus Haryana Albuquerque. Thiago is on your left in the black gi. Albuquerque on your right in the white. Both men slap hands. Tie up. Albuquerque strips the grip nicely and they come back to neutral. Working from a traditional collar and sleeve tie. Both lapels have been opened. Almeida using a belt grip. Can help prevent the hips from coming in for throws. Foot sweep attempt by Albuquerque. Albuquerque, the bigger of the two competitors, representing Gracie Elite Team. Almeida representing Ribeiro. Both competitors being issued a passivity call. A little bit higher grips being utilized by both competitors now. A nice push-pull attempt, or pull-push attempt, rather. Thiago doesn't have bad head position here. Needs to lean quite forward a bit more to be able to counteract the weight. Referee's going to stop the action and issue a penalty to both competitors once again, bringing the total count to 2 penalties apiece. Next penalty is going to be 2 points. Two points conceded to your opponent, of course. Slap hands and resume. The penalties not seemingly affecting the pace. Thiago tried a single leg there. Doubling up on one side of the lapel. And going back to that belt grip. A very high over the top back grip by Albuquerque. And a third penalty is going to be issued. So these two are at serious risk of getting disqualified at this point, because you make one wrong grip, the next penalty, no matter how small, is a disqualification. And both of these guys could get disqualified. The same gripping structure being used. He tries to snap and get on a single. Just can't seem to get in. Stripping the grip. Might be time for one of them to try pulling guard. Change the dynamic of the match. There we go. You see the guard pull by Almeida. Working from the closed guard. Gets into the half guard easily. This is why he didn't want to pull guard, being on bottom of the bigger man. He's underhooking the leg and getting a good pressure. This is going to earn him an advantage point. So it takes the score to asymmetrical. Score is now 2-2. 3 penalties each and 2-1 on advantages. Almeida is down on the advantages. Action resumes from the half guard. Back into the half guard after a brief recovery, working from the knee shield. Technical stand-up attempt. And 54 seconds to go. I think both of these competitors are just stumped as far as the stand-up goes. What to do against each other. Attempts to get a hold of a single. Shoots again, but a very risky proposition. Working from the hook, he's trying an arm bar. Not close. 20 seconds to go. Albuquerque up by 1 advantage. He's gonna need to try something drastic. Only 10 seconds to go. A technical stand-up once again. Albuquerque is going to take the Master 2 Open Class gold medal. Here in a Master 6 medium-heavy semifinal match, we have Raymond Winters versus Bob Plasitz. I happen to know Bob, so I apologize on the last name. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Bob is the athlete on top, inside control. Working the knee on belly. Not quite long enough. It does earn him an advantage point. So the score is now 3-0 and 3-0 on advantages. And he ends up looking like he was getting a straight armbar. Some confusion on the look of the referee and of the athletes. Must have been a small tap that I missed.
again, Jill Baker.
All right, here we have the Masters 1 super heavyweight female final match. We have Luana Gomez versus Jill Baker. Jill Baker on your left, Luana on your right. Jill Baker trains out of Bakersfield Jiu-Jitsu with her husband, co-owning and co-instructing at that academy. It's a Jean-Jacques affiliate. Luana represents Hibero Jiu-Jitsu. Here Jill pulls the close guard. Referee halts the action. They're going to restart back in the center. Time limit for Masters 1 is 6 minutes. Here she gets the grip in the collar. Working the cross choke. Abandons it. Looks like she's working collar and sleeve. Here she locks the high guard, very dangerous for her opponent. She manages to shuck free, but ends up back in the closed guard. Probably would be wise to try a similar attempt, which we see her do. Locks up the high guard position. Finds herself in a triangle, almost by surprise. It almost shocked her for a moment that she put in the triangle. This can be a bit dangerous to be stacked here, but here she is not being stacked whatsoever. She's going to attack the arm, it looks like. And she gets the tap. Jill Baker, Master 1 Super Heavyweight World Champion. Here we have Melissa Howder versus Sue Osmond. Melissa, of course, representing Combat Base, and Sue representing Travis Luter, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I believe I saw Travis Luter's name on the competitor list. Did not make it to the semifinals here today, I believe. Score on this match is zeros all across the board. Melissa is the athlete on top, Sue on bottom. Appears as though Howder is looking to hug the legs and walk around to one side or the other, while Sue is looking to stiff arm the head in an attempt to make space and free her knee line so she can recover the guard. Here indeed she does recover, albeit temporarily. Double underhooks versus cross choke. She manages to recover from double underhooks using the cross choke. Ends in collar and sleeve as they go out of bounds. There once again the collar and sleeve. But that underhook can be turned into a stack pass. Here she moves into the knee slice position. And ends up solidifying that half guard. This earns her an advantage point, the first point on the board. So that brings her up one advantage point to 0 with 1:36 to go. She's working to drive into the quarter guard. Position is slightly unstable. She might just pass directly to the mount if she can just stick her foot, almost in a technical mount perhaps. Goes around to the side as she turtles. Looks as though her pace is becoming too great. Sue's movements seem to have slowed down slightly. She throws the leg over. He's going to come on top in the mounted position. She just needs the hold. There's 4 points for the mount, bringing the score 4-0. There's 49 seconds to begin to work a submission. She has very heavy hips, making escapes difficult. Those feet crossed under the butt make it difficult for Sue to flatten her leg against the mat. Sue's looking to fish up a leg into the quarter guard, but Melissa counters by sitting to the back. Has not quite solidified that position. She's trying to climb. Suni can maybe shuck her off. 10 seconds to go. Might be irrelevant either way. And time expires. Melissa Howder is going to take this one 4-0 in advance to the finals of the Master 1 featherweight division. On this mat, we have Niall Yamain versus Michael Atkin. Niall representing an academy that bears his own name, and Michael Atkin representing SAS Team USA. This is a Masters 6 heavyweight final. There is no points on the board, 1 penalty apiece with 2:36 to go. One advantage point to Niall. They switched it on over to Michael. It was awarded incorrectly. We're going to switch on over to Kelly Farrell versus Maria Gonzalez. Kelly Farrell representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu. And Maria Clement Club. This is Masters 1 lightweight semifinal. Match length is going to be 6 minutes for this age group. And we start action. Kelly is on your left, Maria on your right. Here Kelly pulls guard right away. Maria working Toriando grips. Kelly doing a good job of establishing the De La Hiva with the hand in the collar, at least briefly. Tries to dive double underhooks, but they come back to standing. Kelly pulls guard once again, and this time into the closed guard. She has good posture control, but posture control doesn't really do too much without some sort of movement behind it, like crossing the arm. I'm sure she knows that. Working towards that end. Looks like she's trying to get an over-the-top grip, maybe working a Kimura hip bump combo. There the hand goes in the collar. She might be looking to untuck the gi a little bit with her right hand over the top grip, though her intentions are not made clear this far yet. .430 to go. They're switching to the hand and the collar. Kelly receiving some instructions from her corner. She has a cross grip with a hand in the collar. Referee stops the action, going to center him, which indicates to me he's going to issue a penalty here. Seems to be about the appropriate spot for a penalty as well. And indeed, this is the case. Both competitors are going to be receiving a penalty. Here's the knee in the butt attempt to open the guard. A beautifully executed technique. She's in the open guard now. Double sleeve grip being utilized by Kelly. She throws in the leg lasso. Now she's in the lasso guard. Grabs the leg, maybe work a tilt sweep to her left-hand side. She instead opts to try and invert for an omoplata. She's trying to pry that grip free as she does. It appears as though her inversion is going to get stuffed unless she can find a way. Maria jumps to the other side. She could end up in a leg drag if she's able to pull it across. That lasso will complicate things, but it's still possible. She instead opts to try and strip the grip. She does end up getting a leg drag. Let's see if she can stick the guard pass. Kelly's moving and she turtles, so she concedes one advantage point. Maria is sprawling, trying to stay out of a double leg danger. But even if she is double legged here, there will be no points. So if you like the guard, it's a good way to get back into the guard. Here she gets her left arm on the inside and switches back. Here she moves to the turtle, or at least attempting to. She's trying to get around to the back. Kelly avoiding any points thus far. 2:19 to go. She could get crucifixed here if she can isolate. She has the arm isolated. If she rolls over the top, she could crucifix. She instead opts to go for the hooks, throwing one hook in. It appears cleanly. She needs to get her chest a little bit higher up against her opponent's back. Despite the danger, Kelly has managed to avoid the points thus far. She's getting a little high now. Kelly might be able to just rip free, but finds herself on bottom. Another advantage point earned for the attempt on the back. She had one hook in briefly. That brings it to 2 advantage points to none. Still no points on the board as of yet. So because of the way that unfolded, there will be no guard pass points. Because turtling, you're out of the guard. Now you're in the turtle position. And when you turtle and then roll to the bottom side, there will be no points awarded there. 1 minute to go. Might be advisable for Maria to go on a knee on belly to get some points. Kelly's trying to turn towards her. Looks like she's going to turtle, and she indeed does, but can't find herself out of danger. There's only 34 seconds to go. Here the failed shot position against a modified front body lock. Just trying to sit back into the half guard, but it's going to be too little too late unless you can manage a last minute sweep of some sorts. Final 3 seconds tick away. And time expires. Maria Gonzalez advances to the final of the Master 1 lightweight. this mat, we have Rosamond Snow versus Karina Dam. Snow is up 4-0. Looks like a choke is in here. Referee inspecting closely to determine how close that choke is. Here she's switching to the bow and arrow. This is going to be it. And she gets the tap. Snow wins the Master Middleweight World Championship. Here we have Sarah Black on the left-hand side versus Evelyn Deary from Brazilian top team on your right. This is a Masters 1 lightweight semifinal match. A nice foot sweep attempt. Knocks her off her base. She earns 1 advantage point early on. Some pretty decent stand-up on display. Something that most people don't think of a lightweight female match is known for. Very nice throw. And she gets 2 points. She manages to avoid any danger to her back. Referee halts the action. Here she dives to the double underhooks position. Trying to stay out of the danger of the open guard. Steps over a leg. Might switch into an over-under pass, which is what she seems to be doing, minus the left arm configuration. She's still holding that leg up. She steps out of the guard. Is going to end up establishing this guard pass, pulling ahead 5-0. She wants to know if she's received 3 points, doesn't want to move even enough to turn her head to look at the scoreboard, but she indeed has earned those 3. Evelyn Turtles nearly recovers. Turtles again. She grabs a sleeve, goes back to side control, back to Turtle. Black is all over her, not giving her any space to be able to recover the guard. Here Black is using double underhooks, so she's grabbing 2 lapels. Evelyn is doing a good job of controlling the legs because her neck is not in any danger. One hook slides in. She tries to pry off that hook, ends up successfully doing so, walks around back to the turtle position, but finds that hook again, does both hooks in. She holds the position, and 4 additional points, bringing the score to 9-0 with 2:49 remaining. One hook is out. But she still has good chest with back connection. She is riding a little bit high, however, but not falling off to one side. She's trying to wedge in that second hook, but she's going to end up falling off. Evelyn pops out. She's trying to protect her arm. She yanks out her arm and seemingly here's her chance to try and turn things around with just about 1:55 to go. This would be quite a remarkable turnaround if she was able to do so. It will constitute probably the biggest reversal of tides we've seen all day. Sarah's able to free herself and end up capturing up a single leg in the process. Here a guard pull into a triangle, almost it looked like. She's in somewhat of an armbar danger. She has her knee in the middle, however. Just passing the 1 minute mark. So it seems as though it's just a matter of time before Sarah Black advances to the final, unless there's a drastic reversal of events. Okay, here we have Misty Scherer versus Maria Teixeira. Maria is in the black gi, Misty in the white. Maria representing De La Riva, and Misty representing Brazil 021 International. We're going to switch on over to Melissa Howder, going against Lawrence Foulat. Howder is on your right, Lawrence on your left, and action starts. Howder comes out charging, but finds herself in a pretty dicey position. Both legs controlled, with the feet extending against the legs. Good recovery by Howder. Grabbing over the top belt grip. Using the hooks to sweep and get on top, almost establishing the position. Lawrence does, opens up with a sweep, 2-0. He's trying to Toriando around to the side, using loose passing. Dives in tight into that half guard, kind of a similar strategy as what we saw her in her previous match, using that left knee heavy downwards. So a pretty strong start, pretty active, 1 minute in.
Continue. Elle recompose pas. Laurence, voilà, continue comme ça, Laurence, c'est bien. Laurence, si elle se met en bout, tu pars sur le dos. Mets la pression avec ton bras gauche. Mets la pression avec le bras gauche. Le dos droit. Le deuxième crochet. Remonte, droit.
Here she's working for the back, nearly getting it. She has one hook in. She throws in that second hook. It looks like she is indeed going to earn those 4 points, and she does. Bringing the score to 9-0 over Howder. She's nearly established the mounted position. One side referee stands up and awards 4 points for the mount, but that is not agreed upon by the other side referee to overturn the center.
Continue. Allez Laurence, si elle tourne, tu récupères la montée. Sur les chevilles, Laurence, sur les chevilles. Allez, mets-lui la pression.
And 4 additional points, bringing the score 13-0. 3:12 to go.
Continue de travailler la soumission, t'arrêtes pas, c'est bien. Et tu gardes la position. Tu perds rien là, Laurence, tu perds rien. Allez, tu la tasses. Allez, mets la pression avec les hanches. Mets la pression. Plus de pression, Laurence, plus de pression. Tu remets 4 points là, continue. Allez, baisse les hanches. Voilà, baisse les hanches. Allez, tu gardes les hanches bien basses, d'accord? Et tu travailles là à gorge. Tu vas chercher l'étranglement, Laurence. 1 minute et demie, baisse les hanches. Voilà. Si tu lèves les épaules, tu
So it came to our attention that the mat 12 and mat 13 on your screen are actually reversed. No big deal. Just interpret mat 12 as mat 13 and mat 13 as mat 12, and you should be all straightened away. You're still working from the back control, 17-0.
Plus basse les hanches, plus basse. Et relève. Basse les hanches. Descends les hanches. Descends les hanches.
Not wanting to take any chances with her positioning. There's still plenty of time to go with 150 remaining.
Continue d'étrangler. Garde les hanches bien basses. Garde les hanches bien basses. 1 minute 40, Laurence. 1 minute 40. Allez. C'est bien là, Laurence, là. Garde les hanches bien basses. Elle peut plus bouger, là. Et travaille sur sa gorge. Travaille l'étranglement. Allez, Laurence. Manière de rester active et de ne pas te faire sanctionner. Allez. Allez, continue l'étranglement. Tu es bien, Laurence. Regarde pas le temps. Laurence, faut que tu la soumettes là. Faut que tu sortes tes bras de là. Allez, travaille l'étranglement. Travaille ton étranglement. Garde les hanches bien basses. Allez, l'étranglement. Petit à petit. Petit à petit. Tu clignotes. Non, arrête de regarder l'écran. Il reste 1 minute. 1 minute, Laurence. 1 minute. Allez, garde les hanches bien basses. Elle bouge plus. Tu travailles sur la gorge, tranquillement. Grignote, grignote. Et si jamais, avec ta main gauche, lève son front. Avec ta main gauche, lève le front et attaque avec le bras droit. Lève-lui la tête avec ton bras gauche, attaque avec le bras droit. Lève-lui la tête, arrête de regarder l'écran. Il reste 30 secondes, t'es tranquille. 30 secondes, le combat il est à toi. Allez, continue de travailler l'étranglement, il n'y a rien d'autre à faire. Allez Laurence. 15 secondes Laurence, 15 secondes. Allez la soumission, là, fais-toi plaisir. Allez Laurence. Non, baisse les hanches, baisse les hanches, baisse les hanches. Baisse les hanches, dans tes jambes, non, elle recompose pas Laurence. 3 secondes, allez. 3 secondes, oh, oh. Attention.
And now, on mat 13, your Master 6 male black belt
C'est bon,
weight
c'est
class
bon.
final.
C'est bon.
Representing
La tête, contrôle la tête, contrôle la tête.
Michael Admin. Representing
Speedy.
Jiu-Jitsu
Up here.
International.
Get your head lower than his elbow. Get your head lower.
Contrôlez la tête, contrôlez la tête. C'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Throw him out.
C'est bon.
Yay!
Allez.
Let's go. Stuff it.
Allez.
Stuff it.
Allez.
Dominate.
Abandonnez, vous deux, tout le monde. Abandonnez.
Hey, you get an advantage. Shoot. Off guard. Flatten him out.
Don't move, Black.
Stay there, Greg. Get your advantage.
Don't move.
Keep his back to the ground. Back to the ground.
Allez,
Got it.
Expedite, allez.
Got your advantage. Now start the pass. Take your time.
Allez.
Pass smart. Pass smart. Let's go get that knee on that hip if you want it.
Michael Mays, please report to ring coordinator number 9. Michael Mays.
3 more.
Please report to ring coordinator
Put
number
the
9.
foot against your hip. If he tries to roll you over, you go to north-south. If he tries to throw you over, go north-south. He's going to try and roll you over. Get ready to go north-south. North-south. Counter his throw, north-south. Yeah, go stop doing it. Go. Rotate your hips. Yeah, dominate. Dominate. Stay low. Stay low. Stay glued to him. There you go. Now, watch that hand. Clear his hand. Switch the other way. Go north-south. Over, under. Over, under. Yeah, baseball grip. Yes. Watch that. Hey, don't let him grab your heel like that. He's gonna try and grab it on the knee on belly. Pin that leg down, that arm down, that's trying to grab. Get it down with your left leg.
Allez, Expedite.
Pin down with your left leg. There you go, step over. Hey, keep your hips lower. Keep your hips lower. Into him. Use your right knee to pin down his arm. As you transition north-south, use your right knee to pin down his arm, break the grip. Okay, you got the grip broke. Good. Go again. Over-unders. You got over-unders. Good. Stay chest to chest. Okay. Rotate to the other side. They're calling you for stalling. They gave you a disadvantage. Keep rotating north-south. Go to the other side. Go to the other side, Greg. Go your
Cima tá parado, né?
left arm over. The other hip.
3 minutes,
You
Greg.
have to break his grip. You still have a minute, 2 minutes left. Rotate. Go over under. Let's go, Greg. Greg, if you get another one, they're going to give points.
Allez,
Go.
Expedite, allez.
Yeah. Let's go. Go knee on belly. Transition. Greg.
In the belly, Black. In the belly.
Go.
In the belly, Greg.
Go to
In the
finish.
belly. Very good.
Go knee on belly. Let's go. Let's go, Greg.
Black, let go
Yeah.
him.
Transition.
In the belly, let go him.
Transition.
In the belly. Let go him. Let go him. In the belly. In the belly, Greg.
Go.
In the belly,
Knee on
let
the
go
belly,
him.
Greg. Greg, let's go. You got to improve your position. Don't let him win this fight. Let's go. Let's go.
In the strike, prove your position. Let's go.
Knee on belly. Yeah. Again.
Again.
Knee on belly. Let's go. Let's go. 1 minute left. Let's go.
You gotta
Greg.
move, Greg. You gotta move.
Greg. Let's go.
Disadvantage.
Or finish him. Let's go. Greg. Next.
Black.
Greg.
Play out. Let's go, Greg.
Greg, they're going to give him points now.
Give him a point. You gotta move, Greg.
Let's go. Face him. Let's go. Knee on belly. Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there. Run it out. 2 points. Now go.
35 seconds, Greg. Again.
Go.
Again.
Transition out of there. Go to the other side. Let's go. There you go. That's what I want to see. Let's go for the Kimura. That
Kimura.
arm right there. You have it. Get the Kimura.
20 seconds.
Greg, get the Kimura. Right there. Yes, that one. Grab it. Grab it. Drop it down. Grab the elbow. Let's go. Drop it down. Grab the elbow. Yeah. Stay there. Drive him.
Again.
Go.
5 seconds.
Knee on
Greg.
belly. Let's
5
go.
seconds.
Let's go. embora ali, tiver que tirar uma foto ali. Ela vai tirar? Ou você vai tirar? Mas como você vai fazer?
Hold chip, baby. Let's go. Hold chip.
Não, mas tô ligado. Você quer uma medalha ou só segurando? Hã?
Look at here, Black. Look at here. Look at here.
Boa. Boa.
And now, on mat number 12, your Master 1 female black belt lightweight final, representing Living Club, Maria Gonzalez, representing Nova Union, Sarah Black.
All right, this is the finals of the Master 1 lightweight division. We have Maria Gonzalez versus Sarah Black. Maria is on the right, now left. Sarah on the right. And action starts. Both competitors tie up. Guard pull, almost an attempt at a flying triangle. Good guard pass to see if she can settle in. She has that leg laced. She tries to invert, but she buries her head down into the stomach and sticks the guard pass. 3-0. Good job at recovery by Maria into the half guard. Sarah gets good underhook position. She's looking to switch into a knee slice, it appears. Difficult to tell now. Her left knee is on the ground, so she's just in the half guard. Gonzalez using a over the top of the back grip, has fed the lapel to that back grip. Just trying to hip out to the side. Here Sarah pops up into that knee slice that it looked like she was looking for earlier. She clears her knee line. She has good head position, so she has a very strong chance of being able to pass. Good left ear connected with the left ear of Maria. She just needs to maintain her patience, keep her pressure into her as she kicks back. She passes and sticks the guard pass, bringing the score to 6-0 with 3:35 remaining. back into the knee slice now. And another guard pass. She's trying to pull that grip towards her, preventing the turtle. And it looks like she is indeed going to get these guard pass points. Almost. Very good turtle. Difficult to hold down. See if she can turn a reversal from the turtle position. A reversal might not be enough. She might need a submission of some sort. Here she does end up getting the reversal, so this is her chance to be able to mount any sort of offense with 1:54 remaining, down 0-9. Here's we get the position recreated. We resume. So Maria's really going to need to take the back and go for a choke, and she has 1:47 to do it. Here's Sarah slowly sitting back to the guard. Ends up pulling herself free from the back control and directly into a stack pass-like position, elevating her hips off the ground. And coming back to the stand-up position, 1:10 to go. So Maria's going to need to throw everything she has. She ends up pulling guard. And not a bad submitting position. But Sarah goes into that half guard position, drops her hips. Easily long steps out of the half guard for another 3 points, bringing the score to 12-0. She has 26 seconds to try and put an exclamation point in this final match. She blocks the hips and moves to the north-south. Just 10 seconds to go. And Sarah Black is going to be the Masters 1 lightweight world champion. Only a few matches remain in the tournament. The day begins to wind to a close. We have 3 open class matches left. We have the Masters 3 female open class with Maria Teixeira and Misty Shearer. That will be up next. Then we have the Masters 5 male open class final, which is Brian Beauchamp versus Chris Howder. That's going to be one that people will enjoy. And then the finals of the Master 1 open class, which is Liana Diedrich versus Sarah Black, who we just saw in this last contest. So 3 remaining matches to go, all open class, 2 female and 1 male. And Brian versus Chris should be a pretty good match. Both are very lively by any standard, much less a Masters 5, 51 to 55 standard. All right, Maria is on your left, Misty on your right. Maria representing De La Riva Jiu-Jitsu, Misty representing Brazil 0121 International. Some good grips by Misty. She has the collar and sleeve controlled. She did prevent her from having a grip, but now back to jockeying for position. Both athletes have a grip on the collar. A foot sweep into an ankle pick earns 2 points for Misty, bringing the score 2-0 with 4:10 to go. She laces the legs and tripods around. She's probably gonna use that hand to establish the guard pass. She does. Score is 5-0, 3:43 remaining. Misty working a knee on belly for an additional 2, bringing the score 7-0. Maria's trying to turn to the turtle position. Misty steps around to the other side, knee on belly. Misty resumes her tripoding base, using her head to help flatten the position. Picking up the near side arm, controlling it. Tries to switch sides to the other side, but finds herself caught in Maria's half guard. Misty using a very low positioning in the half guard, choosing not to cross face, at least not this far. Tripods up to try and free her knee line. She does free the knee line, cuts into a knee slice. She's gonna throw her hips forward and pass once again. Brings the score to 10-0. Once again, knee on belly. Establishes a very strong hand in the collar grip. Gonna work a cross choke. If she wants it, it seems as though she's going to be able to get this cross choke. Maria defends, and Misty looks like for a moment she was going to a bread cutter, but instead opts to slide the knee across, looking for the mounted position. She turtles, and Misty's gonna slide in at least one hook. Now back to the technical mount. 4 additional points, bringing the score to 16-0. She jumps to the opposite side. Good opportunity to work that bread cutter choke, but instead opts for the knee on belly once again. Perhaps to work that cross choke. She controls that sleeve, picks it up, and is going to knee slice through whatever remnants of the guard there is. Just 30 seconds to go. Misty has this one pretty much in the bag. It's 16-0. Finds herself back in the open guard. Folds her leg over into the smash pass nicely. Nice technique. New dynamic to the match. Chooses the smash pass position to go to the side control. Another 3 points, bringing the final score 19-0. based on what we've seen from these two earlier, this Masters 5 final of the open class has the potential for fireworks. We have Brian Beauchamp versus Chris Howder. This is age 51 to 55. Brian is known for his judo, but Chris is no slouch from the stand-up position either. He shoots a very low single, gets sprawled on. He's trapping the arm. Can potentially do a number of reversals with this arm trap. Brian's trying to make his way over to the side turtle position, but Chris is hanging on to that single leg. Somewhat of a stalled out position in this failed shot. Howder improves gets an underhook, comes back to more of a neutral stance. Howder chooses to stay low, probably an attempt to neutralize Brian's judo. Chris using that right arm lead. He was very crafty in earlier matches, even trying flying submissions. Not something commonly seen in adult categories, much less 51 years old to 55. Here, that Uchimata hits hard. Howder pops to his knees, almost to his knees anyway, holding on to that single leg. Referee, it does indicate 2 points for Brian. Even though Howder makes his way to his knees. .321 to go. Brian is a black belt in judo and jiu-jitsu. Chris Howder was one of the first American black belts, recognized as one of the Jiu-Jitsu Dirty Dozen. Here he's finding himself almost having his guard passed. There would be no guard pass points in this situation. Still, the descriptive terminology remains the same of guard pass. Brian working to attack the turtle, but unable to solve the riddle just yet. Tries to slide in a single hook, but unsuccessful. Illegal grip there. 1 penalty to Brian. Howder tries controlling the sleeve. Trying to pry the grip off of his ankle.
Stay on top of him, Brian. Just stay on him.
Might be fortunate if Chris was able to go out of bounds
2 minutes, Brian.
suddenly as they get a restart from the standing position. But here, because it happened slowly as they were inching towards that outer safety area, they're going to get a restart of the same position back in the middle. 2 minutes to go. Brian is laying good pressure, not allowing Chris to move and recover in any meaningful way just yet. Looked like Howder might have been thinking to try and turn and sit to the half guard position. Here he's using an overhook, which might play in strongly into Brian's game, but he does indeed recovering the half guard, but it's not a great half guard position. He's trying to slide out that left knee. He does clear the knee line and ends up in the closed guard. Only 109 to work. If Chris is able to sweep, he would end up the victor, as Beauchamp has 1 penalty against him. Brian has shown very good base and passing throughout the tournament. Another penalty being given to Beauchamp.
Brian, keep working, Brian. Keep working. Come on, keep moving.
37 seconds is not a lot of time for another penalty to come in, but it is possible. Howder working a hand in the collar, sits up, thinks about a cross choke and pulls him back into almost the close guard. Chris realizes that that might not be the best place to be with 15 seconds to go. He's got to really open up and go for it. Reaches for a leg, sees the clock, sees that there's only 6 seconds to go. Brian steps over a leg and is going to be the victor. Master 5, open class champion. It appears as though there might be an injury. It's moving like it's his knee. Appears to be hurt quite severely, actually. He might have tore something in his knee. All right, we have the biggest match of the day for the female side of things, the Master 1 Open Class Final. We have Sarah Black versus Leanna Dietrich. Sarah Black we've seen in action plenty of times. Not as much Leanna today. Sarah is the belted athlete on your left, Leanna on the right. Leanna got her black belt from the hands of Cyborg in 2013. Took her 8 years to progress to that rank. Tie up and a guard pull by Dietrich. Closes the guard over the knee. She potentially has a sweep to her right-hand side. She tries to tilt her that direction. Sarah doing a very good job of keeping her base over to that right-hand side. Her right-hand side, that is. Hodger Gracie is somebody who's known for this sweep. And back into the close guard, uses a disbalance to set it up nicely. Referee stops the action now that the position has been settled. We're about 40 seconds into the match. No score this far. She quickly stands, using her knees very close together with her base. trying to wedge a knee up in the middle, just like before. Ending in more or less the same position with the closed guard over that combat base. The legs do fatigue slightly, as they do have a little bit of pressure on the ankles, because it is obviously a little bit more challenging to close over that position. She ends up opening, tries to put the foot on the hip to make a little bit of space. Dietrich working that hand in the collar. She has fed that lapel around the back, which can help control posture a little bit better. She's trying to step over the leg so she can get the knee slice going. Doesn't have to worry about that guard being closed over her lead knee. Still finds herself more or less in the same spot. Unable to step over that left leg. Here she switches strategies and gets an underhook under the leg. She is double underhooks right now. But Liana's butterfly hook over the top of the double underhooks is causing some complications. She's trying to, Black is trying to elevate the hips and get a stack going. Not quite successful this far. Dietrich looking to put her left foot in a hook position, but can't quite find the angle to do so. She had it briefly earlier. Here she controls the sleeves. Control the sleeves is probably a more typical counter to the double underhooks position. Can prevent your opponent from grabbing a cross collar grip, which can really help finalize a stack. 2:17 to go, no points on the board. She's controlling her leg with her right hand, making it difficult for her to move. Abandons it, goes back to it. But here we're in an over-under pass. This is a much different situation. This is much more in favor of Sarah Black. Goes back to the double underhooks. That might be a good avenue for ultimately being able to pass the guard for Black, is switching to that over-under pass once she finds the opportunity to do so. Referee restarts the action. The same position, kind of similar configuration, similar patterns. Just under 90 seconds to go. Black trying to circle around to the side, overexposes herself a little bit. She finds herself swept right at the last second. She gets 2 points, 1 minute to go. She's in the X guard. Modified version of it anyway, going into that shin wader sweep. She's trying to generate momentum with her legs. 51 seconds to go. See if she can do the technical stand-up. Her right arm is free. She's instead switching to attack the other direction on a knee bar. Does not find the knee bar just yet. Inverts, 28 seconds to go. Dietrich's knees trying to stay heavy on the mat. She pivots around. 15 seconds to go. She potentially has a leg drag position. And it's going to be irrelevant because time just expired, and Leanna Dietrich is now the Master 1 Open Class gold medalist. So that was our last match of the evening. On behalf of IBJJF TV, my name is Dan Lukart. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed this action-packed day of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's been a long 12 hours. We will see you guys at the next event, and keep on rolling.
Bateu na trave comigo.